Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. All
Almost
those,
everything over the past 3
hotspots.
days. Yeah,
hotspots
if you look at the 3-day chart, it took everything.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Serrano, what the fuck is that?
That's Matches and Tame. That's Tame's meetup. That's from Meta.
Wow.
Oh shit, it is.
Yeah.
Damn, he gained a little bit of weight, bro. He looks like he's been stressing.
Was that
Man.
pre-tattoo? Pre-face tattoo?
No, this was like last year, 2023.
Yeah, dude. Quiet.
Fuck, you know him that well, or how the fuck? How'd you get that picture?
Matches shared it.
Yeah, through the.
Nice.
I don't fucking know him.
The inner circle.
Look at
Wow,
this.
We all
Look at that picture.
Hitler's
there.
inner circle.
See all that?
Oh,
see
look
all
at
that
that, Rick.
short liquidity that got wrecked on the way up, and then they just
Nope.
cleared out all that long liquidity.
Why?
See how it went down just
yeah.
to the right level to clear all that that hot spot on the liquidity.
every single bit of it.
Yeah,
man.
they just cut it all off.
It's
like
All of it.
And see how
Okay,
that
so
didn't
that's
go
billion.
down. It didn't go down further because it didn't need to, because there's all that blank space where no one has any. You know, there's no liquidations like further than that. It's
And
just
what's
they needed
crazy-
to take it to get the color. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
what's
we all
crazy
know
is they had that the billion sitting above us, and then they had whatever sitting below us, and it fucking wiped out both of them.
It's sort of
2 days.
Yeah,
sorted
this
all
is,
of it
this
out.
is what we used to
What
talk
they do.
about.
Mhm.
Their pattern. There's a consolidation. They liquidate up top, and they liquidate all the things down below, and now it just comes back to the middle and consolidates straight sideways. So
Yep.
what we should see here is now a consolidation between like 98.5 and 92.5 in that zone for the next few
However
days,
long.
probably.
Yeah.
right in that channel that Meat Cubes just posted. Kind of, we're gonna bounce in that channel an upward channel. Pretty
So,
much. Well, alts rip. Well, alts fucking take off. Let's go.
There you
So-
go.
Yeah.
I was just about to look at my moon dang. I'm like, it's probably down, but fuck it, we'll check it out again.
Yeah, how's that Bitcoin
Everything's
dominance?
down right now.
How's
Give
that
it a
Bitcoin
minute.
dominance
Give it a
chart
minute.
going?
Yeah, I'm actually gonna I'm gonna start a grid bot on BTC in a second here.
Yeah, those DCA bots on like 3 commas and stuff, they'd be working really well at the moment because of all of the
Have y'all ever?
volumes.
Have y'all? I'm sorry.
Well, that's all.
Have y'all ever heard of the MOG coin? It was just put on Coinbase about an hour
Mog?
ago.
The
Yeah.
Mog, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, saw that. I've seen that around moving.
It's on the roof.
Yeah, that dominance is still very crazy. BTC.D.
Where is the D?
Yeah. It's slipping away, I guess. Dominance. It's sharing the D with the rest of the market. .D.
Others didn't take too bad of a hit. I mean, from the high, it's down 5.8%.
Total and Total 3 are dropping out of their ascending channels.
Yeah, I guess Bitcoin will perhaps rebalance back into that triangle that it was in. It's kind of right smack bang in the middle of it right now, that range.
This might be the very start of the bigger correction. Rick, remember we were saying we were looking at the BTC chart And we were saying, oh, there's these two zones here, like that had a big gap on the VPVR.
Yes.
Down to like
Yep.
80.
Yeah,
I'm
that
not convinced
82
of
is
that.
like the lower ones.
I think watch the daily close and see where we land, because we still got like an hour and 15 minutes before the daily. So, but dude, it looks exactly like that 2017 candle, like back when Bitcoin first hit $10,000. It's the same deal. There's all this volatility and wiping people out top and bottom. Though I don't know if there was much leverage around back then, if at all. I don't think anyone was really, unless it was BitMEX.
For when?
2017, November.
Yeah, it was rampant.
Yeah.
Bitfinex.
Yeah.
Not
just,
Bitfinex.
Oh, Bitfinex, yeah. But remember BitMEX.
BitMEX.
BitMEX was that weird one, yeah.
Even Kraken. Kraken had the biggest BTC Euro pair. They're like one of the only ones who had it.
Yeah. What did they call
There
that?
a couple other small exchanges. Also, Poloniex had a margin as well.
Remember what the BitMEX ticker was for Bitcoin? It was something else.
XBT.
It was like XBT. That's it. Yep, XBT.
A couple
It was the
exchanges
contracts.
use it.
Yeah. And wrapping your head around that, it's like, what the hell is this XBT? It's not actual Bitcoin. It's a contract. It's a derivative. Yeah. Learning all that. I didn't. And Tristan lost all his money in it. He got wiped out, man.
Jesus.
Oh, Jesus.
No, he was. Yeah, he got wiped like multiple times, but like the last time he did something and he went and complained to them on customer service, and they're like,
"Jeez,
you're not even allowed to be on this fucking exchange. What are you doing?" And you're like, "We're not doing anything for you. You're in breach of fucking terms of service. Like, suck a cock." Like, I'm gonna sue them. I'm not gonna.
And then Dad Shot came along to hold his hand, and yeah.
Oh, fucking.
Dad Shot. Good times, man. Trade like a whale. Trade like a whale.
T-Law, Jesus. I actually messaged and got messages from a few people from back yonder days.
Oh yeah? Yep.
I
caught up with Bobby not long ago, like earlier this morning.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he's doing all right.
Yeah, more of those. Did you know any of the whale pool guys?
Not the whale pool guys. Only our group.
Or the Goat Club guys?
Nope. Only like S Judd. Okay. Remember S Judd?
Oh yeah, he's a T-Law boy.
Yeah, and Yaga. Baba Yaga.
Baba Yaga. I called Baba a fat piece of shit when we were playing Call of Duty together, and he got mad at me. He was calling me like you're from California, you're gay. Like every day for like 3 weeks when we were playing video games, me, him, and Marco.
Yeah. Those dudes were just trolls though. They were just always,
We had a lot of fun though.
It was fun. I want
to play Call of Duty with you, Sean.
Yeah, I'll probably download it in the new year.
Dude, it's been.
You guys got Helldivers?
Nah, man.
No.
I haven't played games in a long ass time, man. It's been ages since I played video games.
The only ones I have on my computer right now are Fortnite, my nephews. Okay, I'm not that gay. And
I was just about to say gay.
Yeah. Fortnite, Minecraft for them, and then StarCraft because I love StarCraft.
StarCraft and original.
Blizzard games for the win. Let's go. Oh, and Diablo 2.
You don't still play it, do you?
I play single player with an add-on, so I'm trying to collect every weapon, everything in the game is what you try to do.
Gotcha. Yeah, that shit was 20 years ago.
Fucking yeah. So like here and there, like I go on and like go try to farm something, go run like 100 Countess runs or 100 fucking Bale runs or some shit, and try to farm like items that I need to finish my Holy Grail.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's super nerd shit, but it's great for like wasting time. Right.
I remember like trying to farm enigmas and making like super crit paladins and all kinds of shit.
Oh yeah. One of these days it'd be fun to do another ladder run in the because they redid it, the Diablo 2 Resurrected or whatever.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think I can set my brain back that far. Diablo 3, I think Diablo 3 was pretty fun actually. I never played Diablo 4 though.
Chuck Tingle books. Man, I still have
That's
to
the
read.
original.
I still have to read a Chuck Tingle novel.
Oh
You know how
my
we
God,
tried to
so
line
good.
that up and no one could get one? No one could find like
Yeah,
a
we were trying to
PDF
buy it
version.
on fucking Audible and shit.
Yeah,
man. We were trying to find
Macabre.
it everywhere.
Macabre was
Yeah.
trying to.
Bro, we spent like 4 hours one night trying to figure out a way for you to read as this book. We're all fucked up.
And I just read the blurbs or like the little sample pages, the sample chapter,
Yeah.
whatever the fuck.
Yeah, that shit was fucking funny.
That was funny. Yeah. It's great.
I just talked to Germ actually. Remember Germ?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just talked to his old ass
Wow. Yep.
yesterday.
Man, that was just thinking back to that 2018 and how I knew fucking nothing. I had no idea what I was doing and no idea about like where we were going and still have no idea but about where we're going. But yeah, man, just yeah, it was like the craziest time to come in. It was literally the top. Literally the top. It's like January 2018 and Bitcoin decides to plummet from 20k down to like, was it 3? That first spike down? And then it recovered back to
6?
10 and then, yeah, dude, it was so
6 then
volatile.
bounced to 10.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It like bounced in February when some sort of 3-letter agency dude came on. He's like, yeah, Bitcoin's not a problem. We got that hefty bounce, then
Yeah.
10, then down, then
8,000.
10, then 3.
Yeah, that was very volatile. Jeez, those swings, and all within a couple of days kind of thing, like a few days. Like 50% swings up and down. And that guy, EXE, came in giving
XE.
advice to everyone. Yeah. It's funny.
Oh, God.
But there was still the alt season, like 2018, like for the first 6 months of 2018, alts were doing stuff, which was kind of cool. Yeah, that's it. Trago, Soul's trying to fully recover the drop. Yeah, man, look, that is a big candle. The last hour, jeez, look at the tail on that thing. The buyback.
Total 3 on the hourly. The candle has reconsumed over 80% of its price action.
Multi-view chart.
What was once scary is now beautiful.
Oh yeah, dude, it's terrifying. What's up, Palm Beach Peter? He says, hello all you beautiful people, the best group of all is right here. Amen, dude.
You got a pretty good crew.
Yeah, it's a good group. Like a think tank, really. Hive mind, a think tank. So they call it. Sup, Blake? Sim, no, I didn't do any BTC shorts in that movement. I'm just sitting tight in my my long-term stuff. Haven't really done anything with it. There's definitely yeah, man, the meme coins, they're moving around a lot. I don't doubt there's like, let's check the crypto screener, the pair screener. So for Bybit, CTC is up 55% on the day, Morph is up 46, you got Jasmy's up 36%, Puffer is up 31, GME, the crypto GME, is up 31%. Goes down the list. This is, by the way, guys, if you haven't used this before, this TradingView crypto pairs screener, which Trago alerted me to. You can like set it up to view like what exchange that you're on, what sort of segment of the exchange. So I've got Bybit perps, and I've got it all like just the ticker and then the change percent for the day, and I just arrange it by performance. So I can see like, you know, what's hauling ass and what's dropped heavy as well, if you're looking for like good value on stuff, good dips. Yeah, 8:54 AM, 8:55 in Australia. Doge is back to 43 cents again. It's a magnet, that 43 cents, man. Straight down the middle of the triangle. You see that? 43 literally carves out the middle of that wedge. Straight up.
At least this time we're testing 43 from the top and not the bottom.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's still squeezing Dogecoin. So I'm still ambitious for how this thing resolves. It's, you know, if it gets the textbook outcome, it should launch upward eventually. Might take a couple more days, a few more days, but fingers crossed. That GME crypto though, let me check that chart, because that sounds interesting. I'm thinking that okay, yeah, it's only like new. It's only new on the scene. Came out in June of this year. Wonder how tightly it will be correlated to the GME stock. Maybe that's the whole point of it. Give that a quick look, actually. Coin market cap. This is a good way to sort of find what a certain crypto is all about. If you just type in the ticker, it's called, yeah, GME stock. And then on this page, if I reload it, it'll have website and sometimes white paper. Then it has all of its socials, like its X account, its Reddit account, its Telegram, that kind of thing. So click on website. This is the website for it. We are a movement ignited by the epic GME saga, a beacon for financial revolution. GME on Sol embodies the unstoppable power of unity, challenging the elite gatekeepers of the financial world. Yada yada yada. Yeah. Just another meme thing, taking advantage of the hype. It's on which central exchanges? BitMEX, Bybit, Gate.io, MEXC, BingX, XT.com, LBank, all those ones. And it's ranked 749th. Has there been any shuffling in the top 10 in the last like couple of days? Tron is 10th.
Didn't TRX make it?
Yeah, Tron's up into number 10th now. USDC's almost getting knocked out of the top 10, which is excellent. Get rid of those stables. Doge is still 7th. Yeah, no, there's been no like position switches in the last couple of days. It's all pretty similar. XRP's not far off getting that third position. 131 billion versus 135 billion in Tether.
Yeah, it did have number 3, right?
It might have
when it was up there at the high.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it took it.
But then to get from 135 billion up to 460, where Ethereum is, that is a big gap. That's a big leap. Yeah. So first to second to third, are very spaced out in market cap.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then you've got a cluster of like everything, you know, that's like roughly around 100 bill. Between 50 and 100 bill, there's like a cluster of things that are similar size.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah. I like XLM and Link. Sui's there, A17th. Hedera, H-bar. It's a popular one. Good old Litecoin, 10 billion. Never really messed with Toncoin, T-O-N. Yeah, Bitcoin looks like it's kind of settling down again.
Sui picked all that back up and sold. Ethereum almost has that one drop back as well.
Yeah, what is Toncoin? Is it Telegram? Someone's saying it's Telegram.
Telegram.
Is it? Oh, okay, there you go. Yep, You're right. Like, yeah. Bitcoin hits $100,000 and CoinMarketCap changed their logo. It's kind of cool. How's that company's market cap website? Bitcoin's now 7th, chasing down Google. 1.9 trillion versus Google's 2.1 trillion market cap. Apple's 3.6. Jeez. Apple's a big stock, damn. And Nvidia. Yeah, those are definitely the big three. Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft. Amazon is like a whole trillion lower than Microsoft. They're down in the 2s. It's so cool to see that the big computer companies out of the US, Microsoft, Apple, they've been fighting it out. They've been like sort of dominating computers for like what, the 90s, was it? When did they, or 80s? Late 80s? And they coexist. Like, neither one of them killed the other. They both exist and they're both very healthy. Just two options. So that's why I still think
didn't one steal the other's OS?
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah,
But,
Microsoft didn't start making like their own computers until recently. They were just software for a long time. Like one of our biggest producers were like Compaq, IBM.
Yes, I remember Compaq.
Gateway, Dell.
Yeah. Yep.
E-Machines. Oh, I guess E-Machine was for Asia probably.
Yeah, IBM.
But they came out with those Surface Pros.
Those IBM laptops, man. Like back in the day, those were the shit.
Oh, the
like
ThinkPads? Yeah.
IBM. So that makes me think, okay, well, if Apple and Microsoft can coexist without destroying the other company, you know what I mean? Like, then, okay, maybe Solana and Ethereum can coexist, and they can just be like, you know, you're either Solana build or you Ethereum build your project, you know?
Good way to look at it.
It keeps your options open. Or, you know, ADA, Cardano. So that layer one is kind of quiet. I don't know. Have they got plans? They got big plans for the future to upgrade it?
You've got to put them as like Linux, you know? Ethereum is fucking Mac OS, fucking expensive as shit.
All the bells.
Solana's Windows.
Yeah.
ADA or whatever the else behind it's Linux.
Yep.
It's definitely ADA because it's fucking complicated as shit to build anything on it. So they're perfect.
Yep.
Well, yeah, they use a different code in Haskell, which is good and bad, I guess. Could see the good.
And each of them, like, I'm not an expert when it comes to blockchain technology or anything, but they're all upgradable, right? They can be improved upon, and they are working on all that shit. Yeah.
Even Bitcoin, you can change things. It just has to get approved. You just have to get approval.
Yeah.
Like all of.
Yeah. Because there is like a core team for Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, Bitcoin core.
Yeah. Yeah, when they break off and form a brand new blockchain thing, the hard forks, Ethereum Classic, good example. Bitcoin Cash, another example. Forks.
Ugh, Bitcoin Cash, gross.
Yeah. So
that was worth losing. That was worth losing a shit ton of money. I dumped that shit as soon as they gave it to us in protest.
Dogecoin is basically a cut copy of Litecoin, right? The script algorithm,
Yeah, it's like two things, Lucky and something else, but to make it easy, it's a clone of
Litecoin.
Copied pasta of Litecoin.
Yeah.
Litecoin's just kind of like the
old dinosaur
main script, but it's not the first script coin. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Charlie Lee.
Hello. Oh Jesus, I was so confused. I had the YouTube in the background and was in here at the same time. And I was like, why the fuck is everyone talking over each other? I can't even understand anything. And then
they're repeating each other. Too.
Yeah, no. It's not. They weren't repeating it because it's like I was listening to YouTube from back then. And then I didn't even know which one was which right now when I came into the call. I didn't know which conversation to follow through with. Yeah, like, because, oh man. Like, I responded to the Lucky one, right? And the Litecoin. And then I was like, wait, is that the right conversation? So, yeah, that was nuts. Wait, it was the right conversation though, right? Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, good. I assume so because it was Serrano and Rick talking. They're both here now.
Yeah.
Okay, good. But yeah.
Was there any copy pasting of Bitcoin? Like what direct, like exactly the same shit and just rebranded?
I mean, there's the hard forks. So yeah, they're technically the same thing, just a change here, which is the block size.
And Dash was its own little
Dash
thing.
is X11.
X11, okay.
Oh no, sorry. Dash was fuck. What's Dash? I'm thinking of Digibyte. Sorry.
Oh, Digibyte.
Dash is script. I feel.
Oh, okay, yeah. So what is the language called for Bitcoin? That's like this weird
C+.
name.
C+,
yeah. But
Oh, the hashing algorithm, SHA-256.
Yeah, SHA-256. Yeah, that's it. The hash function. Yeah. Which is totally different language to Ethereum or like Litecoin. Yeah. So who else uses SHA-256?
I feel like there's still one that's still around. I can't remember what it's called though. Most of them are dead.
Yeah. And what with the mining, how you can go, there's like a GPU miner or like the CPU based, and is that to do with the hash algorithm?
Hashing,
like,
the algorithm,
right.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, SHA-256 for script. The computational difference lies in the resource usage. SHA-256 primarily demands on computational power, like Bitcoin, whereas script requires both computational and significant memory resources. Script's design was intended to provide a higher barrier to entry for specialized mining hardware compared to SHA-256. It's like a slight performance upgrade, increase. Litecoin's still not bad to send on. Litecoin's quick and not bad. It's pretty cheap.
Heard me right.
Yeah, what happened? What's that, sorry?
I said Jasmine is the best coin ever made.
Oh, right, yeah. I don't know what Jasmine is, to be honest. Like under the hood, is it an ERC20 or is it like its own thing or is it just a token? I don't know.
It's whatever you want it to be, Rick.
That's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's have a look at Jasmine coin. Oh, it's a coin, apparently. Let's go to their website.
That's the beauty of it.
They're Chinese. Oh wait, no, they're Japanese. Location in Tokyo.
What, Jasmine?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it makes sense, right?
Yep.
J.
We want that. I don't think that's how it works.
Isn't it?
You start with the letter J. That means it has to be a Japanese. The Japanese always make everything they make start with a J.
Triple J.
What? They've only got two exceptions: Nintendo and Pokemon. They ended up fucking Scottish at the end. Fuck.
Mitsubishi.
I'm losing my thing, man.
You're losing your what? Your accent. Your Aussie accent.
My Aussie accent.
You gotta work on it.
Yeah. I've been too far away from the mainland.
That's right.
And my whole life, practically. Some might say. Yeah.
Maybe Jasmine is its own network. I don't know.
Maybe it's Maybelline. So, Rick, I got a question for you.
Go ahead. Fire away.
How? Well, what's your plan now for this cycle? Like, how are
My
you
plan-
planning on going forward?
I still want to see like what the end of this year does.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not shook by this, like whatever happened in the last 48 hours. Like this is just normal. This is normal bull market style stuff. To see that huge regurgitation of price and then the swift buy back up, it's like, oh yeah, it's obvious what they're up to. They're just cleaning out the longs, like all the liquidity of the latecomers that set longs, you know, at about 95k and either took profit up high or they, you know, they wrote it back down and got licked. But so that, yeah, I'm not shook by that move whatsoever. Like, 'cause it's to be expected, right? That's what I think. And then you've got next year, you've got a new SEC chair coming in. Obviously, the government's changing. So there's inauguration on the 20th of January, which could cause a lot of, you know, that could be a hype train in itself. Like all of January leading up to that could be a hype train. Just like, you know, the ETF, when we were waiting for the approvals, like that caused a rally all the way up into it, right from when it was a rumor all the way up to, you know, approval day. Something like that, you know, that everyone wants to be on board for that run. Yeah, if there's a sign of a top, that something will catalyze that. So I think there'll be like a big indication of, okay, something broke, you know, so we've lost some pretty key supports, like the oscillators will show signs and like the moving averages, the death cross kind of stuff. Yeah. I think there'll be signs, but man, I'm still in. I haven't probably silly, but I haven't taken any degree of profits yet.
That's not silly. We're still going up, dude.
Yeah,
you're the one that's right now.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's
right?
it's just, yeah. I don't think it'd be. If you had built something, it really depends on the context of where you got in and what time frame you're playing, whether you're on leverage or spot. All that stuff matters as to what you should do. And by no means do I have any instruction for anybody. Like, this is just what I'm doing personally. I don't know, you've got your approach as well.
I'm just asking you what your idea is. Like, what are you trying to do here?
Yeah, so I'm in longs.
Not if it's right or wrong or whatever.
I
I'm not gonna question any of that shit.
Yeah. So I think like we're still very elevated. If you look at the EMA cross, like, you know, how people look for the death cross, golden cross situation, even on the 4-hour time frame, we're still very much elevated above the 200 EMA. This dip almost got us in touch with that. The daily has only just opened up, like after that golden cross. Like it's on a very steep incline. It's actually kind of scary being that far away from the averages, right? Like, but
how are you playing it though, Rick?
I'm holding. I'm
There you go.
Into the new year. That's
There's your answer.
Don't let it freak you out.
Those who are positioned are gonna. Yeah. Those who are positioned will take profit, and those who are not positioned will get wrecked.
Or just wait. That's what I was wondering. Because I know now, I'm just waiting. Rick. I saw that opportunity there to buy, but I was like, I'm not gonna be able to like get in time for that wick there, and I was like, I'll just wait for the next one. And that's basically just how my mindset has been. Yeah. So I was just wondering where your brain base was in regards to like what you're doing. If you're holding, if you're planning on getting in, if you're patient, like if you're going to be waiting, if you're going to be,
I would say, okay, as far as my total, like all of my money in crypto, I can split it this way. About 90% of it is sitting in longs and is still sitting in longs. I haven't done anything with it. The whole thing, like the whole ride of a bull market is crazy. Like, to get perspective on it, just jump out on the daily chart. Go back to 2020 into 2021 bull market, and you can see like how it treats that 50 EMA on the daily. Like, it gets really wild. There's a lot of rewinds, like, you know, 42K all the way back down to 29K was very crazy. But even that did not turn off the bull market. That wasn't the top. There was still a lot more movement up into the new year, like into 2021. It was a weird cycle though, because that was off the back of COVID, and you know, inflation was going crazy, and there was quantitative easing. There was all these weird economic impacts, and then the stock market obviously found a top and went into a bear market. But yeah, Bitcoin hit its top first and then followed it. But yeah, like, look at this. This is a good way to sort of gauge it. Is how did Bitcoin behave in the past, like, run up in the markup phase? Because I think it, like, look, it got a golden cross right here. It rode the 50 daily moving average, and there's a lot of volatility in that. Like, if you were to zoom in and see, you know, look at the drama here. Like, you hit a high, you did a big rewind, 21% drop. Came up, look at this drop. This is when we were dealing with the all-time high of $20,000 at the time. Huge dropout, 16%. Another one. Finally got the break. Huge run up. Found a high. Dumped 10%. I think the dump we had just now, like, look at the range of this wick from the high to the low. That's 13%. That's a pretty decent size, considering our price. Like, because the higher up you are, the performance is going to be smaller. So that the drops, even though it is like, what's that drop being? $13,000 drop. A $13,000 drop is a big deal. But so just to give you like a conclusion on it and where my head's at, is we've only just done a golden cross on the daily over here, right here. It was literally right there. So yes, it's begun, obviously, and we're only, what, 45 days into it since that golden cross. And that's pretty much how I'm looking at it. Just zooming out and expecting there to be, like, you know, more drama on the way up, and then that's about it.
I can't handle more drama.
Yeah.
I'm done with the drama.
Price drama or
That's
Discord
it.
drama? Both.
Oh, well, I'm sure the one follows the other, right? So, yeah.
That it does, yeah. It's a lot of that.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I think that was a good analysis, Rick. Great job.
Thank you, dude. Yeah. It's pretty vague. It's a vague analysis, but it gives you some idea. I'm more bullish than bearish at the moment. But when it turns, I'm gonna be a bear, man. I will switch when it's necessary. Like, I'm gonna look for shorts. I'll be doing shorting. I'll be, you know.
Well, yeah, that's the dream.
When it matters.
The dream is for you to be able to fucking flip, like, you know, on a dime.
Yes.
Right? Like.
Mm-hmm. And a death cross on the daily, that's a big deal. And you know, PieSci, there's going to be so many little hints about the top, like radical divergences, and you know, you got a bearish divergence on the weekly, you've got a death cross, you've got this, you've got that. There's going to be a lot of signs of that shit. Lower highs breaking macro structure, like market structure. the scary thing is right now, like if you're looking at macro weekly, we are so far away from the previous pivot low. The previous pivot low is down at $49,000. That is a big drop. Like that's scary. On the
That's some
weekly time
scary
frame.
stuff.
Yep. That would
Can I
be a
very quickly interject here, Rick?
Yes.
Very briefly. It's so funny. I got the news on right now, just in the background while I'm eating. And dude, I swear they've said Doge like 10 times in the past 5 minutes.
Oh,
It's just so
subliminal.
it's so
subliminal.
weird, dude, hearing them all say Doge. All these like media people.
They're trying to do that subliminal messaging stuff.
It's bull market stuff, man. That's what happens.
You're talking about the Department of Government Efficiency with Elon and Ramaswamy. They were on Capitol Hill today talking about the thing, Doge.
About Doge, yeah. So we're about, what, less than 40 minutes from the daily close now. 36 minutes. Doge has settled back to 43 cents again. The big magnet, the Doge magnet.
The big Doge.
Big Doge magnet. Yeah. But yeah, so with like being 90% long and just hanging in there, I'm not the trader that a lot of people are in here. Like I suck at it. I first to admit that. I've got a lot to practice and learn with trading, and even my emotions on a trading kind of in the trading realm. I get caught up in FOMO and the fear of it all and all that shit. Like just there's a lot of people that run rings around me as a trader. I'm not very good at trading, but it'd be good to get that practice in and get good at it. And
that's the name of the game, Rick.
Yeah, lower time frame stuff, man. Like all the sub 1 hour chart trading. The swings, trading the noise, basically. Trading all the noise.
And those things don't go away. The FOMO.
Yeah.
You just have to.
No.
You have to learn how to just kind of
fight
push it down.
Yeah.
And then when you're getting into it, you got to realize that you're getting into it as fast as possible, because you're not always gonna you're not always gonna know that you're in it. But you know what I'm trying to say. You gotta. What you want to work on is realizing 10% faster, 10 minutes faster, 20 minutes faster, 30 minutes faster, 40 minutes faster. Every time you start, you're leveling up. So you get yourself out of that funk. Don't go on tilt. Which when you go on tilt, see all your shit later.
Goodbye.
And so that's where my head's at. What about you, B? What do you reckon? What's your take on where we're going?
Okay, so I've bought some poopy coins, and I've what else? So I bought some coins that are like meme coins in small quantities. I've also bought like gaming coins and whatnot, like just any coins that haven't made their run yet. That have only made like a 200% move from the bottom or 300. Whereas I think that they're very likely to make larger percent. So you can, I forgot what exchange it is, but on one of those like MEXC, FEMEX, one of those, you can go through and there's like, it already divides the coins into sectors. So privacy, gaming, AI, like all the different Solana chain, like shit like that, right? So it'll divide them into the like tag it's in, and you can just see like which waves haven't really hit yet, like which coins have not really ran, and just start purchasing into those. And then when those finally run, you could sell off and throw it into the coins that haven't pumped yet again. You get what I'm saying? Like just keep which I'm sure that's what a lot of people do. They put it in BTC first. BTC made a big run, the majority of its run, then they moved it to Ethereum likely, and then after that they're moving it into, like they're slowly splitting everything back up.
Yeah.
So
that's a good approach. I like that. It makes a lot of sense, and it's happened in the prior cycle too, and prior cycles. you get the rotation of capital like flowing through Bitcoin first, then Bitcoin gives up its dominance and the rest of the market has a turn to ride. And you get all these different chapters like, oh yeah, Solana's running, oh, it's Ethereum's week this week, you know. XRP, like we've seen XRP XLM came up like 2 weeks ago, whenever that was, and that was its time, you know.
Yeah, and it's to the point where you get like you end up getting like you see it, you know, like it's like confirmed practically because you see it on the chart. It's obvious, like where you know, like last cycle we knew that there were these phases and they existed, you know, like it's not like something that's like a secret and nobody knows about. So
yeah,
like you can even see it in the sentiment, like people that are not really around the market like we are all the time, they're like, you know, that
you didn't believe in it 2 weeks ago.
Believe what? The phases?
Yeah, the cycles.
No, not that kind of stuff. Like, dude, I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the 4-year cycle shit. I'm talking about the
the rotation.
The rotation of coins. Yeah,
Oh,
like
okay.
you can hear nobody in here has come in saying Ethereum's gonna overtake BTC. This is the time. It's gonna decoupling is gonna happen. But BTC is gonna. I mean, Ethereum's gonna go on a run in 2 months.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the flippening is gonna go on a run in 2 months, and it was like Ethereum's decoupling from BTC. It's gonna take over dominance. You know, like you like these narratives just pop up, and you know, yeah.
When ETH runs, everyone's going to start talking about ETH is going to flip Bitcoin again, and then Bitcoin's going to say, "Hold my beer, ETH."
So B, another thing that I've said already a couple of times is I'm actually looking forward to the next bear market because I feel like I could have done so much better to prepare for this bull that we're in now. And yeah, it's just experience, man. Like you get it under your belt and you realize how to approach it differently the next time. And I'm sure everyone in here can attest to that too. Like, you know, we can all play it way
feel
better.
the same exact way.
Yeah.
Yep. And we're in the phase when we get bullish like this. It's in the phase where like someone's like, "Oh, it's gonna drop." It's like, yeah, it probably is. It's probably also gonna bounce right back up. Like this dip we just did, where we kind of double bottomed at that 91,000.
Yeah.
Like to me, that's a pretty predictable bounce spot. But if somebody would have said, "Oh, I bet we bounce from there and in one candle go back above the support and the resistance from the triangle we were in yesterday," I'd be like, okay, possible, unlikely, but here we are doing it.
Yeah.
Like if you look on the 2 hour or 4 hour, we might close this candle above the whole freaking triangle.
Yeah, could be. Yep, I can see it.
The ironic thing is it's a classic fucking Bitcoin move, but you just never see it coming.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's fast. Like you have to, if you want to try and take advantage of it, you sort of had to be there waiting to catch it, you know? You would have had to have had limit buys set at 91k, for example, that kind of stuff.
Well, and that's the kind of thing when people are like, "Oh, I feel like I came in too late and I don't have a clear entry." It's like, just set an entry down 10, 15, 20% for part of the bag you want to build. Set another one down for 30%, and you might get a wick like this. You might get like really pleasantly surprised, you know?
So I think one of the biggest hints that you can go look at is that Coinank heat map, because it shows you where all of the liquidity is sitting. It was right there in front of us. Like, I'll take a photo of it and put it in general. Sorry, a screenshot. Okay, look at that picture, and you see the wick down. It cleared all of that hotness on the heat map, all of that color there. That's liquidity, and that's long liquidity, and the price went down just far enough to snatch all of that up. And now that it's done that, it's like, cool, let's turn around and go, you know, get back on track. And you can see where all the hot spots around the middle of the picture. You can see all of that short liquidity got snagged up too when it popped.
Rick, you got to repost the picture.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, it can go in there too. I'll post it everywhere. It's just a heat map.
I'm like looking around for what you're talking about. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, sorry, there it is.
I want to go to CoinAnk right now.
Yeah, look at that shit. Look at so now it's like, okay, what's next? It's like, where's the color building up? You've got all of that. There's a lot of heat on top now, as people probably shorted this move, you know, sort of playing, oh yeah, we got 100k, now we have to do our back testing and, you know, step down to step back up kind of thing. So that's a good tool. I think it's worth keeping an eye on the heat maps and seeing where all that liquidity is sitting, and then set buys around that zone or sells depending on which direction, you know. So like, yeah, look, just if you were to read it now, it's like, okay, we've snatched all that liquidity up. Now we've got the most local area to go liquidate is at $105,000, right? 105k all the way up to, like, what's that? 107,250. So it makes sense to go there, and then you know, there might be a whole bunch of longs that have built up in the time that it takes for us to get up there, and then they'll snap it back the other way again to clear out the longs and so on and so forth. But yeah, look, there's not many. It's not very hot on top. Have you noticed that? It got way hotter down low. Like, there was more longs to clear than shorts. Though, look at that bit. That was nasty. That was very bright. That was a big hot spot of liquidity sitting there at 99k. 99,400. Kwai and I were looking at this 2 days ago, or 1 day ago, I don't know, something like that. Shit. And then the crazy thing is, you can go out to like the 6-month chart and see that there's so much long liquidity, but it's so far gone. It's like way down. It's like down at like 40 something K. Oh wait, no, not even that far. 65k. There's like a big chunk of long liquidity that never got collected. It's still alive. Like, all these longs from down here are still alive, and they're growing with the market. The daily's like, what, 25 minutes away?
No. Yes.
Yeah. It's looking like that 2017 candle, man.
Oh no.
The Darth Maul
Anyone in a short? Is anybody in a short? Is anyone in a short?
No. But you got one of these candles. I'll put it in general. The Darth Maul with the 2 wicks.
The old double-ended heat stick.
Laser sword. Laser sword. How do you guys say sword? Sword.
We say sword. Sword.
Yeah, Sammy. Where's Sammy? Laser sword.
5 o'clock over there yet? Yeah, 6:30. Be here soon.
Damn, look at the Tron. The
Tuesday.
What? So Tron, the Tuesday candle that pumped like crazy, and then it rewound 23%, and now it's like, yeah, it's kind of settling halfway, the 0.5 like area on Tron, the Tron daily chart. That's crazy, dude. What's the guy's name? The head of Tron?
Justin Sun.
Justin Sun. Man, he'd be partying hard. He ate that banana, remember? Someone had like a piece of artwork that was over $1 million. It's just a banana stuck to the wall with duct tape.
Hey, don't fuck.
And
don't
he
mess with
ate it.
Justin's son.
He fucking ate the banana. He bought it and then ate the banana.
Are you serious? That's
Yeah.
fucking awesome. That was like the most garbage piece of art ever.
I know, yeah, that's the point. Like, it's so ridiculous. And then he ate the ridiculous art as a flex.
Someone's like,
I
it's
guess.
priceless, and he's
Yeah,
like, no,
he's
ate
like,
it.
"Fuck it,
Now
I'll
it's
eat it."
worthless. Correction,
Yeah.
it's worthless.
That is
Yeah,
like
they made a
that's-
meme coin off of him fucking
Yeah.
eating it.
That is a rich guy flex. Like, yeah, I just ate the banana that was worth this much, you know? Crazy.
Hey, Meat, are you charting render at all? I'm just curious what you think about the move over the last 24 hours. Like, it just seems very odd to me. I mean, it did get above the channel that we've been in, and it seems to be holding us support, but it just, I don't know. It was a weird move.
How much is a banana? A couple of dollars? And the duct tape.
Well, Rick, you're failing to account for inflation, so it's more like 1 point something million apparently.
Yeah, that's it. Things are really shaking up right now, like Solana, wicks on both sides on the hourly chart. XRP's like threatening to lose its support at the moment, like just the local. Is that $2?
Okay. So Rick, I just made this like custom thingy-mabobber. Let me see. Let me get it working first. Save image. Desktop, save. Let me get it running. And then I want to know what you think.
Right.
Blue, 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 blue. Sources. Add media file. Add source. I'm gonna do better ones than this, but browse. Desktop. Open. Oh, it's not a media file. It's a PNG. So it's considered an image file. 1 segundo.
Cardano came up to a 382 cycle retracement. Now it has bearish divergence on the daily.
Yearish.
Right at 131. It stopped almost right on it. That's also a level of previous support from the previous cycle and resistance. So I sold a little bit of my Cardano. I mean, I don't even know what it could do from here. It could do maybe like from this price point, possibly another 5x.
I'm
I
kind
gotta
of
start.
seeing bullish divergence on the 4 hour though. That's kind of been going for a little bit.
Bullish divergence. Hasn't really made any lower lows. You mean hidden bullish? I see hidden bullish.
Yeah. On like a long-term uptrend.
Yeah, there's a hidden bullish from that previous low at 106, and then the RSI just made a lower low. The price stopped at 114. So if it holds above that previous low, then yeah, that'd be hidden bullish.
How many minutes left? 16. Daily candle things.
I think Cardano might come back to test the March highs around like 82 cents. I have a limit order set there. I sold some of my Cardano. I put a limit order back at 82 cents. I might end up pulling it though and putting it into something else instead. And then Algorand. That thing fucking ripped it, I think, to like what did I see? Really? Yeah, that 1450-day SMA that I talk about, basically a 4-year moving average. It hasn't closed any dailies above that, and the last 2 dailies have been red. So I'll probably reposition my Algorand. I definitely want more Algorand. That could probably, let me see, would this retest the March highs? March high would be almost a 618 retracement back to 32 cents, 29 cents, like on the higher side, 35, lower side, 29. If it was to rehold that, if it was to hold that previous top. But it did also break this 40-cent level. There's potential it could hold there before giving it another try. But I remember this was the same sort of setup. Like I was seeing this type of thing. And you also have a big ass gravestone doji on Algorand on the daily at the top of the trend. It was followed by bearish engulfing, and now this one's red too. So I'm probably going to try to reposition a decent portion of my Algorand, but that's something I definitely want to keep. Maybe instead of buying back into Cardano, I'll just put it all back into ALGO. So much of my ALGO is staking though. I have a bunch of it already, but I'd rather have more of that because I think it can do higher multiples than ADA. And man, that thing is not even close to recovering back to its previous high. If it was to make the same move Cardano did, Algorand would be at $1.47. The 200 week SMA is also, looks like it could be rejecting from that as well. We'll see. I might see if it will rally back up to like 51 cents, and then I'll probably sell more. And then try to target like 30, between 30 and 35.
It hasn't closed a candle below the 50 EMA on the 4-hour chart since November 5th, since election day. And this 4-hour candle it's currently on looks like it's potentially catching support from it. So it'll be interesting to see if that EMA becomes support or if price continues to drop or not. I think both are possible.
Yeah, I could see a bounce from here, like just a short-term bounce though, and then it might put in a lower high. So I'm gonna keep an eye on that. Maybe it takes like maybe it doesn't do it till tomorrow or something. But if it rallies back up to like 51 and it doesn't make it past that, I'll probably sell a little bit more and try to reposition it. Otherwise, I guess I'll just hold that. A lot of these fucking things still have so much further to go, though.
When AI season?
Yeah. 9 minutes, man.
It's coming. It's coming. You watch near render,
dude.
Did you see render?
I would love.
I
would love nothing more for Bitcoin to just chill in this range for the next month or two, and just let the rest of the
Absolutely.
market get some activity. You know, that's cool. That could happen.
100%.
Yeah. Just let it level out. Let it get boring at this area for a while. Let the rest of the market catch up.
Injective pumped 118% from its local bottom.
I fucking love Injective. I got so much Injective, it's ridiculous.
I got some too. I got a pretty decent amount. I wish I had more, but it's also not one of those. It's like you look at it, you're like, I can't get a 25x out of this, you know?
Right. No, you're right. But it was safe. It's like a safe. I guarantee you, I can get 5x. You know?
Right. Exactly. It's the safer one. You feel better. It's something you feel better about holding.
For sure. And it may surprise you, to be honest, because I mean that all-time high at 53 is easy. You know, easy.
Yeah, if it takes that out.
And I have it like I have it at like 17, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have some at, I think my average is somewhere around 20, the low 20s.
Yeah. Same shit, not bad. Hell yeah. But yeah, Render made a little move here recently, so, and it's been in this little fucking upward channel that it broke out of, and just look at this. Oh my god. I just pulled it up again. Tell me how bullish this looks. Let me do a little snippet. Boom, boom.
It was just such a weird way to get above that channel for support, though. I've got it just like that, and I'm like, all right. Like, it would have been nice if we could have started a new channel up around 12 cents instead. I mean, I like the back test of the channel that it came out of. Don't get me wrong.
And that extreme high up at $12. You know, it's like it's going there. You know, just give it a minute.
Arkham's doing really well. Arkham is almost back at its all-time high. This bottom wick here, back in August, it's up 255%.
Jesus. I've been hearing a lot of chatter about Bitcoin Cash. I know Static's one of them. What do you see for Bitcoin Cash? I have none of that. I have no skin in the game.
Yeah, I hate BCH. I got stuck in a bag and I dropped it the last time it pumped, and I was like, just happy to be out of it. You can look at it still, though.
No, but that's another one. Even if it got to all-time highs, it's like a 4x. You know, it's not that fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it's
all-time
forming.
high is 4,000. Never mind.
It did this nice like cup sort of rounded bottom sort of looking thing, and now it's like looking like it could be making a cup formation if it returns back to that 723.
If it comes back to that 200 on really grab some, I guess.
Speaking to fundamentals and like catalysts that could come out into this cycle, like, you know, into the months that, you know, especially after we get a new SEC chair, all that kind of thing. All of these organizations that applied and got past the Bitcoin spot ETFs, how many things are they now going to roll out and apply and probably get it off the ground faster this time? By the way, there's already talk of that crypto index ETF, like, which is just all the blue chips pretty much in an index as an ETF. So yeah, man, like there's going to be Solana. There's talk of an XRP ETF.
I mean,
I don't doubt Doge will probably get. They're going to try and, you know, put that through as well, maybe. Yeah.
I seriously doubt there's going to be a Doge ETF. If there is, I'll laugh my ass off.
Well, one way it could get in is via that multi one, like the index, because it's a top 10 coin, man.
Yeah,
it seems ridiculous, but it is a top 10 crypto. Like it's there.
I'm waiting for the small cap crypto ETF. Like, if they make a small cap crypto ETF, I'll just put all of my money in that.
Like Pepe Lord
4 years
or some shit.
Yeah, I mean, not even like meme coins and shit. Like, they probably won't put meme coins in there, but probably like
page 600. Or, you know,
well, I'm talking about like the lower 200, you know, maybe the lower half of the lower half of the 100.
That would be interesting. Imagine a crypto 3000 index, like the top 3000 cryptos as an index.
Oh, jeez.
Pretty funny. Or like,
and just all of them.
Yeah, just like a different array. Yeah, like a meme index, or like, you know, the DeFi index ETF.
It's literally, imagine it's literally just total.
Yeah,
like just like people buying into total. Yeah.
Yeah.
What would be funny is if you had a top 1,000 or top 3,000, whatever it is, and it just stayed flat all the time because one thing goes up and another thing goes down, and they all even out.
They balance out. Yeah. And all that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm sure they'd be kind of crazy. if they're making money off the Bitcoin ETF, the spot, like all these different funds, right? Like, you know, BlackRock, Fidelity, ARK Invest, all them. Surely it'd make them hungry to make more. Like if it's actually making them money and.
Yeah, it's
why-
so
why
hard to
wouldn't
get
they?
that shit passed.
Well, yeah, it was hard to get it past Gary Gensler and his team, the SEC, but they had to work pretty hard and it took a long time. But with someone new in there, fingers crossed, maybe it'll get easier. Maybe it'll become smoother.
Yeah. The game could certainly change here soon. Yeah.
Yep. Especially when the government has interest, like Wall Street has interest in crypto now. So
That's what I said, Rick.
It's an easy
Imagine
party for
4
them to
years
play.
ago.
Yeah.
Imagine 4 years ago we were sitting here going, "Oh, nobody believes in this shit." Like, could you even imagine government and all these big industries buying crypto 4 years ago? No way.
Oh yeah, it was always like a pipe dream thing. People always spoke of, oh, wait for
Right.
the institutions, wait for the institutional money.
Mhm.
Remember that shit? They
It's
used to
all a
always
dream.
always used to talk about institutional money coming in. It's like,
Yeah.
what do you mean? What is this?
And that was only
institutional
4
thing?
years ago.
Yeah.
And that was a short 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dude, Peanut
So it's
really
hard
is
to
creeping
imagine
to
where
come
we'll
up.
be in 4 years from now.
Yeah.
You know?
That's it.
Yep.
I don't doubt that
Sorry,
there's going to be drama along the way. There's going to be all sorts of things.
Okay.
I
So
was just saying,
Rick,
Peanut. I just looked at the Peanut. Peanut really is creeping on a come up. It seems like it wants to hold those previous highs.
all right, Rick, go check my
Yes.
YouTube. What do you think of that layout?
Have a look. Oops.
The Peanut really
Oh,
is
yeah,
creeping on
that's
a come
great.
up. It seems like it wants
Love
to
it.
hold those previous highs.
Do you think it's better or is it All worse right. than the previous?
Dude,
Rick,
way better.
go check my YouTube.
Yes.
What do you
Way
think
better?
of that layout?
I'll let me pop a link into my side chat of my YouTube and then get people to go jump in there, add that to a new tab,
God damn it.
and hit like and subscribe and all the good stuff. This is
Done.
That's the
I'm the first to like it. I'm the first to like it.
This is the daily close right there.
drop bees in B's
Oh, that looks cool, dude.
chat in his side
Oh,
chat
that's
there.
cool,
Is there a cute little bee emoji? I'm sure there is.
I
Yeah,
like
there
yeah.
we go.
that, dude.
Yeah, put a bee in the chat. Bees in the chat. There's even a song for that. God damn it.
Yeah,
Well,
bees in the
Bees
chat.
in the
Bees,
chat,
bees
bees,
in the
bees.
chat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool. I like it. You got like a little a window to do other things
Yeah, it looks
in
good.
while you've got the live view of Bitcoin. Yeah.
Oh,
that's
what
great.
the frick just happened on that? Oh my gosh.
That screen.
Give me a sec. Yeah.
Oh, dude, the amount of times that I've accidentally shown a screen that I wasn't intending to show. It's like,
Okay,
oh shit, that's
there you
my
go.
Facebook.
It's
Oh my God.
fixed now. Yeah. No, it's fixed now. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, what the hell happened?
Oh, y'all are gonna post in the comments, but you're not gonna like it? What the fuck?
Yeah, smash the
Word.
like button. Subscribe.
I already liked it.
All good shit.
There's 3 people that commented and there's 4 likes.
Yep.
There's
dude.
there's 3 people that commented, and every single one of them is me. Imagine. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so you guys actually like this layout?
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
I would like
You
to
guys-
see it in different positions too.
That would take too much work because I'd have to send it back to my iPad and then cut
But
it all out.
the B
Like
FUD link
doggy
is missing.
style.
The what? What?
The B FUD link is missing.
Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna add that.
Yeah, he wants to see it in different positions, like doggy style, like missionary, cowgirl.
Yeah, cowgirl for sure.
Oh, we got the daily. What does that daily candle look like? Yeah, it's a Darth Maul candle. Straight.
Oh
up.
yeah, dude.
Oh yeah.
Darth Maul.
So you'll
Oh, yeah.
get wrecked candle, the double wrecker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think you're gonna trade Bitcoin? Watch this.
Yeah.
Oh, that is ugly.
Man, trying to keep an open mind also, there could be a correction on the way out of this too. Like further correction. I don't know,
That's what
we'll
I'm
see.
thinking.
Yep.
That's why I
Rick,
sold
that's-
some of my stuff. I sold a very small portion of my holdings, but I'm like not. I don't want to get left behind either, so I'm trying to be
Rick, that's
careful with
pretty
it.
much a 2017 candle right there.
Yeah, it does look a lot like that 2017 thing
Yeah.
that I was pointing out. Yeah.
We didn't close high enough though. I'm not liking it.
Yeah, it's not the highest. Yeah, it's basically it's a wick high, so it's a technical high, new all-time high and all that. But yeah,
Right.
the daily closes were pretty much just where it's still in that range that we've been in for the last.
Let it come down so that friggin' the altcoins will have a good correction. Then poor people like me can buy more.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the fresh day, sometimes it takes a couple of hours to really see what's cooking for that day. You know, like the first hour or two might be not representative of what the rest of the day is gonna do. You know, you could spend the first 2 hours dipping. Sometimes, you know.
Yeah, sometimes you settle for a girl late at night when you're drunk, and you wake up in the morning, and all of a sudden you find out she's making you breakfast.
It's a
You know,
happy
like-
surprise.
Like tomorrow morning, like it could look a lot different.
Yeah.
It usually goes the wrong way, just saying.
Well, that's usually.
I don't know. Alts see that it wants to go. Let's go, alts. Come on. Whatever. Trend sideways, BTC.
Yeah, it's kind of back to its that range, man, that we've been in for 17 days or however long. Just noise in a channel.
You got it.
Yeah. Even this is part of it, really. Back here, when we were dancing around 90,000. So you can
When
pretty
we
much
were
all of it.
dancing.
It's all just sideways noise, really. Slightly up though, on a climb, but. That spike up to above 100k invalidated the head and shoulders idea that was cooking, because that was scary. That was like, oh shit, okay. We're dealing with a reversal pattern here on a fairly high time frame, so that could have caused a correction. But here we are. It's very much like a, okay, now what situation.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I'm really not very excited. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I think it's a good thing.
Yeah.
It's like you let that
Think
hype
so?
wear off. Yeah, I think so. Yesterday was very hype because of the 100k and all that, but yeah, it's gonna get boring again for a bit, maybe. At least for Bitcoin.
I remember it's like
What
2
are
years
you-
ago.
What aren't
What's
you
that?
excited about, Clay?
I'm not excited.
About what?
I'm not
About all of
excited
crypto?
about crypto right now.
Why, Clay?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Rick says he thinks it's a good thing, but like Warren Buffett says, be greedy when others are fearful and fearful when others are greedy.
But what would you be excited about then? If it went lower?
Yeah.
Stayed violent.
I mean, maybe not as low as we did before,
So then
back
you're
in
thinking
August.
it's going to go up. That's why you're not excited.
I don't know if Bitcoin will go up from here. It's still like the jury's kind of out, but
Quiet.
that
I'm sorry to
range.
call it out, but you say that every day almost, or every week. It's true. You have. I think it's your preparedness for downside that gets you thinking this way. Maybe. You know.
Maybe. But you were going to say you remembered something 2 years ago also.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh yeah, like 2 years ago, there was this slow grind up into Christmas in the stock market, and crypto was on the floor and not doing anything. And I'm wondering if the sentiment is going to be kind of similar this year. Like the stock market was rising higher, and it was right before BTC took off, like up off the floor. So I'm wondering if the sentiment is going to be pretty similar this time.
2 years ago was the bottom of the bear market.
Yeah, no, but for crypto, but the stock market was ripping at the time.
Right.
Yeah, it seems like to me you're very willing to look backwards at history for things that match up with your thought of it going down, but then not look at other pieces of history. Like look at the trend of the bull cycle and where we're at compared to 2021, and we're like low on the bull cycle. Like we're in a place where if you're waiting for an entry hoping for a 30% dip, it may not come, and then you're going to feel even more lost if we're higher than we are now, if you weren't comfortable entering at this point. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I entered a lot of shit on the lows. Like I'm holding, like there's almost nothing that I'm holding that's red right now.
Then you're good. I mean, maybe we're just in a spot where there's nothing to do. Like there doesn't like it's fun to be like in and out of trades a bunch and like active with it, but sometimes there's points in the chart where it's like, oh, it's actually kind of doing the things I wanted it to do that I bought down low for. You just sit back and watch and ride it out. Smile.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, there is that part that I'm, excited about. I try not to say like I think it's going down every day. I don't think that.
I'm just being dramatic. But like,
I think
okay, it's good. It's sensible and it's responsible to plan for the downside and be on the hunt, be on the lookout for the warning signs, right? But I feel like you're doing yourself a disservice not to have a plan for upside, and and not have any ambition for an upside, or
my plan for upside is my plan for upside is my entire portfolio.
Well, there you go. Cool.
Like I've already got that covered. So that's why, if anything, if I focus on the downside, it's like, okay, well, where could this pivot be? Where could I maybe capitalize on potentially shorting something, or where could I capitalize on selling something and then have confidence that I can probably buy it back cheaper than where I sold it and end up with more coins. Ultimately, yeah, obviously, if I didn't want it to go up, I wouldn't want to hold more coins. I do want it to go up. It's just I want to hold as many coins as I can before it reaches its final destination. This is going to be a journey.
But that's where, like, the saying "pigs get slaughtered" or whatever. Like, if you're like, I've got to get more in, I'm waiting for this 30% drop. Like, that's borderline becoming too greedy, where you wind up like not getting that money in at all. Where that's why I like the idea of like setting, like if you've got like on Bitcoin, like if you had $100 right now you wanted to add into the market, like put 20 of it 20% down or 10% down, and put like 50 of it a little further down, and then the rest further. Like you can do it in increments so that if you do get a really big dip, it like is heavier on the bottom. Like you can kind of make moves like that are like more wishful thinking and hopium, like, oh, I hope it does come down here, but not like just waiting for the market to like tell you something, because it might just go up before it gives you any indication of anything going on, and then you're sitting there with 0 of that 100 you wanted to add back in there. You know what I mean?
It's a good point. And I also, to add to that, I don't think it was a matter of time, because you had plenty of time. It's just that your attention was skewed more towards leverage trading, day trading. You had plenty of time to build bags, and a lot of us encouraged you to do that, and you did, but now you're not happy with how much you did. So just remember that next time and be very mindful of that. And you still may get a chance to do that in this cycle, but you just have to. You can't wait for these things. You can't wait for confirmation. You can't wait for the skies to clear. You got to be pre-positioned at the worst times when everyone's gone.
Yeah. Or just sit with what you've got now and kind of rationalize it as, I don't see the opportunity I'm looking for. I'm going to wait until I clearly see the opportunity. And maybe it doesn't come until higher up. Maybe tomorrow we drop 30%, but maybe it doesn't come for 2 more months, but when it comes, it's a 30% pullback. And, if you take some profits when we're up there and buy more coins 30% down, that's still a 30% increase.
Oh yeah. And yeah. I think that's a great idea. I think that's what you should do from this point, Kwai, because we can't go backwards, right? So just start stacking as much cash as you can, take profits on the things that run really hot, and then just be prepared for that pullback so that you can catch it to the best of your ability when it comes.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. That's why I sold some stuff like today and yesterday. Over the last couple of days, I've been selling a few things, like just little bits of my bags, because in case it doesn't pull back, I still want to be holding the majority of it. And if it does, at least I'll have some dry powder to pick up a few extra coins. That's really the best I can do at this point. That's kind of how you trade an uptrend. You buy the dips, sell the rips, buy the dips, sell the rips. Do it over and over again. Just don't sell the majority of your position.
Yeah, and when you're doing that, price is less important than percentages. So, yeah, it'd be nice if Bitcoin came back down to 80 or 75, but if it goes up to 150 and pulls back to 100, that's a big pullback too, percentage-wise.
Yeah, now that it's hit 100K, I don't really care about Bitcoin. Honestly, I think Bitcoin's just going to go sideways right now.
Yeah, I'm just using it
maybe
for
you see it. Yeah, I get
example,
I get what you mean. Go up, pull back. That was what was once resistance becomes support. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really see Bitcoin doing anything besides going sideways for now. If it does, it kind of reminds me of the formation that we did right before the ETFs. Like same time of year too, December, January. It was kind of going in a sideways range, and there was these huge liquidation wicks, like repeatedly on both sides. And then it hit 48K, it pulled back to 38, and then it was just off to the races from there. It had sort of a week or two to correct and calm down, and then it made its next big leg up. So if we do get a correction, like when I say, oh, I think it's going to go down or I think it's going to sell off, I don't mean like, oh, we're going to sell off and make a lower low and like, go into an extended downtrend. Like very rarely do I actually mean that sort of thing. Most of the downtrends that we've seen haven't lasted more than 2 weeks. Some of them maybe 3 weeks. But even in this whole bear cycle, like typically you don't see it trending down, even on the extended moves to the downside. You typically don't see it going down for more than about 2 weeks. I mean, there's a few, if you want to count this sideways range, there was a few times where it went down for a month at a time back in April, from April to October, or March to October of 2023. You'd have 2 weeks to the upside, then a month down, then 2 weeks up, and then a month down, and then that was sort of where the reaccumulation ended, and it just started going up there ever since then. So pretty much ever since October of 23, which has been more than a year since then now. My God, how time fucking flies. We haven't gotten any sort of extended downtrend that lasted more than like 2 or 3 weeks. Like I can't see anything on the chart where we were after October of 23. I can't see anything on the chart where we trended down for more than 3 weeks. And only once did that really happen, and it was after I don't know, we started putting this double top in June, and it trended down for 28 days.
But you're like, this goes back to what I said, where like I think you're looking backwards at the wrong part of the cycle. Like you need to be looking back at like 2021. Like I feel like maybe you're not accepting yet, or, and it's an individual thing. So I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I think you're not feeling like we're in the bull cycle yet. So you keep looking at price action during the bear cycle. And
well, even in 2021, like January 8th of 2021, you had this move. You had a extended move down that lasted 2 weeks, and it ultimately dropped 30%. So it dropped from 42K down to 30K, and that took almost 3 weeks before it started moving back up again.
Okay. Are you like looking at a chart? Sorry, this is just a little quick rant since I've been kind of active on the Discord the last few weeks. Like, it seems like a lot of people talk about their charts but don't have it on screen, and I'm like a follow along kind of guy.
Oh yeah, hold on, let me share.
Give me some visuals, bro.
Yeah, I'll share my chart. Hold on. All right, I'm up there.
Got it.
So this is basically what I'll just go back to the few times I was talking about before. This one, so this was before the bull cycle really started. That was about 2 weeks, right, for that drawdown. We had a few weeks of up, about a month of up, and then 2 months of down. Then this, I think, was like 2 or 3 weeks of up. No, that was a month up, and then 2 months down. But this was like sideways, right? This was like a reaccumulation. Ever since then, I mean, this correction, there was really no corrections back here, but this correction was less than 2 weeks before it made this big move up. This one here, a week. I guess if you were to count this as one whole thing, that was like about 3 weeks. This was the longest one. This took the longest amount of time. That was almost a month. This one here was only like a week. This one here was only less than 2 weeks. This was less than 2 weeks. And then so on, like everything else was probably about a week. Like this one, I think only lasted a week. I shorted this actually, and then came down for about a week. So we haven't gotten, and then this one was less than a week, right? So we haven't really gotten anything. If I would suggest a correction, I would suggest that it would only last probably about 2 weeks, because that's what we've been seeing so far in the bull cycle, aside from these, you know, sort of sideways reaccumulation thing. And if we go back to the 2021 cycle, which is here, if we're thinking that maybe we're somewhere around here right now, like let's just say for you know, for shit's sake, that what if we're about here in the bull cycle? Well, you still had a correction down here that actually lasted more than 2 weeks, almost 3 weeks. This correction happened. It was a 30% correction. Was this whole pop here, and that was after a really big aggressive move up. And you actually sort of had this similar looking sort of sideways reaccumulation. So this was COVID, so we'll ignore that. But here, we'll take it from here. You sort of had like, you know, a month and a half up, and then this was probably about a month and a half of down. This was a month up. This was a month down. And then you took off on these bigger moves, which is what we already started to do over here. So after this whole phase, which I'd say is probably pretty similar to this whole phase, you got this big move up, had a slight correction, bigger move up. Bigger move up. Now this, you could potentially say that this right here is sort of more like this right here, except instead of just a month or 3 weeks, it lasted 7 months. So it's hard to say sort of where we're at in the cycle, and things were moving a lot faster back then. I mean, what if we could kind of almost be up here? This correction that happened, which I'm not saying that this would be the thing, but that's 26% over a week. And then it didn't go too much higher after that before something more severe happened. So it's hard to really gauge what this cycle is going to look like by looking at this. Because
Yeah,
this
it's
whole fucking
interesting because
mess.
I have like a whole different mindset of like where we are. I agree we could do a 30% pullback. I think it's not going to come for a little bit longer, but I mean, that's a coin flip. It could happen tomorrow. It could not come till March, who knows? But like I'm at the point in the cycle where instead of looking back in the charts and like looking at every pullback and analyzing the shit out of every pullback, I'm in optimism. I'm in a bullish phase where I'm looking at where Bitcoin went up and how long did it go up and how fast did it go up.
Yeah.
And you're just focusing on all the downs. And I mean, I get it because you want to add coins, so you want to be prepared for, you know, selling on the rips and buying on the dips. But I just think you're so focused on the down that's maybe causing some of the like cloudiness and the way you're looking at the charts right now.
Well, there hasn't really been much of anything but up recently, so. But I want to look at this real quick. Bars pattern. Let's take this fractal. And I'm going to bring it out to probably about here. Now, if we take this, you know how I was saying like this whole sort of sideways reaccumulation could have been what this was? Well, what if actually what it was this little part here? This was the reaccumulation. Move up, slight correction, another move up, and then a long, like multi-month correction downwards. That took forever before we made our next big move up. So now, having taken that fractal, and this is just to sort of try to better understand where we might be at in the cycle phase, is if this was the bottom, and I'm trying to match sort of these two little peaks up to here, and it's not going to fit perfectly, but see these two little peaks on the yellow could be these two peaks here, and that's sort of the reaccumulation phase. And then see how that kind of nicely matches up with that pullback, and then you get this multi-month pullback and drawdown here. Well, we've shot up now. We're already past this part. Like if I kind of squeeze this down a little bit so that it fits this better, I would think that we're already kind of past this part, right? Where we push up into the next zone. And then what happened after this fractal was COVID. So we'll ignore that. But let's see if afterwards, I mean, what kind of happened out of COVID? Because this is kind of a recovery. You were kind of back about here. So maybe we can take a fractal from here to here. So if this was to happen after COVID, then I would go to sort of the thought process of, well, maybe this move that we've gotten here is sort of just this part. And you get this bigger correction down to this 85K or something. Yeah, I mean, maybe it ends up going lower to like this 73, because if you look at the VPVR, me and Rick were looking at this. Why is it not on my chart? I'll have to just put it on there manually.
I like everything you're saying. Like I see where the fractals work and overlay, but I think it's the kind of thing where we're like, all right, let's predict the weather for the rest of this month, and we know that like seasons are pretty much the same year round, and you're going back and grabbing August and overlaying it on December and saying, I think it's going to be 90 degrees on the East Coast in the U.S. in December. Like, is it possible? Yes. But is it going with the like long-term trend and how like the in that case the calendar, or in Bitcoin's case the way the 4-year crypto cycle has worked for multiple cycles? Like I think the cycle can be different each time, but not in like a drastic way to where we're gonna have a like several month downturn. Like I think the way you're laying that out, like I think that is definitely in the realm of possibility. Like we could, go into January on a downturn. I think it's highly unlikely, but I and Rick and I were talking about this late last night. I showed him some predictions that had Bitcoin maybe going to 1 million and kind of the catalyst for it. And do I think Bitcoin's going to go to 1 million? Probably not, but is it in the realm of possibility? Yes, like because it's just it's an unpredictable market. Like the cycle does tend to repeat, but you don't know. Like, are we going to top out at 250 or 1 million, or is this the top and we go back down? Like you've got to be open to all the possibilities. So I'm open to the idea of us going back down to 80 or 76. But I think you're just like digging back on the charts and like grabbing time periods that explain what you already think is going to happen. Like you're finding things on the chart to confirm that to me don't align because of the part of the cycle you're grabbing it from, if that makes sense.
I mean, yeah, the thing is with the seasonality stuff is that like you have an on year and an off year. Like something I've noticed, like it'll do something in June one year, and then the next year in June it does something the opposite, and then the following year it goes back to doing what the previous June did.
But
like the first one out of the set of 3.
But to me, once we enter into the bull cycle, which is where I think we are, and maybe you don't think we're in the bull cycle yet, but if you're going to compare month to month, or like maybe a quarter to a quarter, 6 months to 6 months, you have to go back 4 years to do that. Like you can't take a totally different season, same month but different season, and compare them.
Are you kidding me, bro? Look at this. Look at this move up here. Like this is no bull market. This is just a bear market rally. It's so convincing too. Like it even has new all-time highs and everything. That's a joke. No, yeah. I think we're obviously in the bull market, but I mean if you look at some other shit, like most of the altcoins, and let me bring up just others market cap, because I mean, yeah, we're pushing towards those previous highs, and if history repeats itself, when you push past the previous highs, yeah, it doesn't really stop and come back until you're already a lot much higher. So
Just
I mean, this was a pretty big correction.
Shout out. Solana and Ethereum are getting a little bit of movement there, creeping. I mean, Solana's got a bit more progress on Ethereum as far as structure goes, but yeah, it's looking kind of cool. Even Bitcoin's getting a little bit of interesting. It's trying to perhaps recover some of that correction.
This is cool that it took out the March highs. Back here, I thought it was going to get rejected by it and drop down again, but it didn't. Now it's taken out the March highs. So sort of any correction, like even if it's shallow, even if it's only back to the March highs, I'm going to be trying to eat that up. because you don't have too much time after that. Like, look at the last time. If we're approaching the previous all-time high, the last time we broke through, you had all this shit afterwards, and then you had a big correction, and then went up even higher, and then you started the bear market after that. So if this hump right here is sort of just something like this, or like this, and now right here is where we start to break.
But if you look, like on there where 2021 is, where it started to curl up and like really take off, like that's where it broke the previous all-time high, and once it left from there, it didn't revisit it until the bull cycle was done.
Well, you did have like, so you didn't come back to this, but you did have this correction right here, which, you know, brought you down 30% there. I mean, that's even more than 30%. It just wouldn't attach.
Right, but if you draw a horizontal line from the high, the previous high from the previous cycle, like once you break that previous cycle's high, you like don't come back there for a long time. So you're like thinking we're going to come back and retouch that next 30% pull back up.
No, I mean, I'm just saying touch this. But if it gets past this, then it will probably go up here before it comes back again.
I see what you mean. Yep.
So like it should, like I would think that it would come back and do something like this. And either maybe it's not that much. Maybe it's only 16%. Maybe it ends up being as much as 30%. But even if it's only to here, and it retests this high and holds it, and then goes off and tests this high, maybe then it comes back to retest this level one more time, and then, but I mean, there's a chance it doesn't even do this. There's a chance it just straight from here does that, and then we go up here before coming back.
Yep.
And then, I mean, I think we ultimately end up here, like a 1.5 to $2 trillion market cap on others, and then the next bear market collapse. Did this one? Yeah, so see, this one actually came right about to the top of the previous cycle. So the top of this previous cycle here, this was the all-time high for the others. It came up, and then in the bear market low, it retested the top of that. So maybe this is too severe, and it only comes back to do that after going much higher. Like, you know, maybe it goes up about the, like, let's say 1.6 trillion, and then comes back down and retests this previous all-time high. So I mean, I have like a really big macro, like bullish view on the whole thing. I'm just saying this, it hasn't taken out this high yet. So for this to happen, it kind of has to take out this high. But it is like it is bullish that we at least took out this high. So if I'm looking for any sort of correction, it would be maybe this type of thing, where we just retest this high, 16 or 17% down, but that would still mean like a 30% drop in altcoins. Or a more bearish case would be
why did you buy the dip?
A 0.5 recheck. What dip? 0.5 recheck this level, and then, you know, that'd be about 32%. That'd probably be about as much as I could ask for.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that would be, if I was still looking to get in the market, that's like where I would like scatter some of my, like I'd probably enter now at, you know, and I'm just using Bitcoin for an example. If I was buying Bitcoin, I'd buy in for 25 or 30% of what I'd want to be, and I'd have like limit buys between current price and down. But I think where you just drew that first line, that would be my biggest buy. And because I don't think there's anything here that says price has to go down and recheck that March high. I think that would be a probable bounce point, and you know, this is more of a gut thing than a TA thing, but like, I don't think I lean towards us not going there, but if we do go down and get a bigger retrace now instead of once we move up more, I think that would be a probable bouncing spot because of previous support from that March high.
Yeah, I mean that would probably be.
But there's nothing to me that
that's
says
more
we
realistic.
have to go retest that at all.
Yeah, this would be 17. This would be 25. This would be 32, and then this is probably as low as I see us possibly going, which would be 42. But that's not. I don't think that's going to happen anymore. Now that we've taken out this high, I don't think it's going to go that low. This is probably the most I could ask for. And then a more moderate would be 25. A more conservative would be 17. 17%. So, I mean, 17% would be conservative. 25 would be a little bit more ambitious. And then above 30, anything above 30 would be strong buying territory for me. And then this one, if it does this, it's like I guess I'm not going to eat for like 2 weeks. So I'm going to be buying crypto. Why does that keep showing up? But if we were to retest this area here, that would be beautiful. And then also that this trend line, this big trend line that it never came back for. But I mean, if you look here a little closer, you're above, you've got this daily golden cross between the 50 and the 200. You're above the 20-week and the 21-week SMA, way above them. But this might catch up. By the time price comes down, this might catch up to, you know, areas that are a little further up here. So if we were to come down, maybe it gets caught on the bull market support band, or like the 200-day SMA, and we just go skyward after that. I mean, that would still look pretty bullish to me. I mean, we don't even have to have that big correction in there. We could do a little one. And parabolic. Because it's probably, I'm not expecting any like parabolic shit to happen until later on next year. Probably start doing something like this early this year, and then sort of a mid-alt correction, and then parabolic phase later into the year. But it might not even last just 1 year. Like, but this whole thing, it's kind of screwed up now with the BlackRock involvement. So many things happening in this cycle that are different than last time. That it's just.
Yeah, I agree. And you're going to have a lot of new countries building strategic reserves, and like, yeah, I mean, this could be.
Look at that bounce.
The start of the last bull cycle. This could be the last bull cycle start as we know it, because maybe we just don't really come back down, and it becomes more like the stock market where we just kind of are going up forever with some pullbacks. But who knows?
Hey, man.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not suggesting that would happen right now if we did get a correction, but you know, sometime around this time of year, before the end of January.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why your headspace is where it is. I think you don't have the faith in the cycle that I do, and so you're really digging into the charts to try to explain what makes sense to you. And I mean, what you're explaining from a charting perspective, the way you're explaining it makes sense, but I don't see most of it the way you do. So
Well-
I get where you're at. I don't really agree with it, but I understand the logic that's getting you there, if that makes sense.
I mean, if you wanna talk cycles, like with let's say the altcoin cycles, there's two things.
He took that whole move back to the upside, man. Look at fucking Ethereum.
Oh yeah, baby. Let's go ETH. Let's go Sol. I'm back on the beers. I got the beers cracked open now. It's only 10:43 a.m.
So there's two things
yeah.
there's two things that usually happen before
Rick's going to jail tonight.
The alt cycle.
Hey, do you have cans? What do you have? You have cans or bottles?
I got bottles. Yeah.
Fucking.
So one of them is usually the alt season doesn't start. Usually, it doesn't start until the post-halving year, which would be next year. And then secondly, ETH usually breaks to a new all-time high before the altcoin season really gets started, and they don't go parabolic until ETH puts in some sort of a local top or cycle top. They start going parabolic as money rotates out of this into alts, and then out of this again. The alts have one more run, and then that's the end. This is lower high. So I think that this
But look at where we look at November on that ETH chart.
Look at that fucking snapback we just had, dude. Holy shit.
No,
I mean, yeah, November is still back here. So we're in early December now, so we should be right here. So ETH has not even made a new all-time
and
high
that's the
yet.
thing. I agree. When people are like, "Oh, it's alt season," I'm like, "It is not alt season. ETH
That's what
hasn't
I've been
made its
saying.
first run, and you're kind of looking at the top of ETH, and I'm looking for where ETH is going to make its initial push from the bottom, which is sometime between right now and January is going to be the first push."
I'm guessing ETH will be somewhere around here by the time alt season really starts.
8,000.
So what's December, January, February, March?
Yeah, I think you're underestimating that by a lot, but maybe.
I mean, okay, if this is more ambitious, 7,000. I mean, I think ETH's only really going to go to about 8,000 this year, but
I think once everything
let's
starts
say it
moving,
breaks
you're gonna go
halfway
from
up.
being indecisive and not sure about what to do to holy shit, you're making big money and you're gonna be an excited dude. I think you're gonna be, based on what you kind of are seeing in the charts, I think it's gonna super exceed your expectations, which is gonna be awesome.
I think everybody's
surprise.
gonna get blown away by some of this shit, man. Absolutely, I agree. I mean,
Well, in any case,
Bitcoin
ETH hasn't
almost
hit.
doubled, man. Bitcoin almost doubled, right? I mean, it's like up, what, 80% from its last cycle high it hit. So if Ethereum can't even do that this cycle, can't even do 80% more than last cycle, that doesn't even make sense, man. ETH always outperforms Bitcoin. So to me, 15,000 is not even that impressive.
Yeah, and ETH is playing around with the angular resistance from the last bull cycle right now. I think ETH, if it maintains support on this resistance from the last bull cycle to the March high, it needs to back test it and make sure it's solid, but I think ETH is getting ready to take off as soon as that happens. Literally any day or the next few weeks is my prediction on that.
I agree. Any minute now, really. It could do it tonight. I wouldn't be shocked. If it was 4,200 when I opened my eyes, I wouldn't be shocked.
And if it breaks the March high, that will put it above the angular resistance from the all-time high, and then the 1.618 fib from there is at 5,300 from the March high.
Those style flushes that we just had, those are the opportunities.
You're like taking fractals, but then stretching them so that it matches what you've already kind of decided in your head.
No, not necessarily. This fractal, this one's obviously going to look a lot different than something that's more recent. But I'm just looking at, like, sort of trying to get an idea of what it does after breaking an all-time high. So, like, if we were to say this, like, that would be the... I mean, you have to stretch it because it's on a much different scale. But say this is sort of where we're at in the cycle. After breaking a new all-time high, like, you know, maybe it does something like that. Or maybe it does something more like this. Sort of more like what it did last time. That would be absurd, though. ETH at 11K. I mean, I guess people have been calling for that for a long time, though. This would be a scenario where kind of it retests. Let me get rid of this one.
I gotta step away for a few minutes. I got somebody stopping by, but I mean, I like watching you explain it. Like, I think you have already like kind of have it in your head what you think's going to happen, and then you're trying to use the charts to prove it rather than disprove it, or look at the charts from like a kind of neutral mindset. So you're just finding things that create confluence with what you already think is going to happen.
Oh, I have no idea what's going to happen, but it's the thing is, like, dude, this cycle's different. Like, I know people say, like, oh, this time's different. It really is different this time. Like BlackRock muddying the waters and shit.
All right, I'll be back in a little bit.
All right. And then COVID fucked shit up too. Like, COVID really fucked some shit up.
Oh yeah. I can't believe how quick they bought that shit up when it flushed. That is fucking
can't even
funny.
Get this cycle to fit because COVID was too disastrous. It just doesn't look the same.
Why did you get any buys on that drop on futures?
No, unfortunately not.
But he did. That was so fast, man.
I could have tried, like, I could have put an order at the bottom of the range, like 91K, and done a cross hedge, like if I had shorted it above 100 and then put a long entry at 91 or 92. That would have been sweet. But I was away. I wasn't away from the computer, but I wasn't looking at the chart at the moment that it happened, and it didn't, like, until it got brought to my attention. It was already like around up here already, back at like 95, 97. Big long liquidity sweep.
I didn't get any buys either. I wasn't even looking at it, dude. I just saw the notifications on my phone. I'm like, damn. So this shit it dropped my P&L and then it went right back up. So I was like, damn, man. Nice little opportunities there.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not buying and I'm not selling anything else on spot. I'm just gonna sit on my hands for now. Try to stack some cash, some more dry powder. While I wait and see if there's a bigger dip that happens one day. Maybe it lasts a week, maybe it lasts 2 weeks. I don't know. But I'd rather be ready for it and holding some cash rather than holding no cash. I'm trying to take I guess you could say I'm kind of trying to take a break from trading on futures, but I still have that peanut position open.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. If you've been having a hard time, then it's good to take a break.
I mean, it's not even that I'm having a hard time. It's just like, I don't feel like trading.
Oh, I hear you.
The one position that I have is being like really kind of fucking slow. It looks good, but it's just being slow to like actually hit my targets. When I expected something a little more explosive, but it's all right. I think it'll just take a little bit more time. Step up. I'm gonna keep an eye on that previous resistance, the previous high that it made. If it rejects there, I'll probably just take half of it out, put my stop at entry, let it ride, and then I'll start hunting for some better positions, like, I don't know, tomorrow or something. I probably need like a good week of just not entering any new positions, to get like a good reset, so that I make sure I'm in the right mind state to actually enter positions. Yeah.
Look at these alts just shrug that shit off, man. That is fucking hilarious.
I sold some alts right before that dip, like right before the dip on BTC happened. I sold off some of my alts, and then just small portions of my positions, and put limit orders lower. I think like 1 or 2 of them actually hit. 1 or 2 of my lower limit orders on spot.
Y'all see this pennant we built on the daily? You punch through the top, then you punch through the bottom, and now you're right back at the top.
It's trashed. It did the same thing back in December of last year. You remember?
Oh yeah, it's done this a lot, man.
It did the same exact thing in December of last year, right before the ETFs came out. Made this like gorgeous triangle. So I'm talking from December 5th to January 11th. We had that whole big correction. There was like a beautiful triangle forming, and it just punched right out the top of it, rejected, came, punched through the bottom of it, bounced immediately, went higher up to like 40. So the first time it punched through the top of it, went up to 46, dropped down for the liquidation event, punched through the bottom of it, bounced at 40k, and then went up to like 48, 49k, where it ultimately ended up rejecting and having that bigger correction, which I think was about 20%. 21.
We just got the crypto/AI czar, and his name is David Sachs, White House Silicon Valley tech entrepreneur, crypto and AI czar.
Can you see, man? Can you see that altcoins are creeping on a come up right now?
Oh yeah.
Look at Ethereum. Look at Solana. Dogecoin's getting some action. XLM, XRP's using that support of $2.20. What is that? $2.20 support on XRP. Like even Bitcoin, like, look, Bitcoin is trying to hold ground. It's all looking kind of cool. I like it.
Yes, sir.
Here, let me share my screen one more time.
The meme coming up, like you got Whiff and Peanut and Slurf. They're all like curling up. It's kind of cool.
Crazy.
It's going to
Check
be a
out my
big
screen.
weekend. Interesting weekend, I think.
Crazy. Jump on my screen real quick.
All right. Give me 1 second.
Look at my chart.
All right, I'm here.
All right, so back in December, same time last year, December 5th, we were forming this beautiful triangle right here. To actually drag it to there, I suppose. Beautiful triangle. Busted out the top of it, fell through, wicked through the bottom of it, bounced instantly, went higher, and then ended up correcting and breaking down. So
December
like this
of last year wasn't when the entire market was coiling up for a bull cycle, though.
It was right after the ETFs. It was right as
The entire market was not coiling up for every 4-year bull cycle.
I mean, it was. It looked like everything was about to start going up.
But that would have been off by a whole year when you think about the 4-year cycle of Bitcoin.
What is this though?
You're missing the key point that he's saying, Corey. It's all on the time frame.
Yeah, that's a halving year push.
This was December of last year.
That's just the little tiny pump you get in the halving year before the bull market year.
Still, this was December. This was looking like a push to go into new all-time highs. That's what it was looking like until about right here. When it started to break
you weren't
down.
paying attention to the cycle, or you'd have known, and we were a year off from a all-time high push.
No, it's always the post-halving year. This was so convincing, and it ended up being a suckers rally. This was so convincing that it looked like the cycle was going to start happening early, but it was because of the ETF thing. So then basically, I'm just trying to give Crazy a visual on this fucking triangle here. So this right here, beautiful triangle, broke out the top of it, came down, wick through the bottom, bounced up, went higher, and then corrected at this like 20% correction after that, right? So like take this visual right here and then go back to where we're at now. Same fucking thing. Beautiful triangle, busted out the top of it, wick through the bottom of it. So I think that we could expect to go a little bit higher and then correct like about 20%. You know, I don't know where that would be from here. Like this is just a rough drawing, but yeah, 21% bring you back to this sort of gap in the VPVR or that volume shelf. I forget how I had my chart so that, yeah, there's the last volume shelf. After that, if you look at this VPVR, there's a huge gap here. So if we don't hold this level and we lose this level, which I wouldn't expect us to with the market being this bullish. If we did though, I would expect this level down here, somewhere around 74 to 76. But that's not what happened last year. You know, like look at this and look at how similar it was to this. You know, I bet if we take a fractal, it will probably be almost identical. Because it literally did this same fucking thing. So this try to match it up with a few points here. Probably gonna have to stretch a little bit more. I mean, look at that. That sort of fits the that sort of fits the mark pretty well. So I mean, it's repeating this pattern, like for sure. I would even expect it to go since it dipped below the triangle. I would expect it to bounce back, go a little higher, maybe to 110. Then we have like a 20% correction. Probably hold this volume shelf. That'll be right around the 200 SMA. So that's like a 20% correction or so, back to 88. Hold the 200 on the 4 hour. I wonder if there is anywhere near the daily 200. I don't think we're anywhere close to the daily 200, are we? Maybe kind of close to the daily, the 50 daily SMA, if that caught up a little bit, but this one right here is the 50 EMA. So maybe it comes down and maybe if it does do this and then corrects from here, maybe it bounces off this volume shelf and the 50 daily EMA. I could see something like that playing out, and then we make our next big move up. So that 140 area, 140, 150. Because I mean, this little fucking triangle here just looks identical to the one that happened last year. I don't know why my screen is freezing up. This whole thing just looks identical to this. Yeah, enough with the crickets.
I think at this point, it's like there's a lot of us who just kind of have like a unexplainable faith in the bull cycle at this point. And it's like you're going into a room, into a church, a Catholic church, and trying to convince everybody why Methodist is better, and it's like we've already got our faith. Like it's and it's a faith that like you either get it or don't. And like I just think you're not there yet with the bull cycle. Like
I mean, do you not see what happens after this though? Like did you not catch the second half of the fractal where it's like, okay, we go up to 150K after that?
Is that a fractal from the last bull cycle or from like last year?
No, it's just from this like identical pattern right here. Dude, I have faith in the bull market. I'm not like a fucking perma bear. I'm not suggesting, oh, this is gonna collapse and we're going to new all-time lows and we're going to 5K. Like nothing I said, I think you're suggesting anywhere close to that.
Yeah,
I think you're missing
I am missing your point. I feel like you're beating something to death that I'm not getting. And I think it's just that we all agree, like, I think everyone agrees there's going to be some 30% pullbacks on this bull cycle. They could come tomorrow. They could be 3 months from now. They're very hard to predict. Like, I think you're trying to like overanalyze everything and be like, here's when it's going to happen. Here's exactly where it's going to go. And it's not that easily predictable in the bull cycle. Like it happens in real time. Like it's hard to forecast it out.
Yeah,
and
course,
I think that's where you're stuck, because you're like you like need that forecast in your life, and I think that's where you're kind of struggling right now.
I mean,
is we're at a point where the market's kind of in control more than anything, and you know, all the charting we can do, like we need to be aware of indicators that tell us stuff, but like trying to figure out like 2 weeks from now we're going to be at this price or this price is like, yeah, that's really hit or miss. Like we could be anywhere.
Yeah, of course, but I mean, what is technical analysis other than studying the past to try to forecast the future? Like, of course, yeah, I need some sort of forecast, or I'm going to try to have a forecast. That's what TA is.
No, I don't think technicals are forecasting at all. I think that's a huge misconception. I think it's just plain probabilities. It's an if and then statements, not forecasting at all.
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, it's like if this happens, then it increases the probability of that happening. But if that happens, it increases the probability of this happening instead. You know, so I'm just saying, whereas this looks fucking virtually identical, I would expect at this point that there's a high probability that something like this could play out. We get a 20% correction. on BTC, and then it's
Yeah,
off to the
but
fucking races.
it's just so hard because like if someone's like, hey, if you can guess the price of Bitcoin a week from now within $3,000, I'll give you $100. Like I would give them a guess on that. And because I mean, looking at the chart, you can kind of see where some supports, where some resistances are. You'd maybe have a shot at calling that. But then if they're like, all right, now I want you to call where it's going to be 6 weeks from now. Well, I have a 50-50 shot of being right a week from now. And if a week from now I say it's going to go down and it goes up, now trying to predict 6 weeks out becomes so much harder because, what's it going to do after week 1? Is it going to go up or down from there? If I was already wrong, like I could be way further off. Like it could, my guesstimate could like exponentially get worse the further I move out. Like I don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah,
50-50
you can't guess it. Obviously, if we knew the future, we'd be fucking gazillionaires. Nobody can know the future. It's just we do our best. And like for me, it's like if I see something like this potentially playing out, I don't necessarily want to buy here if I can end up buying down here. And if this 20% correction happens on Bitcoin, which look, what did we get so far today?
We came from
like
there though.
11%.
So the buys, we came from there though. So we were already there and you didn't buy.
Real quick, there is to comment on something that Kettle said. I was listening on the YouTube. So I'm a little bit delayed, but I want to respond to it before it's too long from now. So there are a lot of times targets on the chart that you see that you don't know exactly when you're going to hit them, but they have a high probability of getting hit. Like so there's gaps in the chart that we leave when we go on runs and pivot and whatever. So those bull and bear gaps, they actually, I'm not sure what the percentage is now, but before it was like 90% that it would get filled within the same week if we left the gap in the price action on the BTC CME. Now I think it's a little bit less, but that's still really high accuracy. And also,
yeah, but we didn't, and I'm not saying we won't still go back down and get it, but we just had one recently at like 78,000, I think it was, or 79,000.
We're probably gonna go.
Didn't get filled. Yeah,
we're probably gonna go down to 70,000.
I guess here, let me put this another way. I just feel like Kwai, like you're not enthusiastic and like upbeat like a lot of us are, and so are you excited about where we are right now? Like, maybe that's what's not coming through.
No,
that makes it sound like you're just like in a bad spot.
No, I'm not excited. And here's the thing. I'll tell you why it seems like I'm being a hater of the bull market. I'm not. I'm actually afraid that prices are going to go up too fast. And I'm not going to have enough.
Why though? You should be prepared for that. You had 4 years. I'm confused.
No, dude, I didn't have 4 years. I fucking had two years of the market just drawing down.
You got people already taking millions out of this market, bro.
I spent almost a whole year fucking taking off because I was like fucking in sober living and shit. And then the whole past year of my life has been fucking crazy. And I've been a roller coaster ride with some of the fucking futures positions I've had.
Yeah, that's your fault.
But I've still been fucking analyzing some fucking charts, man. And here's the thing: is that I don't like buying. I don't like buying as things are going up. I like buying as things are going down. It's that
right.
Fucking
it was
simple.
already down though, so you should have already bought. That's what we're saying.
No. But
I did buy, bro. Like I don't know why you're saying like I didn't buy. I fucking bought a lot of crypto.
You just didn't buy as much as you want, and we get that. But you may not get the opportunity for it to go back down. Is the only point.
Look, okay, yeah, you might be right about that. All I'm saying is, if something like this happens and BTC undergoes a 20% correction, that will wreck the alts at least 30%, if not more. Just saying, that could be the next best opportunity if you feel like you might have been missing out or you don't have enough. If something like that happens, that's the best opportunity to fucking load up more.
I have a question here for everyone, and this is just to fucking get the mindset ready, because I hate this mindset of you missed it and that's it. Okay, so one, does everyone think that BTC has capped out, that this is like...
No, it's not that you missed it and that's it. It's that the accumulation phase of the market is past. Now we are in a different phase of the market.
Yeah, you're in the bull market. You just gotta wait. But right. Okay, but this is just like a thought experiment. Does everyone here think that this is like the peak? BTC is never gonna go higher than this? This is just like we've maxed out?
Hell
no.
No, right? You think it'll continue to go up? Okay. Now, second question. Do you think it's possible that BTC just made this long ass run, like a year and a half long run, all the way from 15, pretty much with no breaks if you put on the higher time frames, all the way up to 100, wherever this ends up going, right?
It took plenty of breaks. We just had a 33% correction about 4 weeks ago.
Yeah. But on the higher time, you switch that to a monthly. Does that 33% look like a retracement down, or does it look like it's the same candle?
It looks just like a long retracement down.
On the monthly?
I mean, 33% is a retracement, regardless of what it looks like.
But on a monthly chart, it's just going to look like one candle if it happened within the same
Hold
month.
on. Yeah, I mean, you could put on this. You could put on the yearly chart for Bitcoin, and it looks like you never
No.
retraced.
No. But this is the thing, though. On the monthly chart, we do, okay, so on our way down from 69, we on the monthly chart, like everyone said, hey, we already these are the strong support levels we have to stop at these levels. If you go turn on the monthly, we didn't stop at any of them, right? We fucking just bled straight down.
Yeah, that's proof that you don't need to do shit.
No.
Really quick.
Wait, let me just finish this thought.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just saying. So this move that we just had up, right? It's been just up from 15, right, all the way to 100. Do you think it's possible?
It has not. I disagree with that. It's
okay.
not
From 40,000.
It's been up since 2009, but you've had retracements and you've had sideways markets for.
We've had a macro uptrend for how long? Would you say? From what price? No, not that macro. Jeez, yeah, okay. You can say that Bitcoin's
since the start of 2023.
Okay, 2023. All right, so you've had this long macro uptrend that you've been in. You think we're now at 100K. Let's say it ends up going to 130. Do you think that it's possible that we retrace back down under 100? I think it's very likely.
Absolutely.
I think it's very likely.
We already did it today.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. I think even this is not the last opportunity you'll have.
You missed what Kettle said right before you came in here. He said Quai. He said Quai, and this is where everybody's at. I'm pretty sure, at least the logical people. He said Quai. We all understand that at any moment a 30% pullback could happen. A lot of us have been around for multiple bull cycles, so a 30% pullback is not, at any moment. Even more is completely possible. But the thing is that every time you flicker down $3,000 and you have people talking about 30% corrections, it gets a little monotonous.
And I just chime in here at this point? And it not only monotonous, it gets frustrating when the people that are saying this don't look at how the cycles play out and the time frames of them either. So what I would say, Tom, the best thing for energy management for these kind of conversations is to say, yep, you're right, we're going to 15K.
No. My thing is not that we're going down now. I'm just saying, why stress about it if there is a high likelihood that we'll be lower than this price in the future, and that will be lower than this price for a while. So what's the stress about doing it now? Right?
I guess
we have so much time.
Yeah, as you guys were talking, I mean, here's where I'm getting at. If Quai is kind of in a bad headspace and not sure how to trade right now and kind of bummed about that, I see his TA as being he's doing in his TA in a way to explain why we are going to go lower, so he gets another opportunity, which I'm not saying that's not going to happen, and that would be fucking awesome if it does. I hope you get that opportunity, Quai. But I think you're also setting yourself up for another round of disappointment. And I think you're struggling with where price is right now enough that I don't want to see you get yourself all hyped up about I'm convinced we're going to have a 30% pullback around here or wherever, and it doesn't come, and then you're even in an even worse headspace. So that's where my concern is.
I don't think he's really in that.
Next time me and my wife have a disagreement, can you argue for me, Kettle, please?
Hey yo. No, but just to say, I don't think Quai is in that bad of a headspace. I think he's trying to look for positions that will be beneficial for him. He's not saying 100% they're going to happen, but that's what
I agree. I agree.
And because he doesn't give a shit like I wouldn't give a shit about positions that are not relevant to me, right? Like you say, man, if I was holding this coin, look at this bullish pattern right here. That if I had bought before, this would have helped me out so much. Like, who the fuck
Look,
trades like
that's
that?
why
I don't.
I do,
So,
and I keep winning right now because we're in a bull
It's
market. I'll buy and
oh,
hold
true.
for a couple of days, 3 days,
Tell
and
them
guess
dirty.
what? I'm up.
Yeah,
I'm up.
you could do that too.
It's more
Every
like
time.
it's more like when's my next good opportunity going to be to
No,
load up more?
now,
That's all it
right
is.
now is their best
If-
opportunity.
Now,
It doesn't
If I
matter.
didn't-
Next week,
If I
that
didn't
bitch gonna be
believe,
up.
but the thing is, like, why would I buy things now if I think they're going to go lower and I can get them cheaper?
You
Yeah,
don't. You
then
start
don't.
preparing
Just
for when it comes, so that
Exactly.
you're prepared
That's
for when it comes.
That's
Yeah.
all I'm doing here.
Yeah.
With withdrawing all this shit out.
What's
That's
the
literally all I'm
problem?
doing here.
But
I
then
don't know-
yeah,
I don't know
mean,
what
if
the
that's,
problem
if
is.
that's your
Like-
plan, if that's your plan, just be happy about it. The problem is you come in here and you're like, I'm not happy, I'm not excited about the market. Like, if your plan is to buy when the next time we go down 20 or 30%, then you should be excited that, hey, as soon as that happens, that's your time to shine, whether it be going down from here or, you know, we move up another 30% before we get a 30% pullback. You know what your plan is. You've got the plan to execute it. You're just waiting for that opportunity to pounce. Like, that to me is something to be excited about. But
Yep,
like,
absolutely.
but you're not giving off that vibe when you come in here, and that's where my concern is. I'm like, I'm not trying to pick on you or tell you you're wrong. I'm just like trying to help you get in a better headspace, you know.
Yeah,
Well,
I think it's
I
literally
mean-
just a mentality change that you need, and I think your plan is fine. I think it literally just
Exactly.
I think you're just hung up on the potential profits that you missed out on, which a lot of people
Yep.
are. I'm hung up on it too, man. You don't think I made bad
Absolutely.
decisions?
Absolutely. I think you're
But-
saying it perfectly, B.
Just put that shit aside. Who gives a fuck, dude? You got a plan. Just fucking stick to it, and you're gonna do well.
Exactly.
Like, you already
Yeah.
know the cycle. You got so much. That's my whole point with what I was trying to say before. Is that you're gonna have so much time in the future to fucking buy. Like, don't fucking stress about it, man.
Yeah, dude. There's always opportunities. And you don't gotta be don't let it get you in a bad mood either, dude. Shake that shit off.
I mean, I'm not even in a bad mood. I just said that I'm not excited, and like part of the reason for that, I think, is because everyone's excited, and when we get into this sort of like mindset of like, oh, it's just up from here, it's never going to go down again, that's a little bit disturbing to me, because
I think you
even
have
in bull
PTSD,
cycles,
though.
you do have corrections. Like it's never.
Petal was saying, though, right. Everybody knows that corrections come. Like, that's normal. But I think a lot of people, yourself included, have PTSD because you've watched shit drop so much that you kind of forgot what it's like when you're in a real bullish situation. You know what I mean?
It's not even that, dude. It's as simple as, why would I buy
Okay.
now if I think it's gonna go lower? It's
No.
simple.
But quiet. They're not talking about your plan. They're talking about your mood. But I think, and you're like, you have like this subconscious thought that the sentiment is like on max greed, right? Because people are talking how they did when it was max greed. But I think
real quick,
here-
Big Kettle, you're in render, right? Keep an eye on that real quick.
Ooh.
Both
I
near
think-
are moving. Just saying.
Sorry.
My shirt got a boner.
The difference here is that before we were in a Discord full of like exit liquidity. So when the exit liquidity thought that we were bullish, that was that was at the end of the run. Now we're at, now the group C evolved to the point where we're the early birds. So you're panicking like, holy shit, the sentiment is way too greedy. But it's like, we're probably just ahead of the curve by a little bit.
Yes. Yes. Yep.
You
a
think
lot of
that
it's going to be. I think that you just nailed it. Yeah.
Yep. And
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
still,
if I have PTSD from anything, it's probably that. And it's like, no, I don't think that we're at the same stage of the cycle
Why?
where we
You're
were
a tech- you're a
when we were
technician
back in
enough,
Thames.
though.
Wait, let him just quiet finish his thought. I interrupted him. We all interrupted him a couple of times.
Thank you, B. When we were back in Thames, that was the peak excitement, euphoria, and everyone just thought, hold, it's gonna go up higher and higher and higher. It's never gonna stop going up. Like, I don't think we're nearly close to that fucking phase. By then, I will be ecstatic because, like, I'll be a lot richer. But here, where we are right now, like, it's almost at that stage where it's like, okay, I just want like to find out Like, when could potentially be the next big opportunity for me to load up more in anticipation of that fucking event? Because, like, I'm not going to be exit liquidity that time. Like, I'm gonna be the one distributing, and
you could even be right. There's a level here that the next order block level is in the 70s. So who knows? Maybe we freaking during tax season's coming up. Maybe during tax season, everybody wants to take a loss, and we freaking have a move down to 70K off some whatever news, right? Some Swan event, and then like as soon as the tax season's over, boom, right back up like nothing happened. Who knows? That could happen. So
Why, another thing too is
I've
been watching you and enjoyed a lot of moments with you over the years, right? And just particularly in this bull cycle, I've noticed it's almost like there's always something. It's always left you with more to be desired. Like you're always offset or off put by whatever the current market condition is. Like you're always like out of place, and that's concerning. It's like, you know what I mean? Like it's always like you're waiting for something, and we've gotten everything since I've known you in here. We've gotten everything. We've gotten accumulation phase. We've gotten bear market. We've gotten bull market, and it always seems like you're not quite satisfied.
Dude, well, if I'm out of tune with the market, then it makes sense for me to take a step back and be like, okay, how do I get in tune with the market? Okay, I'm going to take a few days or a week or maybe even a few weeks to assess, hey, when can I make my next move? When is going to be the right time to make my next move so that way I can get in tune with the market?
Yeah, and I think the market will speak to you. It's instead of you having to match the market's vibe, you need to wait until the vibe of the market matches your vibe. You know what I mean? And it's just a patience game. That's the thing. We're in a really weird spot right now where it's a matter of patience. Like, I've been waiting 3 years to get my Harmony position out from underwater, and it's still not there. I'm still down. My Harmony position's at 11 cents, and that was like most of my bags last bull cycle. I did well on the top. Harmony, I did not. I'm like so fucking upside down on that one. It's not even funny. But dude, everything else is doing good. Like, and I've got one other coin that's still down a little bit, but like, I'm not sweating it because I know. And like, I got in a conversation with He-Rain about it the other day. He's like, well, why don't you DCA? I'm like, I already did to get it down to 11 cents. And it's a big bag. Like, we're at what, 3 or 4 cents now? Like, even when we were at like 1.5 cents, like I would have had to I'd have to take a second mortgage out of my house to frickin' average that bag down anymore. I was like, no, I'm done. I'm just going to be patient at this point. And it's the patience is for a lot of things. It's for your bag from last cycle to recover. It's for finding an entry. Like, I think in the bear market, it's especially with shorting, it's a little bit easier, and you can find entries all over the place. And
I agree with that.
I just don't, even if you're awesome at always finding entries, like there's gonna be a point during a market where you're like, oh, I'm not seeing shit, I'm not vibing. And that's just when you like, you can keep, like, you can try to force finding positions or just take a break for a little while. Like, just hang out and bullshit with us, or just go, you know, like, don't even look at the charts for a week. Maybe taking a, you know, it's like trying to proofread a paper you've been writing for a week. You can never find all your typos and misspellings, and then you hand it to your mom or a friend. You're like, here, read this, and they're circling the shit out of the paper. Like, sometimes you're just too close to it to see what's going on, and you just need a little bit of distance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to go.
Let me just give you a little thing. Like, one, just wait for a fucking dip. Wait till everyone in here is crying that this thing is gonna go down forever, that maybe blah 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 was the top, and then fucking buy it. Right? And then two, just with a couple of bucks, 1% of your what you normally trade with, or whatever percent, 5%, whatever you want to do, throw on the fucking, I'll give you a little tip, throw on the bees and honey V2. Right now the market's in the type of structure that it like does well in. Put it on the 5 or 15 minute, it depends on the coin that you're looking at, and just run that, and you should be fine.
All right, thanks, I'll give it a try. I'll have to go find it in that section. But what I wanted to say was, and the point that I never really, I think, got to get across, is that it sort of feels like people are upset with me because I'm not like being a mega bull right now. And everyone else is bullish and just wants to see it go up. I want to see it go up too. Why would I buy crypto if I didn't think it was gonna fucking ultimately go up, right? So like I am bullish. I'm happy that the market's bullish. Like and you can buy dips with confidence in that sort of fucking market. If you're just willing to fucking wait for them. So that's all I'm trying to do. I would like nothing more than to fucking see the market skyrocket. Like you know what I mean? Like I'm counting on this shit to get me out of the fucking matrix, bro. Like, so it's like, I'm not unhappy that the market is bullish and that it's turning around.
Yeah, and I don't think that
I'm just trying to capitalize on it as much as I can.
I don't think that we actually are like, we're bulls, you're a bear, you're an ass. Like, and I don't actually overall think you are a bear still, or being anti-bullish. It's
But
just
ass,
you,
all the same.
and tonight you've kind of said like, no, I've got a plan. I'm going to buy on the next pullback, and I'm like, awesome, you got a plan. But I like, it's the impatience with waiting for that plan to come to fruition. Like, to me, it sounds like you should be excited. You got a plan. The next time it has a big pullback, you're gonna buy at that point. But it just seems like you're not happy that spot isn't right now.
Let me
that
frustration
comes from the idea of like,
wait, one person. I think Luke was the
just let me
first.
chime in just one sec. I think that where this stems from is that Kwai badly wants other people to understand where he's coming from and agree with him. And so he will try and explain over and over and over again why he thinks that what's going to happen is going to happen. And people perceive that as him maybe being bearish. And it's like, no, he's just trying to explain to you until he feels like you understand and maybe agree with him. But most people are not going to be most people right now are not going to be agreeing, which is
I don't even need people to agree with me. I don't even need people to agree with me. I just want people to at least observe my perspective, my point of view on the whole situation. Like,
right.
Just,
and people
just
do
observe
that, Kwai, but I think that you think that other people don't understand or observe what you're saying. But I'm telling you, buddy, everyone knows.
Yeah,
right,
and I think we all agree that there's going to be some 30% dips coming, and it could happen tomorrow. It could be in 3 months. Like, I think we're all in agreement on that. I think where the frustration is like, you're trying to narrow it down as tightly as you can to exactly when it's going to happen and where it's going to go. And that's where I think a lot of us think like the market's going to kind of dictate that a little bit more than the charts are going to tell us.
Exactly, and that's the thing is what you said was you have a plan and you're going to stick to that plan, and that's great. Where the frustration comes in is, what if my plan doesn't happen?
Kwai, you're just bored.
May I add
You're just
something to this
bored.
conversation I've been listening to for 20 minutes?
Go ahead. You're a new voice.
No, absolutely not. You're not allowed.
So quiet. My thought process would be this: like, there is no timing the bottom of the market or the top of the market. We've already talked about this fundamentally. It's about scaling in and scaling out. So, for like example, just now we saw on the surface what appears to be just some bullshit liquidation wick down to 94 or whatever it was, 91, to fucking liquidate $1 billion worth of longs. Right now, it's forming like an indecision candle. I put in an entry at I think 94.3. Is that where we're at right now? It was whatever my number was, 93, 94, 95. 314 was my number. But I didn't like whole bag it. I looked at the chart and I said to myself, this looks like some bullshit. I have a feeling that it's going to pump. I bought it, 93, 314, whatever it was. I have a long to 114 and I have a stop loss at 90K. So if I'm wrong, I lose 5%. If I'm right, I gain 20%. Why am I giving these numbers? Because I didn't throw the entire bankroll at this decision. I just put a little bit in. I put my toe in just to get a position. If I lose 5%, it's not the end of the fucking world. I think I put $1,000 in. If it starts going in the direction I want, and this is where a lot of traders fail. When you talk about dollar cost averaging, people dollar cost average on the way down, or they dollar cost average in a losing position. But for whatever reason, they don't dollar cost average in to winning trades.
Yep.
So the way this should properly be done is you set your stop loss, and if it goes down, you lose your 5%, and then you reassess, right? If it starts to go up in the direction of the 114K, which is what I'm projecting, if I'm right, what a lot of traders do is they'll just sit there with their $1,000 and they'll go, hey, look at this, I'm right. But what they should be doing is they should be throwing another 500 at it, and another 250, and another $100, and another 1,000, and you should be dollar cost averaging into your positive trades, while increasing your stop loss. As the trade goes up, your stop loss should go up. That's the proper way to do it. So there is no perfect way, because you are going to be a victim of indecision forever with your approach, because you're going to watch it drop 30%. You're going to get your wish that you've been talking about for an hour. You're going to go, oh, here's my entry. And then you're going to go, fuck, what if it drops another 10%? And you're going to be frozen by indecision. So the way you need to tackle that is just don't go heavy. Just dip your toe in and then see where the trend is going.
And have hard stops and hard targets.
I get where you're coming from. And the thing is that I'm not trying to do it in a really tight scale where it's intraday. I'm good enough at analyzing the chart where I know, hey, this is a good time to buy. This is a good time to DCA in. And it was over the past few fucking months. I DCA'd my ass off. But like, I also understand and recognize, is this a good spot to be buying? No, probably not. So I'm not going to buy here.
Then just be patient. Just be I think that's what I wanted to point out before when everyone else was talking. I was trying to say he's literally just bored. Like, just do something. Like, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
With 1% of your bag, just trade with the bees and honey. I'm telling you, I've been freaking looking at the charts, and I've been going through all the oscillators. That's the one that seems to be most effective right now. You could double check, see on the 5, 15, and hourly on what specific instrument you're about to trade, and just do that with 1% of the amount that you normally trade with, a small amount. And I'm only saying a small amount because you're probably not used to trading with that. So just to give yourself
what time frame are you talking about this oscillator being effective on right now?
5, 15, and hourly. It depends on what you're running it on, but yeah.
And I'll just last thing I'll say is, and this goes for everybody. If you find yourself in situations where you look at a chart, you make an entry, you set a stop loss, and you set a take profit, and let's say the take profit is 28%, above your entry, and it's at a 78.6, fib retracement, and you're like, that's where I logically think it's going to go. It's just under the previous high. It's within a trend. You've analyzed the chart. You do the whole thing, right? You make your entry, and if you find yourself the very next day, when it went up 10, 12%, going, I better sell this and get my 10, 12%, because what if it doesn't go up to 28%? You got the wrong mentality for this game.
Yep.
What you should be doing is you should be saying, look at that, I'm correct. Let me raise my stop loss to the next support level, or just shy of the next support level, and let me add more money into the trade. This way you can compound your winners, and you can minimize your losers. On the reverse side, if you find yourself putting an entry in, saying it's going to go up 28% and setting a stop loss 5% below, just under a support line, and you wake up the next day and you see that it's fallen 3%, and you're like, I better get out of this position because it's probably going south on me. Same concept. You don't have the mentality for this, because if you're that type of trader, you just got to make your decision, be willing to lose the 5%, and try and gain that 28%.
Yeah, if you're
See
gonna
what I'm saying?
emotionally-
I'm
if
not
you're
even-
gonna
I'm not
emotionally be
even-
tied to not allowing your targets and your stop losses to be hit. Like, oh man, I can't round trip this, or oh man, if I'm up 12%, it hasn't hit my 28% yet, but I gotta just take this profit because I can't lose it. That's not trading, man. That's being emotional.
Yeah, but dude, like, you guys don't even get it. Like, I'm not even
doing a trailing stop loss.
Exactly.
I'm not even trying to trade right now. If I was going to trade, I'd be trading on futures. I'm choosing to abstain. What I'm doing is looking for a good opportunity to reinvest or invest in more
like in the dips. Like you buy the dips in an uptrend, right? So I'm not trying to look for an entry for like, oh hey, I'm gonna swing this and I'm only gonna hold the position for a couple days and then I'm gonna sell and take profit. Like this is my target. It's not even that whole thought process. It's like in a bit more of a macro sense, where is going to be the next big dip where I can load up, like, you know, what I want to spend for capital in investing in the rest of the bull market? Where's going to be the next best dip? But if I wanted to trade, I could just go and trade on my futures account. Like it's that
Right, but
simple. I'm choosing to abstain at the moment.
Yeah, I get it. I get it 100%. And like Kettle was saying, you know, everybody's at peace with the fact that this market's going to pull back a lot, and a lot of us have seen that happen many times. But forcing your will on the chart too is not going to help you at all. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to kind of take what it's given you, and I think that's difficult to do when you have ambitious targets, whether it's to the upside or to the downside.
Yeah, and I mean seriously, like I saw it in what looked like a decent entry on Peanut, so I took it. I'm long on like the shittiest coin I think I ever seen. Like, I mean to say that, like, I don't know, but I don't believe that one thing that it could go up. Of course I do, because like the shittiest shitcoin I ever seen, I'm long on it right now. And
Dude,
like,
don't let anyone
that
tell you
goes up.
anything. That chart looks awesome. I don't care what anyone says. It's a good chart.
Yeah, I mean, like, thank you, Luke. I appreciate that. And it's like, yeah, dude, I'm just holding this position, and hopefully it goes up. If it doesn't, then fuck. I guess
You're
I just
already.
have
I
to
mean, you
trade
should
when
be
I
well
lose.
into the profit right now, Kwai. Right? I mean,
I am.
Oh, okay.
I have higher targets. Like, so I'm not gonna
Nice
exit
pop
yet.
on Bitcoin right now, dude. Holy cow. Look at what DOGE just said in general. It's funny. He said, "This is so painful," and as the entire market is green. That's funny.
Well, I mean, also the other thing is that, like, just, you know, sort of not even in my defense, but like we also sort of don't want like an echo chamber where everyone's just like, oh, this is
No,
popping,
I
this is
don't.
popping, this is
I
popping.
think
It's
I
sort of
don't
like
think it's been like that at all, though. I think
it
if anything,
entices
I was
people
gonna.
to FOMO in. Yeah,
I
but
get it. Listen, let me
it
say this
hasn't
really
been to
quickly.
that degree. I just don't want it to get there.
Right. Let me say this, because I wanted to say this after Static was talking. I love the practicality that Static has brought, along with a lot of the people I'm pretty sure that came along with him. I think that the group was missing that a lot. And not that it wasn't any, but let me rephrase that, because there are a lot of practical people that were already in here. But I think that that a lot of that Static and his people, they come in with data-based things. You know what I mean? Like, they're chart junkies. I think that it added to the group in a lot of good ways, man.
Got rid of a bunch of fundamentals.
Right. But they're also practical, and and I think the biggest thing, like Kettle, he has some experience. A lot of these guys have experience, which is very important too, because they're teaching even more savvy people shit. I'm sure, like myself. I'm learning, and it's good to be around people that are disciplined and practical, like what Static just explained with his trade setup. That shit just made me smile the whole time when he was explaining it, because I'm like, dude, this is fucking trading. Like, this is trading. What he was
I
explaining.
don't think I've heard cycles mentioned more than myself until they came in here.
Yeah, and I learned DCAing in going up and down from Static last cycle, and that changed the cycle for me. Like, oh, I can't, like, instead of even guessing where, like, you can literally just enter anywhere you want if you spread out buys going up and down, and once you do a small buy, see what it does. Is it going down, and did it make something? Now am I seeing something on the chart that I missed that I'm like, oh shit, the bottom's going to drop out on this. I'm just going to cut this trade, or I'm going to put a bigger buy down low. Sprinkle the buys either up or down. And I've heard some people in here say, like, well, you don't want to add when it's going up, like you'll raise your average. That's like saying,
Yeah.
All right, if I can guarantee you Bitcoin is going to 10x and you've only got $100 in there right now, are you telling me that when we get to 8x, you shouldn't throw in another 50?
That is
no.
Whoever says that you shouldn't add to a winning trade doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's literally how people make money in this industry of trading. You compound your winners and you minimize your losses. So everybody has it fundamentally backwards. They will enter a trade they won't, it'll come approach their stop loss. They'll remove their stop loss. They'll watch it drop a level. They'll buy some more there, and their dollar cost average on the way down, which isn't really technically dollar cost averaging, but it's just lump summing it at different levels. I would call it dynamic cost average is what they're trying to do,
Value cost averaging.
or value
Yeah.
cost average, right?
And that only
and
works
then
if
and
you
this is the part that
incrementally
cracks
have
me up.
more.
Yeah, then the thing starts going up, and they just stare at it for 3 months, and they don't add anything to it. It's like, why would you do that? You have a winner. You're in trend. Trend is your friend. You just keep adding money and raising your stop loss, adding
but
money
what
and
is-
raising your stop loss.
But what is a trend? What is an uptrend built off of? Higher lows. The lows come in to confirm that you're still in an uptrend.
Okay.
So they do eventually come in, unless you're in a parabolic trend that there's just no
That's
lows
not
to
true.
speak of.
It's not true at all. If you enter at $5 and your target is, $30, right? And it goes up to 10, what you do is, if you're up to 10, you can keep adding to it, but just raise your stop loss. Let's say you raise your stop loss, your initial stop loss was 3, and now it's at 10. Raise your stop loss to $8 or something like that. I'm just making numbers up here. And then if you see another impulse breaking a resistance, add into it. If the volume is high, add into it. If you see volume is trending just kind of stagnant, but we're in a clear consolidation, don't assume that means we're going back down. Raise your stop loss to just below that support line of that consolidation. Don't make it too close because you'll get shaken out. That's what they do. I forget his name. I think his name is Paul Davis or something like that. He was a famous trader. He said the difference between retail investors and institutional investors is institutional investors set their entries at your stop loss. That's where they set their entries, at your stop loss.
And
So
that's the
don't
thing
be
is
like
that
1% below support. Say, okay, I'm willing to lose 5%. Whatever it is.
I'd rather not get shaken out of a position just to see it take me out and then recover immediately. If anything, it's like, so I'm not really, it kind of goes against my style to be like, oh, if it's breaking this level, I'm gonna add more, because I'm not like a breakout trader. I'm a buy the dip, like I'm a pullback trader. I buy the dips. Now, if it dips lower than where I entered, I'd prefer, instead of stopping out, I prefer to just buy more if it goes lower.
Okay, so you're doing it backwards. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're adding to your losses by doing it that way, and you're minimizing your wins. I really need you to get this down, quiet. I'm not talking.
I'm building a position.
No.
I'm
This is
building
very
a bigger
important to me.
position. I'm building a bigger, but I'm not talking about trading. Like, I'm talking about
Think
investing for a year. I'm building a position that I'm planning on holding for a year.
He's talking about hold on.
He's talking about
If you had done
investing.
that, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
No, he's
If you
talking
had
about
done that,
investing.
we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Investing is trading, though. It's the same
No.
thing.
But
Just longer
investing
time
is
frame.
investing is a longer time frame. But the point is, but the point is when I'm investing, if I was dollar cost averaging, I'm not doing it right now. Like me personally, I'm not dollar cost averaging right now because I'm not gonna plan on selling right now. So there's no point in me buying at these more expensive prices when I personally believe it's gonna go down. Why would I buy here towards my investment when I'm getting less value for my dollar right now?
Exactly.
Right.
Right,
So
but
we're in an uptrend. We're in an uptrend, but I'm not going to sell at the top. So what's the point?
It did go down though. It did go down though. It dropped to 90K today.
Yeah, I believe we're going to go further down than 90K.
You're gonna buy higher.
Okay. So do you have a target where you're going to start accumulating?
Well, I'm going to be looking at the charts. I can't predict the future that much. I'd have to be looking at.
That's what I was trying to explain too. Is the dynamic of the market has changed. We are no longer in accumulation at all. So the accumulation phase we have left that. You left accumulation, and you even had reaccumulation for Bitcoin from the 70K range to the 49K range. You had a reaccumulation phase. You've left both of those. So your time to accumulate was then.
6 months. Yeah.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, it depends on the type of trader you are. Like, I wouldn't recommend Quiet to start averaging in here at these prices on everything. Like that, I think that's bad advice. Just because you think it's going to go up, like your trade's been confirmed.
That train has left the station. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say here. Like, I think that what Static is talking about is individual trades, not your freaking investing portfolio. Like, if you're planning on investing right now, probably wait till the bear market. No, I would probably suggest that.
All right, so I have
Not even gonna wait
I
till the
have
bear market. Just
yeah.
buy every substantial pullback that there is. Buy it because
I'm
it's gonna
not.
keep going up.
Okay, well, this is where I'm lost, boys, and I'm genuinely confused. We just had a substantial pullback. Went from 103K to 91K. Did anybody buy? Because
I said I literally on YouTube was saying, hey, this is a great time to buy if you're trading. But if I'm not gonna buy, but I'm not gonna buy now. Let's say the top is at 120K. I'm not gonna sell at 120K if I'm investing. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm averaging in on shit to sell way down the line in the future. Why would I buy at these prices? Why not just
also, like, I could see if you're getting in on a scalp, it's like, oh, that was a big wick down, and like it's recovering.
Yeah, but you could have longs. Like, for example, let me jump in and cut you off really quick, just because it. Okay, go ahead, finish.
Go ahead. No, wait. Let Crazy. I think he was trying to talk before.
I was gonna say, look. So when you're, for example, what you're explaining, you're like, I'm looking for this, that, whatever, right? For a long, but look, take it from me, right? I longed obviously at 53. I wrote it all the way up to 100, but I had a separate trade where I longed at 87.4 or something, I think, somewhere around there. I took profit on the way up on that, and then it came down, and I averaged up. I added back to the position. I took profit on it as it was high, and as we pulled back, I added to the position. Now my average is 91.1. So today, when that wick came down, it didn't even hit my entry to where it would have stopped me out. So that's how. So I'm still long from there as well. I didn't get to add to it, but what I'm telling you is, you should have strategically, if you're looking for longs, in my opinion, just to modify your trading to get it better, you should have strategically been longing
How
the
do you
whole
not
way
get
up.
that Kwai has just literally said exactly what you're doing? That's exactly what Kwai has said all night that he's been doing. He's taken some off the top. He's taken some off the top of his trades, and he's looking for a place to put it back in. That's what he's been saying all night.
No, he told me he's taking a break from futures besides peanut, is what he said to me. If you're talking about a spot,
but like,
I'm talking about a hypothetical
like,
situation where if you're looking for longs on things, you could have built them the whole way. We just left the accumulation phase in a lot of these altcoins.
Bottom. Like, I don't think this is like an intervention without need.
It's not an intervention. We're just talking trading. This is no intervention. I don't think.
Okay, all right, all right. Maybe I came in at the wrong time or something like that.
I'm just telling Kwai that from what he's saying, he's like, if I'm looking for a drop and I would be long. Well, I'm saying the whole time we've been up, I haven't seen you long Bitcoin the whole way up. So in my opinion, I can tell you the way I did it, which I was long the whole way up, and when we pulled back, I added to those longs, like Static is saying.
Yeah, but what I've longed Bitcoin loads of times. It's just I was in and out because I was trading. Like, I wasn't adding to long-term investment fucking portfolio. I was like actually making trades where I was like, okay, here's my TA on this, here's the time frame, this is my target. And then
I didn't think you were long in Bitcoin really at all.
You have your spot positions. You've taken off of those, right? You're looking to reposition what you've taken off of lower. Right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah.
That's like exactly what you guys have been talking about the whole time, is what he's actually doing. So I just don't see the problem.
I don't think that you heard the first part of what was going on.
Yeah, I don't think you heard the...
I mean, here's the thing, is that you guys are talking about two different things. You guys are talking about entering trades and then, like, holding them for whatever targets you have. I'm talking about, it's like that's how I trade on futures. Like, I'm not looking for entries, I'm looking for pullbacks to add to investments. Like Static said, like I said, oh, I'm gonna add on substantial pullbacks, and Static said, well, there was a substantial pullback today, we dropped 8%, we dropped down to 90K, like, did anyone buy? And like, for me, it's like I look at that, I'm like, oh, well, that's a liquidation event, it's a liquidity sweep. It's not like a temporary change in trend where there's like a tertiary downtrend for like a week or two, where there's a correction and people start to get scared again. That's the kind of that was a liquidation event. That was not a correction. Like, that was
it didn't signal. I thought that's why I wasn't here for the very first part when you started explaining and charting. I'm pretty sure, but I was under the impression that what happened today showed enough to you to where you were looking for a target in the 70s. That's what I thought.
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm not.
That's what I thought I heard you say, but.
No, I'm
No,
not.
I mentioned 70s. I said that we have an order block in the 70s that I think eventually we're
Right,
going
which is fine. Which is fine. It's not like
eventually. I said eventually. I don't know when it could be in the bear market. So
yeah, I think there's like one main quest in this conversation and like 7 side quests that we kind of drilled out here.
Yeah, no, and I've known the whole time
Talking
that
in
he's talking about, you know, selling on peaks of his spot positions and buying on dips. And I just think you're maybe looking for a much bigger opportunity than may present itself. So like if you, like for instance, if you had 10% of what you want of your Bitcoin position in dry powder, today may have been a good day to take 10% of that, not all of your dry powder for that position, but today may have been a good opportunity, although that was a real quick wick, to put some of it back in. If you sold it at, you know, 100 or 104 or 99.5, and you take 10% of it and buy it back in on this dip opportunity we had today. I think if you're waiting for a 30% pullback, like it may take you, it may be tomorrow we go down 30%. It may take 3 months, and it may not come until we're at 180,000. So you've missed taking some of your dry powder along the ride already, waiting for the perfect dip.
Well, still, it's like I'm not even talking about Bitcoin is the other thing that's missing from this conversation. I'm talking about investing more in altcoins, which a lot of them have ripped a lot, and it's like they may, like some of them may be getting rejected, and they may be coming down a lot more than where I just sold.
Yeah, I'm just using Bitcoin as the example because we all know without having to look at a chart what it did today.
Yeah,
I mean that it applies to any coin.
With Bitcoin, I wouldn't reinvest on that like dip that happened today, because it's like that was just a liquidation event, not a real correction. Like
I just real quick want to show everybody something. This is from 2022.
Oh, I just real quick want to.
No. This is from 2022. Go in general and click on what I just reacted to with the 2 here's. So, like, I don't like that people are like stop losses and like that whole thing that Static just said. Like that was some like newfound revelation. You know, like that those are the basics. I think everyone already has them down. Those are me in 2022 showing.
No. We ain't gonna act like you in 20. Hold on. Let me jump in here.
Wait, just click on the image.
2022. I was here in 2022, and motherfuckers were not using stop losses. I promise you that.
Look,
you might have been. I'm talking about just. It wasn't a generalized thing, though. Is what I'm saying.
No,
it was,
but that's
it was actually a rare thing.
You had a lot of.
I'd like to chime in here.
There's people that are not trading. They're like throwing in. You know,
who was that in the background? What the fuck was that?
Crispy.
The madness of this conversation is, even if we get what we've been talking about hypothetically for the past 2 hours, the conversation is going to switch to why
would I buy here? It's going down. Why would I buy here? It's going down.
No, not even. It'll be, oh, I wasn't prepared because everybody made me think it wasn't coming, so I didn't save that money, and then that'll be the next 2-hour conversation, and it's still circular, dude. It's endless.
It's literally. I think Quiet is just bored. Literally, Quiet. I'm telling you, just trade that.
Fine. Hey, I'm bored too, Quiet. It's all good. That's why I'm in here bullshit.
We're a little bored. We're a little gay. It's all good.
But real quick, go crazy. Click on that message, right?
I did. I clicked on it.
Okay, you see that's like the.
Yeah, I remember you talking about this too. You had a whole log where you were. Yeah, I remember this.
Okay, so this is just like me. I was doing a bunch of live trades like on YouTube for people to learn like how to trade, and I literally used just 3 parameters. I think it was the confluence to buy was if there is an order block, Bollinger Band, and what was the other one? Something else in the same location. So basically a support, the Bollinger Band, and something else. I forgot what it was. In the same location. A trend line. So you would draw. So you draw a trend line. So if there's a trend line, a Bollinger Band, and a support in the same place. I was using order blocks though because I prefer those to standard supports. Just that's your buy entry if the price goes down there. And just have I forgot what I think it was like 10% take profit and 5% stop loss, right? So something real basic, right? And then I traded that, and then I said, these are the trades. This is, and then I was like, this is the trade. Like how much?
Guaranteed winning trade.
Well,
Why are you losing? Why are you gaining
Holy
5%?
shit.
Why are you gaining 5% on winners but losing 10% on losers? What's that about?
Oh, that's okay. So like I was those are all with, I think there's a key at the bottom. I explained it better when it actually happened. But I said I gave myself really horrible settings, and then showing people how you can tweak the stop loss and take profit so that you would have actually made profit. Because we followed those trades throughout all the settings. If I had a 5% take profit and a 10% stop loss, and then reversed it if I had a 5% stop loss and then a 10, like if I would have won each trade. So we did both settings on live. And then the third setting was, if you go into profit, change your stop loss to entry or something like that, or change it to 2% instead of 5. So that was the most optimal one, right? Once you're in profit, you move up your stop loss. So we follow the trades like as if each setting to see how it would have played out.
So the only thing I would just add to that when it comes to trailing stop losses is a lot of people will set their stop loss at a specific percentage. Like I have trades that I just entered in where I have stop losses that are 5%, 4%. And I've got other ones where stop losses are 8%. And the reason is because you want to set your stop loss a percentage below the basic support. That could be Angular, it could be an MMA, EMA, it could be whatever.
But that might be too complicated to explain to people. That's why
I think at this point, after being in a crypto Discord for 2 years, people should understand this.
I'm just saying in the moment in 2022.
No, I'm not talking.
I was
about
giving people the most basic.
I'm adding to the conversation.
Okay.
So the only thing I was going to say is that, and I understand that was 2 years ago, but everybody in the room is more advanced now. And I know you agree. So all I'm saying is, don't just set a trailing stop loss that's 2% below. If you break into a new channel, your new stop loss should be just below that channel. And that could be 5%, 3%, 8%. Whatever you've determined. So don't raise your stop loss incrementally just as a specific percentage, because you might get your stop triggered unnecessarily. You know what I'm saying? While you're still in an uptrend.
Yeah, and you also have to adjust your take profit based off the instrument you're trading. Let's say your take profit from a trend break. Let's say you don't have a measured move to go off of. You look at the relative price action. If it's if on average this whole week every single trend break has been going 3%. Your target. If you're going into a stock that only moves 0.5% every time there's a breakout, you switch it to 0.5%. You don't stick to the same. If you're going to an alt where it moves 30% every time there's a trend break, or every time there's a falling wedge into support, then you adjust variable, right? So it's like relative strength, just like the RSI. Look at the previous 14 candles plus 200, whatever, and you base your trades off that. But yeah, that's it. And if you look at the here above that, that's just an example of averaging in with a volume scale and a step scale. So those are all things in 2022 that we already knew. So I just want to fucking clarify, like, this is not some crazy new shit.
No, I know. I just said, dude, you understand. There was. I'm not even gonna go there.
There's a lot of like people in here that don't take trading very seriously. Is what you're trying to say.
This is Versace. Can I say something real quick?
Wait,
hold on.
Let
me respond.
I think there's
to
a
what
lot
he's
of people. I think there's a lot of people in all Discords that treat trading, unfortunately, and
like
I really I've kind of bit my tongue about it. They don't trade with fundamentals. It's like gambling. And when everybody's posting their 1,000% perpetuals and whatever with their $20 or $100 or whatever, sometimes I look at that, I go, hey, that's great, but I know you're not posting all the losses. And the difference is, in that type of trading, it's like buying a ticket on a horse. If the horse is winning, that's great, but if the horse falls back to 8th place, you just got liquidated. And that's not fundamental trading to me, where you can throw $100 at something, set a stop loss of 5%, and worst case scenario, you lose $5. Best case scenario, you lose 30. And as you're going up, you can add another 100 to it. So now you're going to make 20% off of that 100. When you're up to 20, add another 100. Now you're going to make 10% off that 100. So you've just made, what is that? 30, 50, 60 bucks on $300. And you're only, you know, your only possible loss is going to be, what is that? 20 bucks or something like that. So, you know, P&L trading is, it's not just that, I'm not saying this isn't targeting this Discord. I'm saying I see this in all Discords, mine included, where a lot of people are just kind of gambling, you know, and it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. There can be a fundamental strategy that over time accrues more winners and more gains than your losses.
No, but
Before hold on, let me respond fully though. So just because now I can see how it could be taken the wrong way. What my response? What Static said excited me probably because I relate to it, right? My trading. Now, people in here, there are great traders in here that have displayed great trading abilities and discipline and have grown tremendously. I wasn't saying that at all because I could see now, thinking about it, you know, that it could have been taken the wrong way. But what excited me about what Static was saying is the way that he methodically approaches trading, and he adds to his winners and he does not add to his losers. I don't think that is talked about enough anywhere in trading, whether it's this group or any other group or fucking,
right,
you know,
so
at the local
while
market.
while we're on that, I just want to say,
let him finish. Go ahead.
When I've talked crazy, give me 2 sentences. When I've talked about dollar cost averaging, it's adding to your winners in a bull market, which is not really dollar cost averaging. It's just adding to your winners. And in a bull market, you can make the same money whether you're going with shorting or you're going with just dead cat bounces, buying those longs, and exiting. Dollar cost averaging is really during the bear market. It's when you go to the beach and you just give it $50 a day, you know, and eventually we'll come out of the bear market and there's your average, you know. The other one that I think some people confuse when I talk about dollar cost average, some of you may or may not remember back in the Doge days in TAM, I talked about how you can buy falling knives by setting, $50 at this price on Doge, $100 under that, $500 under that, $1,000 under that, $1,500. You can buy these falling knives. It's risky, but as they fall, you are scaling in, and then typically there is a reaction bounce, and then you can pop back out. But that's you shouldn't dollar cost average your losses though. Typically, as the market's trending down and you were wrong, you shouldn't just keep throwing money at the problem.
So I just want to say,
not crazy. You
Crazy
still got your
spot.
spot, bro.
Yeah, crazy.
Say what? I
You
think
still
I
got
finished.
your spot?
Well, I was just saying, I hope that because I now I was thinking about it and it sounded really bad. I feel like a lot of people in here that I've seen grow tremendously and really work their asses off to get better may have been taken aback by that. And I just wanted to clarify that because it's not like in here that there hasn't been people doing great things, because there has, and everybody's been learning together. Just reiterating, the Static's approach is very similar to the way that I approach it. So maybe I was just playing favorites because it's very close to what I do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and to add on that, I hope I didn't send a misinterpretation when I'm saying that when it comes to the 3,000% perpetual gains on MEXC, I mean that's cool, but you all would admit that that's risque stuff. It's risky.
Oh, yeah,
When it pays off, that's fucking fantastic. But when it doesn't pay off, you just lost your entire investment.
One thing I think you guys
just one more sentence.
One thing y'all failed to acknowledge in that
is a little bit more small ball.
Can I get 2 sentences in real quick?
Yeah.
One thing I feel like y'all failed to recognize in that is that I've stressed this with Crazy a couple times, that just because people are talking more frequently about the type of trading that you're kind of negating at the moment doesn't mean they're not also doing the same kind of trading that you're uplifting here. Like the shorter time frame trading for a lot of us works out quite well in the way that y'all are negating. And that is why we talk about it more often, because it's happening on the short term. But on the long term, a lot of us are still very much, you know, trading exactly how you're elevating here. And I think a lot of times we end up with this like battle between the two, not recognizing like there doesn't need to be a battle, because the people you're battling with are doing the thing you're trying to get them to do in the background on something higher time frame.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Exactly.
I would
that's
just
a
also
good
just say,
segue.
please
into
remember, this is the first
what-
time I've ever even mentioned it. So I don't know what previous battles you fought about it. I don't believe
He's
I've
talking
ever
about
talked
me
about.
because he's talking about me
can I get
specifically
in
just because in the past I've just jokingly said like, oh, you don't like it what's on the 5-minute chart? Wait till the next 5-minute candle. And I say little stupid shit like that. And it used to drive Jay nuts, which I kind of understand. It is what it
was
is.
constant, and people were trying to focus on their short-term trades and make money, and it's constantly getting turned into a joke.
Constant. I
Yes,
don't know about
yes.
constant.
Crazy, I used
Frequent,
to leave every
maybe.
time you came in because it was so constant.
I think that you're being a little dramatic, but fair enough.
No, I'm not.
It's gotten a little. It was pretty frequent, dude, and I mean it still kind of is, but
No, y'all are being dramatic now. I'm gonna cut it off there. You're being dramatic. It wasn't that frequent. I would make a comment and y'all would get defensive.
It's pretty.
So you
frequent,
remember
man.
it like an echo.
And if multiple people are telling you that it's pretty frequent, then like maybe
you
you're
can
just
at
not.
least consider it instead of just shutting it down.
Yeah.
At least think maybe it's possible.
Yeah, instead of thinking you guys are wrong, maybe they have a point. Maybe I'm not self-aware enough of it.
I was the one who brought up that I did it.
I get
Okay, no,
But I'm saying I said it as a joke though, not as I wasn't
and we're-
scrutinizing
I'm
people and
just
saying
I'm
trade
just
the way I
calmly-
trade. It was never like that.
I'm just calmly giving you
I
our
get
side
that.
of it as well.
I get that. But what I'm saying is I never was. I just put fucking oil of oregano in my mouth and it's fucking burning. I was just saying that I never was trying to force anybody to do anything. What I was just playfully making fun of the fact that the 5-minute is so violent, and it would be funny. Like I brought up a few times, I'd be like, dude, you can listen to y'all on the 5-minute, and it's like you can tell what the market's doing based off of y'all's tone because you're watching it go up, and then everybody, you know, it gets a certain tone, and the next 5-minute candle it would go down, and it would be a certain tone. It was just friendly banter, just joking around. You know what I mean? It was never. I was never like scrutinizing anybody. That's my point.
Right, but it was brought to your attention on multiple occasions that it was distracting, and it was
distracting.
For several people, it was extremely triggering because they were trying to focus again, and repeatedly being told that what they were doing was basically a joke, and.
No, that's perception. That's the way y'all perceived it. It was just me joking
dude,
around.
it's over
You're reading
and
too
over.
deep into it.
Well, I'm just saying, when multiple people calmly approach you and say, "Hey, this thing seems problematic," and you
Yeah, I mean, well, there's also a chance that
and you just keep doing it, then
there's also a chance
it's
that those
going to
people have
eventually
a
actually cause problems.
Right, I get it, but there's also when you're talking about a group of people, we have to analyze those group of people too, and do they have a tendency to react emotionally? Then I would agree.
Right.
Crazy.
So while
Can
they're trying to work, let's see if we can get them to be even more emotional.
Static, don't interrupt. I've been waiting to talk. I literally interrupted for a second, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll wait. So it's my turn now. Okay. So as I was saying, going to say, I think Crazy used to do that like way more before. He does it a lot less now. I did bring that up 100%. The other day. I did bring that up the other day about like, hey, let's respect people trading on a smaller time frame. With that said, I myself did not agree with a lot of the small time trading. Like, I don't know if you guys remember a while back, I was saying about how I've been able to keep my portfolio positive for longer. And it's just because I'm not able to. Other people can, but like, this is what I was trying to say. If you are finding yourself at the end of the year in the red, it's probably because you're trading too much or on too small time. And so some people can trade on the small time frame and they just start adding up money little by little by little by little. But other people are getting stuck on it, right? And they're just every week throwing money into it, being more red. So that was just my point before, but I've shared the same sentiment before.
There was also times where I would notice things as well, to be fair, where I noticed people over trading. I noticed people acting emotionally charged and just trading for no reason, just because it's there. And, there's a lot of other things tied into that too, but it was never a malicious assault. In fact, like B said and other people have said in the past, this group was founded to be a scalping group. And we could all agree that 90% of the time in voice, this, the whole time I've been here, it's been, except for probably the last couple of weeks, it's been focused on scalping with little to no interlude. So I don't think that anybody has had any shortage of exposure to scalping trading in this group. I think that there's been a surplus.
Yeah,
of it.
but then when I'm talking about my long-term strategy, you're like, "Oh, there's never going to be any dips again. That part of the cycle
Nobody
is
said
over."
no. You're being
out.
see, now you're being emotional, and I'm going to put my foot down,
All right,
because I didn't say that, and you're twisting my words.
No, you said the accumulation.
You're twisting my words, and I'm putting my foot down.
Your accumulation cycle is over. You don't have any chance there's going to be no more dips. That's how it kind of came out.
You're acting emotional, bro. You're acting emotional.
Anyway, I just want to say, because I got to go do something. I just want to get this out real quick. You guys are talking about add to winning trades, and nobody does that here. That's what I'm doing with my portfolio, my spot portfolio. I shave a little bit off the top, and then if I re-enter lower than where the current price is, that's a fucking win. I end up with either more coins, or I end up with the same amount of coins and extra money on the side, and I'm adding to a winning position. My positions on spot are already winning, so I'm doing, and that's the point that Luke was trying to defend when Luke came in to defend me. I'm doing exactly what you guys are saying, just on a longer term basis. And and that's the thing. And it's
Dude,
like,
nobody's scrutinizing you. You're like defending yourself when there's no need to. We were just, I mean, I definitely
would say that's what
scrutinizing
you were doing, because I wasn't trying to scrutinize you either. I was trying to say that this is an unnecessary battle, and was using you as an example. I was trying to say that these conversations come up often because y'all have this thing against short time frame trading, but you don't recognize
no.
that the people,
I don't know.
that the people you don't recognize that the people that you have those issues with, that are constantly talking about those things, are in the background doing all the stuff that you're trying to get them to do. It's this constant back and forth of people getting defensive over stuff that, like, it doesn't even make sense. We're all on the same page, but you just don't see it that way.
Okay, I called next, haha. But no, so I think that there's a bit of a disconnect. One, Kwai is just bored, and he's like, man, I really want to get in the market. And then everyone else is like, Kwai, just relax, man. And like, no one is criticizing his trading.
I'm in the market though. I'm still 99% positioned.
They were just talking about, because you were like, really, like, you kept bringing up the same trade, and like how you're not excited for this and blah, blah, blah. That's what they had an issue with, just your sentiment, right? It had nothing to do with the way
my trade is winning. I want an opportunity to add to my winning trade. And that's exactly what they've been telling me that I should do.
Back around to the beginning of this conversation just now.
Yeah. Wait.
Y'all, we just did a whole 360, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Can we all just be silent for literally 5 seconds? 1. All right, I think that was healthy.
Okay, so real quick, I just want to wrap the whole thing up, so we don't have to talk about it. Kwai, literally, they were just making a comment on your sentiment. It was not a big deal, but then ramble, talk in circles for 6 hours. Then we get on a new topic, and then B looks up fucking old shit. So now we got to ramble, talk in circles again for another 20 minutes. And the whole conversation literally could just end here. Because
I didn't get to put in my point to basically point out that the argument that they were making was they were arguing against me doing what they're saying I should do.
Why? You're doubling up.
Let's let some fresh people in. Go ahead, Static. He's been.
They were arguing against me doing exactly what they said I should do. Do you see the redundance of that?
I just brought it up because you don't seem happy, and I'm concerned about that. That's all I was trying to do. I was just hoping to kind of like give you kind of my view on how I'm seeing things in the market, to maybe like to kind of uplift you and give you a little bit of positivity. That's really all I was doing, and kind of
We've
like
already
B was
tried that
allude.
for
Well,
3 years.
yeah, I know, but I had to give it a try before I start getting annoyed by like the bah humbugness that's going
No,
on
but he's
here.
not. But literally,
But-
he's not bah humbug. He's literally just
All right,
bored.
well that's
waiting
it.
for
Forget
someone
it.
to-
I'm fucking done talking. So forget
Yes.
about it. Don't worry
Okay,
about
let's
me.
talk about something
I'm
else.
doing fucking just fine. Thank you, Kettle. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
you went from quiet to crazy, and then
I'll just make fucking boss moves in the background, you know, and
Just wanna-
There you
quietly.
go.
I
There
don't
you
have
go.
I don't have to explain my fucking theories to you guys anymore. Fuck it. It's a waste of fucking time.
Yeah, honestly, I don't want to comment on anybody's trading anymore though, because shit gets taken out of context. So I'm just gonna let motherfuckers do whatever. I'm not gonna comment on shit because I don't want the shit getting taken out of context. But I just like talking about trading. You know what I mean? Whether it's whatever.
I'm
Um,
recording
all I was gonna
everything, so I'm gonna just start playing your clips out of context now. Crazy. Go ahead.
Say again. I can't hear you.
No, I said I recorded everything, so now I'm just gonna start taking the clips out of context, just random crazy
Oh my
sound bites.
god, fucking ridiculous.
Perfect.
Go ahead. Can we talk about something else though? This has gotten
So
boring.
this was just a real quick one here. This is crazy. Can I talk to you for a second?
Sure, I'm here.
All right, and this is constructive. With all respect, I'd like not just an observer of this conversation from 30,000 feet and other conversations. You know, I like you. We get along. So from one dick to another dick, right? Admitting that I have my faults. An observation I just made that you may not even realize you just did. You actually started this last tail of this conversation by commenting about the 5-minute chart and about how you're aware of the fact that you had disturbed some people.
Jokingly joked about it is the way that I said it.
Can we just move
Jokingly
on from this?
joked about it.
Oh my god, I got a headache from listening to the same conversation. I don't want to get back into it again. Let's just move on from it, man.
Yeah, I was never scrutinizing anybody. It was only just friendly banter where I would say, "Oh yeah, you don't like what's on that 5-minute candle? Just wait to the next one." And then I'd laugh. Other people would laugh, and then we'd move on. But secretly, people were getting hurt, and I had no idea about that.
Okay, and then we can move on.
There
from
was
this.
no one secretly getting hurt. There were people publicly speaking that it was distracting that you're coming into their
That was the
office while they're
second
trying
thing
to
I was
focus.
going to say. That was the
and-
second thing I was
and
going to
being-
say. That you may not be aware, crazy, and it doesn't bother me, but you're a very strong personality. I know I'm a strong personality. There's other strong personalities, and like bull in a china shop, we are sometimes. This is me saying I'm similar to you. Oftentimes, I think when you feel attacked in any way, you attack back. You may not even realize you're doing it.
Oh, of course I do.
Just
I know that
some
100%.
suggestions for constructive, conversations. Telling people that they're dramatic or that they're being emotional or that they're crying is, of course, going to trigger a greater argument because then now they feel personally attacked. So,
Right, but what
just
if
a
they are?
suggestion? Maybe next time, just be like, "Well, I disagree with that," or "I didn't mean it to come off that way," and just move on. That's all. Just
Yeah,
constructive.
that's the way that we did it several times. That's the way that we got over these things. But what it is there's money involved and people are trading, so there's going to be emotions. And if somebody says something that bothers me about the way I trade, like if somebody was like, "You dumb motherfucker, all you look at is the weekly. You're a stupid bitch," I'd just laugh at them. It wouldn't bother me. I'd be like, "You know how much money I made, motherfucker? I don't give a fuck what you think."
Now we're back to crazy.
Okay,
Here's
can we
Here's
move
the
on?
part that I think
But
you're still
anyway,
not grasping.
No,
is
I
on
get it. I'm not
short-term-
going to comment on the shit anymore.
No,
I get
no,
it. We can just leave
you're
it.
not- you don't get it because you're taking it in the wrong way.
Dude, I'm
Like,
completely
it's
fine.
not-
I'm not taking it the wrong. I understand the whole situation because we've talked about it
The
10
way
times.
you just explained it, you don't, because it's not about feelings getting hurt. It's literally
That's exactly what you explained, bro.
Listen. No, I said triggered, and what I'm talking about is being shaken from the zone. When you're trading on short time frames, if you're not in the fucking zone, it's so easy to fuck it up. And so when you're trying to be zoned in and you and your couple buddies, you're in the motion, you're talking about the few little factors that you need to be paying attention to, and those numbers are flying by. You're trying to focus and somebody's popping in repeatedly making these little banter comments. It's just distracting. It's literally, that's why it becomes emotional, is because you're distracted. You're fucking with their money.
See, I gotta disagree with that, man. I gotta disagree with fucking with your money. I think the only thing that's fucking with your money is your trade. Your trading.
People are repeatedly saying, hey,
this is distracting us, and you just keep doing it, then you're fucking with their money.
Yeah, but how many times has anybody said that? I mean, you're talking about once or twice the whole time I've been in the Discord.
Oh, never mind. I'm done. All right.
Okay, perfect. You can be
I
done.
will.
I'm good with that. Let's move on.
Wait. Just
quiet.
to wrap everything up so it doesn't get brought up again. Like, one, Crazy has improved since how he was before. Two, we just had a whole discussion. Like, we don't have to talk about it every single week. Like, we just had a whole, like, sit down, like, Alcoholics Anonymous sit down with Crazy the other day about this same exact situation. And it hasn't happened since then, I don't think. And he was just acknowledging that, he used to do that. So we don't gotta, every time, like, it's brought up, like, you know, reiterate the same exact thing. Like, it hasn't happened since. So the next time it happens, let's bring it up. Like, I don't want to keep having the same argument when we just had a talk about it a couple days ago. Like, I went and I talked to him privately, and he said, "Okay, I'm not gonna do it anymore."
The compelling part to me is that I don't remember more than a couple times that this ever happened, and we're acting like this is some sort of reoccurring thing.
Got it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm genuinely confused.
No, I know.
Can I chime in here with?
I can't handle this. I'm gonna go start my own
Well,
Discord.
yeah. I just wanted to maybe just kind of wrap this up with just something I saw last bull cycle, and I think it'll be a good way of kind of segueing out of all this conversation. Is last bull cycle, Rick's Discord was kind of going along great, and I'm not saying it went sideways, but as we get to that euphoria stage, just keep in mind there's going to be a lot more people watching the YouTube streams. There's going to be a lot more people rolling into this Discord probably, and a lot of it, like, I've really enjoyed hanging out here and being like, I told you guys, I've been listening to this channel for a while, but I just got active in voice recently. And you guys are pretty advanced. You guys know your shit. Like, I love watching the TA you guys do. I like hearing you guys talk about what you're seeing on the charts. But just remember, as we get into this bull cycle, especially in the euphoria phase, there's going to be a lot of new people rolling in here. And you've got to kind of step back when people are asking questions or like asking you about a coin. And just kind of analyze who you're talking to. Are you talking to the people that are pretty advanced, or are you talking to brand new people and you got to kind of baby step stuff, you know, just go over basics. Don't like exhaust them with like, oh, if you look at this chart and go to this dominance and that dominance and this one and that one, like, don't overwhelm the new people as they come in, understand they're new, and just try to be as helpful as possible. And this is like 6 months out. But I'm telling you, this Discord's probably going to get crazy. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there so everyone's aware of it as it happens.
It's a good point. Thank you, Kettle. I like that.
I remember it was like 3-4 days ago that I think he has an English accent, was in here the other day. And he's like, I don't know who this static guy is, but whatever.
Not Fox.
I was like, oh shit, new people.
Yeah, not Fox. He's funny.
They're coming.
He's from way back in the day. Apparently, Rick knew him from a long time ago. I guess a server that.
Yeah, Serrano and I have. Yeah, we know him. He
fucking
was,
tits on a bull.
He was a bit of a, like a
tits on a bull.
A wild card in the old group as well. Like he would, like Russell Feathers, you know, he would get up, get on people's nerves and whatever, and challenge people on what they say all the time, and just stir shit, like stir shit up. It was.
Yeah, and I think this is like a nice tight group. It's kind of cool. It's the same people that are always here. I think everyone knows how to push each other's buttons and stuff like that. But as the group grows, as this cycle grows, like I think everyone's gonna find that like that kind of ends a little bit, and everybody's got each other's back, and like you become an even more core unit as the group grows, and you're like the senior ones here. You know, it'll be something to be proud of, and it'll be something that unites all of you.
I agree.
On a TA comment here,
please.
Just to wrap the day, I am just astonished at the case, I mean, this is one of the largest red candles we ever saw on a daily time frame, and pretty much the only thing that reacted to it was Bitcoin itself. Like nothing else like moved really dramatically. Like everything else was like, yeah, this looks like bullshit to us. You look at almost every other coin, the reactions were like hardly anything.
Isn't that crazy? Yep, I was looking at the same thing.
I mean, that was an 11% drop in like minutes. And everything is still, even Bitcoin Cash barely had a reaction.
I thought it was cool as shit. I'm like, oh yeah, we're getting a candle like this. It's officially the bull cycle.
I just was wishing I could have heard Rick say whipsaw.
Yeah, it was getting like that. It was getting, yeah, pretty.
I was watching it drop. I was like, holy shit, is this going to go to 84? I was thinking, man, I hope it does.
Liquidity.
It was quick though. Oh yeah, it was the biggest liquidation event this year. I'm pretty sure. Single day. It was the single biggest day this year.
What was the name of the Star Wars guy with the red face?
Darth Maul. Yeah.
I'm gonna name this candle the Darth Maul candle. That's what it looks like on the daily.
Yep. I read that today as well. Like, a lot of people see it as a Darth Maul candle. I mean, it's like a
really?
Facebook group, and yeah, Australian crypto Facebook group. He's like, this has got to be the biggest Darth Maul candle I've ever seen, or something like that. Yeah, yeah.
All right, I shit you not. I have never ever heard that term. I literally just invented that in my brain. So that's kind of cool that like other people see it as that same weapon.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
Looks like one. Yeah, I'll show you. Hang on a minute. This is 2
Really?
hours.
That's crazy.
The Darth Maul candle.
Yeah, the Darth Maul candle.
Has anybody heard of that before? A Darth Maul candle?
Yeah,
Not
look.
until he said it.
That's
Look,
so weird, man.
2 hours ago. Where's general chat? Let me just dump this in here.
Yeah, I remember when you posted the picture. You were talking about it, Rick. You're like, it's like Darth Maul.
Yeah. We were talking about Darth Maul candles like back in the bull run 2021. Yeah, look, this guy, Travis Dobing. What the fuck, biggest Darth Maul I've ever seen. Yeah. There you go.
That always makes you. That shit makes me wonder about the human brain. Is that something that I just coincidentally came to the same visual conclusion, or is it like way back in the back of my brain and I don't even know I was exposed to it 2 years ago or 6 months ago or something like that?
Yeah, you may have heard it, like mentioned from like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Yeah. Darth Maul candle.
You know what's funny too? It's a typical Bitcoin move with the bull pennant, break through the top, liquidate everybody to the downside, and then go right back to the median, right in the middle. Beautiful.
That is crazy. It is completely equidistant.
Like you said too, I mean, look at shit like Cardano, shit like Ethereum, just completely shrugged the whole thing off. It's right back to
like it wasn't even happening.
Yep, it's crazy.
I think I called it the double-ended get wrecked sword.
Yeah, shout out Jay. Jay used to call it the Fed move. I know Jay hates my guts, but whatever. He used to call it the Fed move. I think it's a good name for it. You know, it takes everybody out both ways because it would happen during the Fed meetings. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the whipsaw.
Yep.
It's a 4x trading pattern. It's called a master pattern, and like what you see is that there's a consolidation, and you see the expansion in the middle. Then it comes back to the median price, and then we'll consolidate a little bit more before picking a direction one way or the other. And usually, whichever way it breaks out of that consolidation at the end, after the liquidation event, is supposed to be your next trend direction.
It's funny you took out
From
lows
the
too.
from the top and bottom of each wick.
No, so yeah,
Like break out above that wick or below that wick, or just break out from whatever consolidation on candle
Right, the
closes?
expansion in the middle, right? Once it clears the expansion in the middle in a certain direction. Yeah.
Interesting. So it's kind of like a spinning top. Just a really fucking long wick one.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
It's going to be interesting to see the way that they close the week tomorrow, at least the legacy week, because this could. I still think you could go down, man, but they just brought us back to equilibrium.
I don't have a long wick, but at least it's skinny.
Hey.
Hey, yo.
See who's paying attention.
I'm always listening in the background.
They want to be real dirty. They'll take all the lows to 88.
Well, I got in.
That would be fun.
I got in at 97,314. It looks like.
That's where you got in, you said?
Yeah, like a couple hours, like an hour or two ago, before I got on here. Just a small bite.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to work a bearish. This does not look bearish, though, man. There's just no way around it. You jump on the daily, you're just a consolidation after a bullish move, man. There's nothing really there yet.
I think the purpose of today was just to liquidate over-leveraged, longs, basically, and they did that. So,
dude, it wasn't even that big of a move, though. Looking at it, it's crazy. That was a little move.
Yeah, I mean, on the macro level, sure. When you zoom out, it's nothing. It wasn't a 30% drop. It was what, 11%?
It was so fast.
Top to bottom. Let me see. Top to bottom was.
It's 11. Yeah, give or take.
11%.
Yeah, I guess seeing the way that the alts responded and just kind of shrugged it off, kind of definitely shows strength. I mean, you ate that whole candle back up. Look at ETH. You ate the whole candle back up. On the daily, it looks extremely strong. You still you're still above the close from yesterday. I mean, yeah, I mean, look at total. Still just looks re strong. I would love a stab at 88, man. They'll pop me on this local long. If it goes back to 92, I move my stop up. But I'd love to get a long at like 86.5 to 88 if they wanted to bring it down there. It's likely. I'm just kind of flirting with the idea just in case we do get something like that. Yeah, some of these small caps are really being strong too, man. Also another good sign. The Russell 2000 tomorrow will be interesting as well. You closed the gap today. That thing's been pretty directly correlated to a lot of this risk on shit. So be a good thing to observe that as the close, to the close tomorrow. Some of this shit just looks so strong, man. You haven't even... I mean, you've basically left the accumulation range on all of these altcoins, just about. It's kind of crazy looking at it. You have not, but for the most part, you have left accumulation. And that's reflected in total 3 as well. I mean, we're at all-time highs, basically. I think you made it. Yeah, you did make a new all-time high on total 3. Today, I believe. Yesterday. Well, yesterday on TradingView, which was today.
As Roaring Kitty said today, now it's time for volume.
Uh-oh.
Time for max volume.
Ah, yeah, that was all the way to the max, wasn't it?
Yes,
It was high
sir.
volume because it was
High
420.
volume. Ah, nice one, Doji. Yep. Time for high volume because the 420 was directly to the left of the volume bar all the way up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Give it to me to find the 420. Sorry.
Wow. Look at the volume divergence on the daily for GME too. This looks like reaccumulation now. This chart really does not look bad at all, man. I'm not buying it, but it doesn't look bad at all.
I got to say one thing though about GME, because I say this every time this thing pumps, and I feel like most people in here probably know this, but there's gonna, he's gonna be putting out tweets, and there's gonna be, it's gonna go to new all-time highs. The MOAS is finally here, like all this kind of stuff. Just, it's gonna make a lower high, most likely. So last time we spiked up to 60. Like even the retail people at this point are starting to understand the game. They know that they've got to sell, and they're not holding. So don't be the sucker in there when it's spikes up to 40, 45, something like that, and you're not taking profit and you're just buying in or something like that. You want to make some money on it, go ahead. Just sell before we can rug you.
But Luke, Kitty hasn't sold a single share in 8 years.
Yeah,
that's just such a
is that how we got $200 million? Oh, okay.
That's just such a crappy. Dude, for it to go to 50 though. I agree with you. For it to go to 50 though, for example, right? You're at 28 now. For it to go to 50, I mean, you'd have to do so much in order to get there. Number one, and number two, you could get that type of return on something in crypto way easier, I think. Like what is that? Like not even an 80% move.
I know, man. I just know that there are people who are going to play it, and it's like, fine, if you want to play it, just don't be that asshole that gets caught.
Yeah, like an 80% move, you're going to get that probably, on 15 altcoins within the next 2 weeks.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, people. The thing is too crazy. People are not playing shares for the most. They're gambling. Weekly contract, weekly
options.
Options, yeah.
Who's doing that?
The bulk of the people that get sucked in on this.
Oh yeah. Well, not in this group. You're saying just in general.
No, not in this group. No, because we're on YouTube. You know what I mean? Like, who knows?
That'd be sketchy.
Listen, whatever. I mean, it's just there's people out there listening, and
right.
Q, Pisket, trade at your own risk.
Trade at your own risk.
Dude, if you're trading options on that fucking thing, options in general are just scary. But yeah.
Yeah, you should not be trading options unless you have studied a lot and know exactly what you're doing. And yeah, and even then, the short-term options are, I mean, it's a casino. So,
Literally, I was about to jump in when you said it, and even then, I've studied options. I know all about, volatility crush and the Greeks. I still don't do options. Fuck that. I mean, I
It's too
know,
much.
just like you do, I know how they work and the basics, but nope, too risky.
Go to the casino,
I mean,
call it
you're
on
paying,
black.
you're literally paying for time in there, and it's time wins every single time. That's why they the Wall Street bets people even have a healthy respect for what they call the theta gang, which is the people that are selling options. They're selling time to all these suckers out there, and theta always wins.
The best part is when you get to your number and nobody wants to buy your option because of the volatility crush.
Yeah, I think futures is like options, but in terms of risk, but a lot more calculated. Like options, you kind of at some point it
The
can get
options is
away
even
from
harder
you.
because you have your contract is approaching zero at every second.
Right.
Every second it gets closer to the contract, it approaches zero if you're out of the money. So yeah, it's it's even more intense.
That's what I'm saying. It's more like, but you get the same risk to reward type shit in futures. Maybe a little bit more in options because I think it would be considered higher leverage, but you can control it more in futures. You know what I mean? You can be more strategic in options. I mean, you can be strategic in options, but I feel like there's less control. Like you're more mercy to the market in options. Once you buy those contracts, you're basically just locked in.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could sell at any time with the options. I mean, unless you're in some super illiquid situation where there's no volume on your contracts and you would have to buy your way out of them. But I mean, that's it. You know, if you're trading options, you should know better than to be in a situation like that to begin with.
Right. Yeah, I'm not a whiz on them at all. I know the basics, but I just know that when you enter a trade on futures, you basically can jump ship whenever. I know you can with options as well, but it's a little bit more complicated than that, right? Like when you get into a big options trade, it can go against you immediately. And can you even have stop losses on options?
No, and
Yeah,
you have to do
that's insane.
Yeah, so like it can go against you immediately, even if the price doesn't go against you. Is the thing? It's like how
Decay, right?
It's tough. Yeah,
it's the decay that goes against you, right?
Right. Basically, like he's saying, every second that goes by, you're losing money to time, basically, and then price needs to go in the direction you want it to at a rate faster than the decay of the time. And then even if price is going up as you've approached your expiration date, price could have, you could have nailed it. But now your option is, if you wait too long, your option is almost unsellable because it's called volatility crush. People aren't going to buy your option because the writing's already on the wall. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knows.
Right.
So say you had a strike price of $46 and you waited until the day of the expiration and you're at $45. There's going to be no open interest on that contract because everybody knows there's no guessing anymore. We've arrived. That's
Right.
what it's worth. So it's this really
Yeah,
delicate dance of trying to predict a volatile move, have it go in the direction you want it in a quick amount of time so you can beat the decay and you can keep it the option, of interest to people because there's still, 2 weeks left and anything could happen. But if you wait till like 2 days before it expires, you're fucked.
Sounds like to me an extremely advantaged. Well, it sounds like to me a way of trading that gives you less advantages than the house, basically.
Yeah, and you know who's that? Yeah, the Theta
Correct.
gang. That's the people selling the time. That's the market makers. That's for the most part. That's these big institutions that are out there. With the funds to settle those contracts if they need settled. So yeah.
But if
Yeah,
you're
it's
right,
absolutely rigged
if you're
against
right,
the little
you
guy.
can make. Yeah, if you're right, you can make absolute bank with limited amount of money.
Yeah, it's like it's like crack cocaine. I mean, you see people like on these weekly options, man, just like hankering. It's if you've ever been in Wall Street bets, man, you would get a kick out of it crazy. You would be very
I've been on there.
entertained. Yeah.
I've been on there, not in a while, but yeah, I've seen it. I've seen a little bit of everything. I'm not on there too much anymore. I was last cycle before I got my fix on Discord, apparently. Now I just listen to all you assholes instead.
The entertainment value in there is second to none.
It's a bunch of retards.
It's actually not as good as it used to be. It used to be way funnier. Like before the whole like GME, AMC, like the whole crowd of people getting in there. There was some truly hilarious people in there, and they were dumb and just risk junkies to boot. So the entertainment was.
Oh, it
was
was
incredible.
crazy.
Yeah.
Dude, there was one for Dogecoin too that was highly entertaining. That's actually how I found Doge, bro.
Right?
Now that I'm thinking about it, that's how I found Doge. Now that I'm thinking about it, holy shit. It's because I was on Wall Street Bets and I was trading the stock market. I looked at Wall Street Bets and I'm pretty sure a Doge thing popped up. I'm having like mean flashbacks. I don't know. Maybe that's just how I found the Doge group. This was 4 years ago, so trying to go through that through those memories is a little difficult. But I remember that group, the Doge group, there was people doing some wild shit. People putting, oh, I just sold my fucking car. It was unbelievable.
Sold my car, gonna go put a 10x on Qcoin.
Dude, that shit was crazy. That whole moment was just crazy. That was 4 years ago, literally almost to the day. Yeah, 4 years ago, 2020 was when Dogecoin was just kicking off. If I remember correctly, right? I think I bought it around here. It was either here or November, somewhere in Q4, 4 years ago.
What did you say, Tom? What was your question?
I was saying this time, December of 2024, 4 years ago to this month is when the Doge shit started taking off, right? If I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, January. Well, yeah, right now pretty much, but into January, it made that first run to 10 cents and then pull back to 5.
I'm pretty sure I was buying Doge December of 2020. I'd have to double check. Pretty sure.
Oh, then you were buying it way under a penny, dude.
Yeah, way under a penny.
I started buying it at
0.002 and 0.004.
Wait a second. You're right. It was the end of 2020, wasn't it? Yep, you're right, Tom. It was December
that's what I remember.
2020, January 2021. That's because I got in at the same time at 0.008.
Bam!
Damn, you were right there with me.
January.
Yeah, I got in like March or April of 2021, I think.
I had bought my Ethereum even before that, though, man. Like, well before that.
Yeah.
And it's still in the same year, but months before.
That was my first crypto. It was Doge.
My first was Litecoin in 2018, I think.
Damn.
Yep, I didn't know what I was
So
doing
you
either.
were getting in when Rick was, pretty much.
Well, I didn't make any money on it. I bought, I think, maybe $200 worth, and I think I sold it at a loss. I didn't make shit. It was just kind of like, oh, this could be Bitcoin. You know how everybody is when you get in, and you're like, oh, this is the next Bitcoin, or whatever, you know. Then I bought XRP too. I lost money on that as well. It wasn't a lot of money. Shortly after that, probably in 2019 maybe. Lost money on that, and I was like, this shit's garbage. I like stocks. And then ETH came into my chamber. It's crazy thinking that was only 4 years ago, because it feels like it was 10 years ago.
For real. That's what they say. 4 years in crypto is like a decade.
Fucking hey, dude.
So it's all really relative, you know. When you're looking at it all day, every day, time goes really slow. Whereas if you forget about it, you don't really feel it as much.
Yeah.
On that 15-minute Bitcoin, looks like we have a nice little V-shaped recovery there. We might be coming back now for a little Adam and Eve situation here. It's a little reaccumulation.
Yeah. It's looking funny with that big old crazy candle right in the middle of the pennant. I think it's gonna be fireworks tomorrow, man. Am I biased? Am I just being a bull? Look at the Russell, Luke. I think you might actually get a freaky day tomorrow. This is just complete guess, obviously, but just based off the Russell. That bitch looks like it wants to shoot into expansion again. You closed the gap today and you got a buyback right off of it.
Dude, last few weekends have been great. And usually in the bull cycle, there's a lot of activity on the weekends because no one's trading stocks.
Well, I hope so, man. I hope it's active. Tomorrow I'm going to try to get a little bit of scalping in. See if I can pad the P&L a little bit. That's been fun. I still have my longs on the fucking Russell too. I hope that thing gets going. Luke, were you around when I was when I threw some vertical lines on the fucking election days of the last few cycles? And if you just look at election week with the Russell, dude, oh my goodness. Let me do it real quick. It's insane. I'll put it in general.
Okay.
You basically just go parabolic from the fucking election week on for like a couple months. Like every election, it's insane. At least the last 3 elections. Let me rephrase that.
And it's till like inauguration, or how long?
Let's see. I'm gonna do it again real quick.
I mean, that's that, it's that Santa Claus rally. It's that, whatever end of the year, whatever you call it. It is a thing that happens. So it makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. So election date this year was the 7th, right? Or the 4th? What was it, November 4th?
Isn't it the 6th or 7th? Yeah, 6th or 7th. I can't remember.
Anyway, I'll put it close enough.
Whichever day is a freaking huge gap up, that's the day.
Right.
Yeah, dude, Russell's got that parabolic curve on the 4-hour. Look at that. I mean,
yeah,
it's got to come back just a few dollars, I think, in order to touch that curve again at the moment. But yeah, I would be. It's going to need a blow off top.
There was a gap it closed too. I'm not seeing it on this chart, but anyway, I'm throwing this in general. Specifically, this is the most interesting part in my opinion. So specifically, the week of the election, the past 3 elections, you broke out into expansion on the Russell all 3 fucking times, dude, including this one. Like that week, you cleared the all-time high each time. I just put it in general. You can see.
All right, let me get there 1 sec.
Yeah, no problem. Whenever, but just keep in mind what I said. You went into expansion is the critical part, and then you continued to basically just move up to expansion from the week of the election on
for oh yeah, you mentioned how long. Let me check here. See, this is where it gets real weird. Because you had, from 2016 when Trump got elected, you had 665 days of upward price action with higher lows and higher highs. It's almost 2 years. And then in 2020, you had roughly a year, just about to the date, 365 days of upward price action with higher lows and higher highs. From the week of the election. I'll put this one in there right below.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I was reading the post. Yeah. I was reading the post right above you, that South Korea stuff. Did you see that with the whole?
Let me see.
They tried to declare martial law up there.
Oh, I did see this.
So okay, yeah, there's actually a fund, and I can't look it up at the moment, but there's a fund. It's basically like the SPY, but it tracks South Korea. And if that starts to get wild over there, that's gonna dip, and I'm gonna keep my eye on that because
you short it.
No, I'm gonna buy it.
I was gonna say
buy
you're
the panic.
fucking insane.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna wait for it to get real crazy over there. Wait for everyone to, North Korea's gonna invade and take whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever crazy stuff.
And you're gonna wreck the South Korean flag in your house, and you're gonna become a South Korean shareholder.
Exactly. Yeah.
Let's fucking go. You got to get the dad hat with the South Korean flag on it.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be fire.
Yeah. Korea, I do. They sell the hats right down the street from me. I'm on
Let's
the
go.
Yeah.
Is Static still in here? Where'd you go, you sexy thing, you? You already scurried off? He went to go watch his fucking CNN before bed.
I just reposted in general a tweet I put in like late last night after most people dropped off after the push through 100K. Rick and I were talking about it, and it's interesting because every bull cycle you hear people talking about like, oh, where can Bitcoin go? Where can it go? And then there's always a conversation of, well, how does it get there? That would require such and such market cap. That's impossible. And I'm not saying that I think Bitcoin's, I don't know, like Bitcoin, the crypto market and the bull cycle is interesting because there's, where do you realistically think it's going to go? And then what is within the realm of possibility is a whole nother discussion. In the realm of possibility is World War III breaks out and everything goes to zero. But is 1 or 2 million in the realm of possibility? I'd say, yeah. Like, is that my expectation? Am I holding for 1 million this cycle? No. But this tweet is from September. And the first two items, October and November, have basically already happened. But it kind of explains like how market cap can grow as big as it would need to get to 1 million. Like, I just think it's kind of interesting to kind of contemplate.
Do you have a target that you're thinking is most likely case scenario, Kettle? Have you thought about that? Like, I'm thinking maybe somewhere between 175 and 200 as most likely. Do you have a number or?
I think like 220 to somewhere in the 300s, maybe 350.
Holy shit! I hope you're all right.
I think is like very realistic, but then that realm of possibility expands in both directions. You know.
Do you think that has to do with supply shock and bullish SEC administration, etc.?
I just think like when you look back on history as the bull cycle starts, everyone's like, oh, it can never go there, and then it does. Like the bull cycle is a little bit of a just hold my beer, and like you can try to explain why it's not possible every time, and then it's going to show you why you were wrong.
Well, let's not forget let's not forget last time we came up very short of a lot
Exactly.
of predictions
True.
too. So there is another side to that coin.
Exactly.
And that's why I say there is a very reasonable range, but then the realm of possibility is huge, from 0 to 1 million or 2 million.
To be
you know?
to be fair though, people were not talking 100K last bull cycle until we cleared
Yeah, they
50,
were.
60K. No, until we cleared
that was
50,
to a
60K. Until we
Bitcoin
cleared
to
50,
100,000.
60K. People were not talking 100K until the retail crowd came in and we were basically at the top.
Dude, Kathy Wood was saying 500K last cycle. Like, there's been people saying, I don't know. Yeah.
But people have been talking about 100K for 8 years, dude. People were talking about 100K before it even hit 20K.
Well, no, we're talking about in within the cycle though, Kwai. Yeah, people are saying like down
that
10
long.
cycles.
I remember being at 18K and people being like, this shit might go to 30,000 if you're lucky. And we went to fucking almost 70,000. I remember being at 18K.
You weren't around enough moon boys right then.
No, there wasn't any moon boys, is what I'm telling you. Everybody was pessimistic. Most people were, not everybody, but the crowd was pessimistic. 18K, people were talking, we need to go recheck 12K.
At the bottom, yeah. But we're talking about the potential for each cycle. We're not talking about what people were saying at the bottom.
No. I'm talking about last cycle when we broke into expansion. Like before we went to 70K. Like when we were still at 12K and 15K climbing up. But I also was not part of a group, a Discord with, people that trade and look at the charts daily. I was just looking at Reddit or just looking on YouTube mainly, listening to, people give their shitty opinions on YouTube. And it was, people were talking about taking profit at 30K and shit. You know what I mean? Like before, a lot of people did take profit at 30K. Now I'm remembering that was a target for a lot of people, 30K.
Yeah, and then Michael Saylor and Elon Musk fucking came out of nowhere.
I mean, they were kind of there the whole time, really, but who came out of nowhere were the retail people who were like, we're going to 100K when we were about.
The thing that launched Bitcoin from 30 to 60 though was Elon Musk saying that Tesla bought Bitcoin.
Yeah, but has Bitcoin ever really needed anybody to tell it anything for it to go up?
Well, I do think it helps.
I get it, and there's always narratives, right? Like this time it's Trump, but to me it's or whatever, Trump or whatever other narrative, supply shock, ETFs, whatever. But to me it's like Clive, the gentleman Clive in this group always says like, oh well, it never would have went here without BlackRock. Like it never would have got here. And I'm like, whoa. BlackRock is here because of what Bitcoin does, not the other way around. BlackRock got into the
I agree with that. To his point is, I think Bitcoin might not have gotten to 74K a year, 9 months early, without BlackRock.
Maybe, but I'm one of the weird people that think that the news shit just happens like at the right time every time for some reason. Like somebody already. I'm a conspiracy theorist.
I agree. There's gonna be catalysts, and you can throw a dartboard at what the catalyst is gonna be, but there's gonna be one, and it's not a forced catalyst. Like it's
already lined up.
Narrative, yeah, I get you.
It's like we're already going up, and for some reason these people try to play God. This is what I think, and this is gonna sound like some nut shit, but I don't give a fuck because I am a little crazy. But I think these people try to play God and they try to control the news narrative when in reality, the creator, who I believe in, is God. Everything's already planned. And these people just try to play God with all these whoever the people are that run the show. That's what I think.
What it is shit always happens. It's always shit
right.
happening.
But it's timing, bro.
There's always shit happening. It's just when something happens in your world, you try to compare it to the rest of the world and put a
right. But dude, the fucking timing is always impeccable, bro. Like at the floor, news drops. Everything is terrible. Don't look at it. It's used for fentanyl. Then at the top, literally at the top, they release BITI and BITO or whichever one was only long. they released the ETF for BITI, which was you could only long Bitcoin. It was literally at the top of the market. And then they released the short ETF at the fucking bottom. Like this shit is, nobody's gonna convince me that shit is circumstantial.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're taking advantage of the situations.
Oh,
Some of
100%.
it, yeah.
It's all calculated. These people are fucking smart, man. When I say these people, I'm just saying like the wealthy elite of the world. I'm not saying it's some weird fucking, whatever. But it's just there's people with more control than you and I definitely can move the markets, and it's just the way it works. But I think they try to play God because I think Bitcoin is proven it's going up no matter what, man.
Hey, do you guys know what the ticker for the market Bitcoin total market cap is?
Yeah, just Bitcoin market cap.
That's what I tried to type it in, but it didn't come up.
You want the total like crypto market cap, or you want Bitcoin's market cap?
Bitcoin.
Type in BTC market cap, and it'll come up.
Make sure that you're on all or crypto, not like fucking stocks.
Or total 1 minus total 2.
Make sure the tab is not on like stocks.
My man just made it hella complicated. He said total 1 plus total 2 equals total 3 minus total 2.
Okay, hold on. I just put .m or something, and something came up.
I don't know. The timing is always too good for this shit.
I'm just gonna do a little theory because they said the market cap for I guess maybe it's BlackRock only, but BlackRock, maybe it's not. The largest ETF inflows from 50 billion. So I was gonna see what's the market cap right now minus 50 billion.
Not much difference.
Yeah. And then the other thing is like shit. I don't know if that was only BlackRock, or if it was something, or if it was total.
What's the other timing things that were perfectly timed that were just way too good to be true with timing?
The fucking Elon Musk saying, "Oh damn, we're not accepting Bitcoin anymore because it's fucking."
Exactly.
I'll tell you a couple.
50% in the summer.
Yeah, when Coke was at its most recent swing low, like 6 months ago, they came out with news that day that Coke was never going to sell anything again because they came out with that fat pill, Ozempic. Remember?
Yeah.
They were like,
I remember that.
Coke sales are going to plummet because of Ozempic. There was that one. Coke and Pepsi sold off to their lows on that day. CrowdStrike, they had the bad news, the thing, and then Elon and a couple other businesses said that they weren't going to let CrowdStrike be on their computers anymore. That was the bottom on CrowdStrike too.
Damn, always. SMCI too.
And then SMCI most recently. Yeah, that they were going to be delisted off of NASDAQ. That was the bottom on that one.
Dude, it's always right at the floor. Just recently, Ethereum. I mean, every motherfucker on the planet, if you went on Twitter and just typed in Ethereum, every motherfucker on the planet was talking about Solana's gonna this is the flippening. Ethereum is shit. Nobody likes it. Da 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 da. Literally the floor on Ethereum. That's just sentiment. That's not news, I guess. But it's always, I don't know. It's always interesting, the timing of things. But Bitcoin doesn't need any of this shit to go up. Bitcoin has proven year over year that it's just going to go up, especially when it's bullish, but you're just going to consistently go up over time. And then these narratives come and wrap themselves around the chart. Like I remember 19.8, we had a bounce at 19.8, and I'm pretty sure it was when BlackRock said that they're going to do the ETF or whatever. And it was the fucking 200 daily or the 200 weekly SMA. And you smacked it and you shot up out of a cannon. Like you see these technical things happen, and that's not a common thing for Bitcoin to touch the 200 SMA on the daily. You know what I mean? It happens maybe once every few months or whatever, unless you're just chopping on top of it. But you'll see these technical checkpoints that happen, and then there's a news narrative wrapped into it. It's very interesting.
Yep, it just makes sure the 200 MA is there. It can see it, and then it goes. Pew.
Yep, it's crazy.
I'm freaking excited, man. If my estimation is way off, I'm still gonna make good money. Like, even if Bitcoin only goes to 150,000, I'm making money. Like, I'm in such a better position than I was when I got into it last cycle in March or April. Like, it was, oh, all right, I'll put $100 in Doge. Oh, this is actually working. I'll put another 100 in. All right, I'll buy some other coins. Like, it was literally $100 at a time, like here and there. And then it was like, oh, I'm doing good on this. Like, next paycheck, as soon as I get paid, like maybe I can do 200. Like, that's how that went. And this was like prep going into it. Like, I bought a couple coins a few weeks ago, like really small bags. But other than that, I haven't been adding to my crypto in a few months. I've just actually been saving money for the first time in a while. And like, if I've got a goal of paying off all my debt, and I'm hoping the market's going to well exceed that, so I can take that profit and then just let the rest ride. But if it doesn't, if the market crashed tomorrow, I still have some money in savings. If it looks like it's going to be a never-ending bull cycle, maybe I start throwing my savings in there too. But like, everything I've got in there in the market now, like, can just ride. Like, I'm not like, oh, I've got to get that money back out. Like, I'm just in such a better spot than last cycle. It's such a good feeling to be like comfortable with your positions, excited about them, and comfortable with what happens if the market goes to zero. It's just different, man. It feels good.
Yep, I'm right there with you, brother. That's what I was saying, even during these phases, because over the summer when we had that bear market retracement, it had me convinced a little bit there that it might be time to go now. And I was okay with that, obviously. And I was even planning for that. And then it was kind of a gut check when we came back down to the bull or bear market lows on a lot of these coins and ended up making higher lows, which I noted at the time as well. But to me, at that moment, I said, okay, this is an opportunity, obviously. So I kind of diverted the plan and I started building out a separate bag with futures profit and some profit from some other stuff that I'm in and yada yada. And it ended up being a huge blessing, man, because now that bag is pretty big and it's of some stuff that's a little bit riskier that has a lot of promise. So I'm grateful for that opportunity. But I agree with you, like, as for where I'm at this cycle compared to last cycle, it's night and day. And I did phenomenal last cycle. A lot better than I should have. I think there was a lot of luck in there because I was very new to a lot of this. So
and that little pump around ETFs was kind of cool because you could see like what the narratives are going to be for this cycle. Like, it kind of put AI coins on my radar. Like, so they weren't great buys then because I mean they were kind of pumping a little bit, but I kind of saw some things that I'm like, oh, all right, I'm like, this is a new coin, or this is a coin that hasn't done anything before and it's suddenly moving. Like, it kind of put some new radar pings out there for you to kind of pick up on,
Absolutely, man. Yeah, I started digging deep because to me it was like, all right, I have a good amount of cash and there's a bunch of shit that I was watching. One mistake that I made this bull market early on is I said, fuck all the new shit. I'm going with the reliable shit that I know I'm going to get at least X amount of return on, and it'll be pretty safe. Obviously we're in crypto, so it's not safe, quote unquote, but relatively safe compared to some of the new shit. But then even through the bear market rallies, a lot of these newer projects were kind of gaining traction, man. And I was like, man, these things have already 30x and we're in, just in a rally or, pre-bull market. And I had no exposure to new shit. Like, I basically had only invested like in shit that was from the previous cycle or was created like at the peak of the bull last cycle, things like Fetch AI and stuff like that. So I was like, man, this is a great opportunity to get some exposure in some micro caps that had really good runs and now have reset considerably. And I jumped in and pounced on it. I didn't nail the bottom on anything. I started buying shit like Aerodrome at 98 cents. And I think I even had buys at $1.05. But that thing ended up going into the 40 cents, all the way down to 40 cents. And I just kept throwing money at it heavier, knowing that it could go lower. Ended up getting my average to 57 cents. And now that thing is almost at $2, man. So this is all just in the past 4 months. It was a great opportunity to get some exposure and shit like that. I'm very grateful for it.
Yeah, it was a pretty cool sneak preview. I hope everything that moved then moves again. I mean, most of it already has actually, but
yeah, and there's a chance that some of it, doesn't move like it did even in the bear market rally. Some of the shit ain't even gonna, like, we know it's gonna be a mixed bag, but that's why it was important for me to just get more exposure. Whenever this market, especially in the pre-bull phases, gives you the opportunity to grow, to increase your exposure, you have to take it. I'm grateful that I had the opportunity too, because I was taking a lot of profit out of Legacy at that time because they were talking rate cuts. And my whole plan from the get-go was once they started talking rate cuts, that's when I started to de-risk. And out of the Legacy market particularly. And even though I still have plenty of exposure in that as well. But the timing has been wonky with all that too, even with the rate cuts. We're seeing, it's a little bit more complicated than even I thought it was going to be heading into it. But yeah, man, it's been a fun ride. I hope it gets even better. Shit has been stressful though, bro. I'll be honest, like through all that, I didn't really digest any of the shit as stress. Going through the accumulation and even just, going through the motions of just the stock market ripping and making some good money on stuff and that. But seeing this crypto stuff just crawl, I mean, even when you're trying not to be emotional about it, sometimes, it can get to you a little bit. And for me, it definitely was a couple days there. And, especially when we took that nosedive in August or whatever it was, and a lot of these things went back to the bear market lows, I was like, man, it was like somebody teased the shit out of you and then just, back to square one. But like I said, what an opportunity. Like that's trading, man. Sometimes you're going to get misled and things aren't going to work out the way that you want them to, but you have to have a move. You can't just sit there and be like, struck by it and give in. Like you gotta make a move, man. Something that's going to benefit you.
Well, and it's either you make a move or you accept it. One or the other. Right. You know what I mean?
Yep. I remember seeing Cardano coming back to the lows though. I'm like, man, this is fucking... I'm just like, so typical. Because I was up almost a 3x on my spot, and then I walked it basically back to entry. And I didn't buy any more because it's a big bag. But like I said, I bought some other shit, but that one was painful. Especially, specifically it was painful. But I'm thinking to myself, rationally at the time, I'm like, dude, what do you care? Like, if this thing ends up going to $7 in a year and a half, you think you're going to give a fuck about this? Like, you're going to be like, you should have bought more. And that's literally how this shit is, man. It'll do that to you.
Well, and it's weird. I sold some Cardano in like March and picked up some Render and HBAR and I think something else. And I was just pretty convinced, like, ADA's done. It's kind of had its day. Like, it's not going to have another huge run. Like, it will run, but, it's not going to be like a crazy run. And looking back at it now, it's like, ooh, that might have been a mistake. But I'm like, no, like, that's the trade I decided to do. I decided to exit Cardano, and that's it. Like, I can't look back at that and go like, I shouldn't have done that. Like, no, let's see how this cycle plays out. Let's see how my Render and HBAR does against Cardano. Like, and You know, I can do an
They're doing
assessment.
good.
I can do an assessment at the end, but I can't get in a time machine and undo what I did. You know.
Yeah, and they're doing great too. I mean, what you switched into some really big powerhouses, but just what you were saying and kind of like what I was saying too. Having that mentality of like, you know, sometimes things aren't going to go your way, but you got to be able to make adjustments and be okay with that. It's hard to do, man. It really is. But I think that's the qualities that you want to have to stick around a long time, in my opinion. Like, instead of just taking it and being like, oh, whatever, you know, getting, you know, discouraged or whatever, you got to be able to make a move that's going to benefit you, because there's always something there too, right? Like in the market, there's always a move that you can make that'll benefit you at any moment in the market. Like literally right now, there's a move both, you know, any of us could make that would benefit us. That is a crazy thing to think about. That can almost be detrimental too, knowing that like I could make money at any second, but there's always opportunity. That's so important to remember.
Well, and it's interesting because I see every move as a risk, as added
Exactly.
risk. So it's like, oh, I could flip something I have now into something that's starting to go, that I think is going to just launch right now. But it's like, but maybe it doesn't. And what I move from is the one that actually launches right now. Like,
fucking A.
Every link you add to a chain makes another point of weakness.
Yep, exactly.
Your point of failure.
Yep.
And I know, like, I've probably got some coins that are only gonna, you know, 3x or 5x. Hopefully have some that are gonna 10, 20, 50, 1500x. Like, they're not all gonna be like the biggest X you've ever seen. You can't have a portfolio where it's like you look at your positions and one 1500x and one 1400x and one 1350x. Like, it's not going to be like that. It's going to be a distribution of performances.
Yep.
And you might have one that just doesn't fucking move or gets hacked or some bullshit. Like, it doesn't make you a bad trader. It's like, no, that's why you diversified. Yeah, is to make sure you don't pick one and get it wrong.
That's why I have so many girlfriends. I hate all my exes.
Damn.
Diversify, right? That's what we do. No feelings.
Fucking A. If I diversify, my old lady's gonna fuck around and diversify my nuts off. My nuts gonna be diversified off my body.
Crazy Fool's nut coin.
Damn. Yeah, I hope Quiet didn't feel like he was. It sounded like to me he was taking that as, you know, on the defensive tip. I wasn't trying to do that to him.
Yeah, I was just mainly concerned. Like, I just was concerned he's like not in a great headspace and a little perplexed by what's going on, and just wanted to kind of try to share some positivity and hopeful insight.
Yeah, I think you did a lot better than I did, because I think he thought that I was trying to, you know, critique him, which I was not.
Guys, I can obviously see that the market is going up. I just like to look for times where it could go down too, because it does both.
Yeah, I know that. I just want you to know I wasn't critiquing you. I was just talking trading. You know what I mean? To me, it's just fun talking trading.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I sounded like a sourpuss. Like,
it's all good, brother.
I think
you didn't sound like that.
This is what I always sound like. He probably thinks I'm like the most depressed fucking person. Which he wouldn't
Not a dick. Don't think it so hard.
Yeah, you got the Eeyore type vibe sometimes, for sure.
Oh, bother.
He wouldn't be far off, dude. Honestly. I'm pissed off about everything. I could be winning a trade and be up thousands of dollars. I'll still be pissed off.
We know.
Yeah, my TA says
Oh, we've heard it.
that's in the realm of possibility.
There.
I'm gonna be excited to like some point soon be able to tell that you've got a big smile on your face. So
Excited is emotion. You shouldn't have that in the market.
Fucking A. Especially when you win, you're supposed to be upset.
Yes. Damn it! I should have won more.
No, that's how it is, though, man. Like I said the other day, y'all can call me cornball, fucking Christian, church boy, whatever. But like, the more money I make in this market, like, the more, whatever it is, every dollar that I make, it proves to me that like this shit is not fulfilling, man. Like, money is not fulfilling. We need it, obviously, but it's just that it's not. It is fulfilling trading, though, like making it happen and figuring it out. But like, money's not fulfilling. God is, man. Like, that's the best way I can put it. I mean that. Like, my relationship with God is way more important to me than money or making money. It's just way more fulfilling. Money's like a never-ending fucking loop.
Well,
like you get more, you spend it. You get more, you spend it. You get more. You know what I mean? It's a vicious cycle.
Yeah. But I mean, it's only because we're still in pursuit of it,
Exactly.
You ever seen anyone sat on a jet ski? Come on now.
Fucking A, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We need it to be happy, and I need it in order to help other people. Like if I want to do some good stuff for other people.
They say that money is the root of all evil, but it's not. It's the love of money that produces, the worship of money. Money is just a tool, an instrument, and you can do a lot of good with it. You can do just as much good as negative. So,
absolutely.
Yep.
Well, if you don't like your money, don't like it. Send it to me. It'll make me happy.
Yeah.
Fucking A. I think what happens with people with money usually, though, is that once you get, like, you'll hear it all the time, when people get money, it changes them, and then they kind of want to live a lifestyle that, the trouble comes. You know what I mean?
More money, more problems.
Like, if you get more money and you're single, you're going to fuck around and be at, the club more, or be, sleeping around more. Like, you're going to have more options with women. You know what I mean? Or if you're a woman with men or whatever. Actually, does that even work like that? I don't know. I don't even know if it works like that with women. If they have more money, do they get more? No, it doesn't matter for them. Women can get ass.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They got the gold.
Yeah, they can get ass whenever. They could be broke, which is crazy.
Pick up dudes that working at McDonald's.
Right. A woman could be working at McDonald's and get picked up by a dude with money, but the other way around, a woman with money would never look at a dude that's working at McDonald's. Ever.
I don't know. I picked up a few chicks with my broke ass.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a requirement, money, I don't think, but it's definitely a bonus asset for women to be with men. Most of the time, women won't even look at men without money, bro. For real. I mean, most.
It also helps to look like a Norse god.
Fucking A.
Yeah, it'd be easier with money, though.
Oh, yeah, everything's easier with money. You got some ugly motherfuckers out there pulling some hot bitches, hot women, whatever.
I added lightning to my picture.
Did you really? Let me see. I'm done. That's cool as shit, though.
That's what I was doing when we were arguing with Quai, or whatever that was.
Whatever it was. That shit was one main quest with 9 side quests. That conversation with Quai.
I mean, here's the thing though. Like, I know, it kind of seemed like it was more about like you're concerned for my attitude or my trading mentality or whatever. But is it like because initially the feeling I got was I was like, is it bad to like just point out bearish TA? Like, is the thing like if I have something and I look and I see something, whether it plays out or not, if it's bearish, I want to mention it, like because I see it and I want to mention it. I don't just want to ignore it, just like I wouldn't want to ignore something that was bullish either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Static did the same shit a couple days ago too. He was talking the same thing at 30% pullback.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing, but I think it's like sometimes it seems like you're trying to convince everybody of what you're seeing instead of just saying, hey, here's what I see, do with it what you want. It's like sometimes you just go on a little bit longer than I feel like is necessary, and it's like maybe I even get a sense that you're frustrated that we're not seeing the same thing or in the same way you are. So I think that might be a little bit part of it.
Yeah, well, it was kind of like I was like, oh, there's like bearish divergence on Cardano daily, and you were like, oh, well, yeah, but also check out this thing, like this. There's a hidden bullish divergence on the 4 hour, like and you were like, you pointed out something like I was just pointing something out that maybe other people hadn't seen, and then you pointed out something that I hadn't seen. You know what I mean? So it's like whether it's something that could potentially be bearish or something that could potentially be bullish. I want to know about it, and like I'm just trying to do the same thing for you guys too, and like also explain like, oh, here's why I shaved a little bit of Cardano, like just in case this bearish divergence played out. And then there was another thing like we were talking about algo, and I was like, oh well, I think it might go down from here. I'm gonna give it a chance to bounce off the 50 daily SMA or whatever, the 50 SMA on the 4 hour. It could bounce off of that, and like you had pointed that out, I was like, yeah, it could bounce off of that. I'm gonna see if it rallies back up to 51 cents. Like if it can break through that, I'll hold it. Like if it can't, then I'll probably sell a little bit more. It's just like coming through, like actually having that plan and walking through it. I think that part of it is like me actually vocalizing it helps me like understand the process of how I'm gonna execute it better. So like, I mean, I'm sorry if it comes out as me trying to convince like other people, but I'm not really trying to do that. I'm just trying to say like, hey, look, like here's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, no, and I think that's a good thing. And you're not very good at convincing me anyway, so it's all good. No, just kidding. and maybe that's just the way it's coming across to me and not to anyone else. So it's all good. Oh.
I mean, but here's the other thing too, is like I'll play devil's advocate. Even if it's a raging fucking bull market, every single person is bullish. Like I'm gonna say bearish stuff just to be the only one that is like pointing it out, because like if nobody else is doing it, I have to. And like I don't know, like and like I said, like the bearish stuff might not even ever really play out. It could get invalidated. Stuff like that gets invalidated all the time. I'll be like, oh well, and, at that point it's like, oh well, that thing got invalidated, but like at least it's good to be able to point it out, like in case other people weren't aware of it. And people try to short here too. I mean, not as often as, I mean, you go with the trend. The trend is your friend, but some people are like crazy enough, like me, where they will actually try to shorten an uptrend. But you can pull it off. It's a lot more dangerous. I wouldn't advise it, but like I still give it a shot sometimes. Like if I really see like a good case to be made, like, oh hey, I think the price is gonna pull back to here, and like it's a modest enough percentage where like I can make a trade on it with a moderate amount of leverage. I could actually end up with a decent but not over, like a decent position size without over positioning. Like sometimes like I've made a ton of money like that. Like I've made a lot of money shorting in an uptrend is all I'm saying. Like, but unless you can, and if I'm trying to convince people of what, or if it sounds like I'm trying to convince people of what I'm seeing, it's just that I want them to understand my perspective and like how I try to plot out those entries, because if they have an interest in trying to do something, the same thing or something similar, I want them to be able to have the same opportunity as me.
It sounds like you're trying to convince us that you're not trying to convince us.
Yeah, I'm like, I just totally agreed with everything you said, and then you spent 3 more minutes explaining it further. Like, I get it, and I like it. I like to hear all the different angles, and like Static the other day explaining why things could go down. I'm like, okay, like, and again, that goes to like, what do I think is going to happen, and what's in the realm of possibility. And like what you like, everything you've been explaining is well within the realm of possibility. What Static explained is well within the realm of possibility. I think about them when I hear them. I go, if that does happen, even though I may not totally agree with it, are my positions set right? Are my positions in danger? Do I need to, make sure I have things set for that in case it does? If it does, will I jump on an opportunity there? Like, I do go through all that process. So like, just because I'm like, yeah, I don't agree with that, doesn't mean I'm not still processing it and not appreciating the call out anyway,
Crazy. What'd you say the other day? It was like, keep that in your mind as a possibility, but don't use it as your base case.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. That was well said by myself. I forgot about that, but it's true.
Yeah, I sounded pretty fucking smart.
Yeah, I sounded smart for once. Yeah, I mean it's true though. You don't want to use the lower probability as your base case. It's going against the trend usually. But I think B nailed it with the whole thing, is just that you're bored, and that's why all of us are in here. We're bored, and that's why we like looking at the charts when they're volatile, because it kills boredom and it's exciting, and everybody can talk about it and it's fun and we make money together and yada yada.
What's funny is crazy. I mean, Kwai, you have this like almost force of nature like magnetic draw for people when you're in your fucking Eeyore mode, but you're also trying to share some bearish TA. Like people, like it's like a baby duck that's covered in oil, and you're just like, I have to help you. What am I? I don't know. People are drawn to being like, okay, it sounds like the world is ending here for this guy, so I gotta do something.
Damn.
Yeah, I was just trying to hit you with a little dish soap, dude. You're a little oily.
Moving up the duck.
I am wondering. I'm like, why the hell am I still sitting here? I stayed up way too late last night and was exhausted all day. This is ridiculous. Nothing's going on. My best coin is up 3% on the day. Oh, just kidding. Harmony's up 9%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like how we did that whole whipsaw, and my shit went negative. I think my open P&L went down 8%, and now it is up 6%. So it had a huge swing in my open P&L.
I don't really. Sorry, I just walked into the store. I heard what you guys were saying. I don't really know exactly why. Like, I don't try to sound depressed, but like at certain times I get like earlier tonight when I was looking at some charts, I was just trying to sound serious, or seriously trying to give analysis, and like I guess I maybe came off as sounding depressed, and people have said a lot that I have just a really depressed tone. And I guess I would, because I'm never really happy. But I mean, also it's like I don't try to do that. It comes natural. I've been through a lot of traumatic experiences and shit. Like I didn't just become a drug addict and an alcoholic because I like to party. Like there was other stuff that involved in that too. So I mean, it's like it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm like, oh, the world is ending and everything's over. Like I'm fucking super depressed. Like I'm about to end it all. Like I'm not always in that mindset. Even if it sounds like I am, I'm not always in that mindset. It might just It might just sound like that.
Dude, in my opinion, you've been embracing that character in a very comedic way lately, and it's been hilarious.
Oh, well, thanks. I appreciate it. I don't even know what you're referring to, but
Well, like Crazy will come in to tease you and be like, "Oh, yep, it's all over now," and you're like, "I know, it's everything."
Yeah.
It's fucking
Yeah, so don't be acting like my little chime-ins where I'm fucking around with people are always fucking disastrously distracting. Because sometimes this shit makes motherfuckers laugh.
It wasn't meant to be like that, bro.
Alright, maybe I got defensive. I'll give you that. Maybe I did.
I don't personally care, but I can see how it could be distracting to other people. But like when you say something like, I just don't give a shit. I'm just like, yeah, all right, whatever. Like,
I would like to give Kwai a compliment here. To his credit, he's always, as long as I've known him, I think, been very good at disarming like engagements where people are either trying to get confrontational or get a rise out of him, or like, you know, poke at him or whatever. I've always seen him just be able to brush it off real quick and easy, never take it too personal or, you know, get too offended. Sometimes, you know, we're all human, but he's always been good at that, in my opinion. Like, I've always just sat from afar and admired that aspect of his character.
He likes it too. That's why I give him shit, because he likes it and he plays back, and it's funny, man. I like Kwai. I like Kwai's personality. It's funny.
Like, even way back to high school, like, things would happen and I'd be like, dude, if someone was coming at me like that, I'd get emotionally charged. I'd get into it with them, and maybe it would come to blows eventually, because I have a short fuse sometimes. I can't control myself. But I'd watch him turn it into a joke, like to a funny situation. I'd be like, man, I need to be more like Kwai in that way. So that's what I think about that.
Thanks, Crispy. I always admired how fucking ridiculously sexy you are.
Thank you.
I know. He says, I know.
I've always been super jealous of your uncanny abilities to just charm and seduce any woman
Or
that
man.
you hadn't said 2 words to.
Yeah. Okay. No, I've always watched your ability to do that too. And I was like,
You guys fuck already? Holy shit.
I had to work hard because I was ugly.
I was like, this guy is very charming, very charismatic. He's got a way with his words and stuff.
His mouth.
I got a decent mouth.
Aw.
You can do a whole lot of things with this mouth.
Man, we done sucking dicks already? Holy shit.
Bounce, pick the bounce. Are we ever really done?
Yeah, this is where I could tell. Like B said, I think Kwai should bored. This is where I could tell. I think everyone's bored now.
I'd like to share a few words on OG, if that's all right.
No.
Oh boy.
I just want to say, whenever OG's around, I feel like the mood is heightened and lifted.
Facts.
Yep. I mean, I enjoy it, but because he's my best friend, so I have to.
I enjoy being here when you're allowed to talk.
Mm-hmm.
Which has
We
been
enjoy
quite
you
frequent
talking.
lately.
Yeah.
So is Algorand about to pop up out of this fucking wedge or fall down through it?
What wedge, bro? Don't let crazy know you're looking at the 5 minutes.
1 hour in the general chat. Place your bets. Place your bets.
Once the way back to the Darth Maul candle. Yeah, like I said, I'm waiting for a bounce to see if it gets back to 51. And then see how it reacts there.
It's catching support from the 50. What is that? Yeah, no, 50 EMA on the 4-hour.
They might be in the same spot because I was looking at the SMA on my chart in the 4-hour and it was right there too. It might have dipped below it a little bit at this point now though.
Four hours in general. With a nice little green EMA under it.
You like the color green, huh?
It's tickling my money line.
Did it lose that previous low? Yeah, it was good.
The one from like a few hours ago? No.
The one that was like so like see where that wick came down to there on the 4-hour? It lost that previous low. So I remember we were looking at the hidden bullish divergence.
Oh yeah, no, it didn't.
And I didn't know because if it took out that low, then that would be invalidated. But it looks like you've actually got this the 4-hour that you're looking at. The picture. Oh, that's the 1-hour. Okay.
Yeah,
so
and then
1 hour.
I posted the 4-hour after that.
1 hour. It looks like you actually have bullish divergence because you made a higher low on the RSI. The price came lower, but the RSI made a slightly higher low on the 1 hour. And I can see it's on the 4-hour. So where's the RSI on that? Yeah, I think that hidden bullish on the 4-hour might be invalidated. Because the price dropped too low. Wait. Yeah, the price would have, to validate that, the price would have had to have held a higher low as the RSI made that lower low, but it looks like they both made a lower low at this point. I mean, that big order block there, I mean, that could present some support too. There's a lot of volume. Just doesn't want to fall through this level, because then if you look at where you have the VPVR there, there's a big gap, and then it leads down to like sort of the numbers I was talking about earlier, like between that sort of 30 cent range.
Yep, agreed. It would be a quick fall probably.
So ideally, I'd say you'd want to see it bounce from here. I think it can, as long as it has volume.
I'm calling it. This is the left side of a cup and handle. It's the left side of the cup. Everybody FOMO in now.
No.
Where's the 1 hour? Only the 1 hour looks better for a short-term bounce. But there's no volume. That's the only thing. The volume sucks.
Oh yeah, it does.
But if you do break that line there, like a volume might show up.
Invert your chart, see what you see.
I'll just turn it upside down. Oh, I can't do that.
Yeah, I just did it too. Phone flipped it.
Then it turns into the left. Chart can't go left.
It looks just like that last thing we did on BTC. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, when I invert it and I see that EMA on top of price, I'm like, oh, yeah, it's not going to blast past that, which means when I flip it back, that's support.
November 15th, we kind of did the same thing without the giant wake up.
Yeah, and it has for like the last couple weeks, it has like come back and gotten close to that EMA, or at least gotten like within reach of it. Pretty much every move.
Yeah, it looks like the bear market when you flip it over.
So how would you consider that idea invalidated?
First, I mean, if it falls below this EMA, then I'm like, oh shit, where is it going to catch next? And then I'll look at previous price. I mean, the big thing is we don't want to break, I'd say we don't want to break this low right here. Like, because it's curling over, but it's, I would say, like, maybe this is a high, this is a low, high, low. Like, we've already broken a low here or here. Like, if we break that one, that's not good. The fact that these two 4-hour candles have the same bottom pretty much tells me like this could offer some support. But other than that, we're probably falling down to here. Maybe, but then looking at the VPVR, like maybe this is where we bounce back up to and catch support, but I think we'd wick down to this area. And the EMA on the daily is like way down there too.
So say a 4-hour candle close below the open of that candle right there. What is that?
I'd kind of watch this in phases. First thing I'm going to watch is like, all right, what's this candle do? Does it stay above the EMA or does it close below?
Open 4417.
Yeah. If it closes below, then it's like, okay, does it try to push back up or does it just go? If it goes, then I'm looking at this support line. That low is a possible support. Then if that breaks, then I'm looking at this stuff. This area of support. But the fact that we bounced off, we got close to the AMA there. Kind of close, not as close as we are now, but we kind of got back in touch with it here. We got back in touch with it here. We haven't broken it on this whole uptrend. Gives me a little more hope on the strength of this EMA being support. But what I'm gonna do is get out of here within the next 5-10 minutes and go to sleep, and then just wake up in the morning and see what the fuck happened.
So a 4-hour close below 40 cents is what I'm calling it on that. I'm not personally a fan of that wedge. I don't like when you gotta wait till the majority of the way through the wedge for the second touch on the top.
Yeah,
'Cause to me,
yeah, it's
'cause
a weak wedge. It's a 2-candle touch wedge. That's
well,
not
because to me
ideal.
what that tells you is you can take the second point on the top line and you can drag it up, and it's been a wedge that's been broken out of several times, and then it just dribbles further down the wedge. And so there's nothing yet telling me that there's any reason that it can't just pop out the top of this one and then just keep dribbling down further. So
Yeah.
that's why for me I would be looking at like, all right, if I want to take, if I'm gonna like, if there's other things telling me that this looks strong right here, then I need to know absolutely where is my line in the sand. And I can totally see the potential, bounce from this point that it just tapped. I can see the potential bounce from that point, just above 40 cents. And then obviously pretty clearly it looks like a slide down from that point for a little bit. But
Yeah, and then on the 1 hour, the 50 EMA is up here and has rejected price twice. Under, you've got the 200 EMA and the 200 MA offering support. So what I actually see, like looking at the 1 hour and looking at these, I can actually see this just going sideways for a little bit and squeezing until it decides to either push above the green line or push below the 200s.
if you're looking back on the price action of this thing too, you can see it does a whole lot of these V-shaped tops where it just like retraces the whole thing. But you're starting to see them in the uptrend where that retrace then itself gets 100% retraced and goes higher. And so it's like right now it looks like it may have just completed one of those full retrace down that could then turn right back into the V-shaped recovery. So it's like all you got to do is look left barely and you can see an example of where it just did that. So yeah, man, I absolutely see the appeal for buying right here. It's just it's a tough invalidation for me just because that's not a normal setup for me.
Yeah, and I mean I'm in way below, so I'm not making any moves, but it's at a fun focal point to talk about,
Yeah. Yeah, I like the way it's been moving.
When I wake up tomorrow morning, it's going to be somewhere in there, in that potato.
Me and Crazy and Donnie talked about that 16-cent range since fucking January of 23. Being where you wanted to be in around fucking ALGO. My ass missed it. I had some and sold it all out during that first pump up to like 25.
Yeah, and I laddered in. I did a small buy at 20, a bigger one at 17, and then I think this bottom buy at 12 cents was like 2 or 3 times the total from the first 2 buys.
Fuck yeah. Let's go, dude.
Oh yeah, I bought back in April. I thought it was going to use this as support, and then it fell through. All right, I'm out of here. Have a good night, everybody. We'll talk with you all tomorrow.
Good night.
Night, bro.
Have a good night, Kill.
Yeah, that 16-cent algo was crazy. It was a ABC level in both bull markets now.
Yeah, that's why I ended up like trying to double up, even though I had bought a good quantity at 8 cents. I doubled up at 14 and 16 cents because
oh yeah,
I just thought it was a good level. Like, and I don't even know if it went. Did it go lower than that?
Yeah.
Last correction.
I mean, the low was 0.82 on this chart.
Well, no, I'm saying it went to after bouncing from 8 cents. What was the low that it bounced? Because I remember it bounced up to like 25 or something.
Oh
And
yeah,
then it came,
and then the low after that.
Yeah.
938.
Really, it went that low?
Yep. Yeah, no, there was definitely. I mean, there's a margin of miss there if you're at 16 cents with an average, but that's fucking. I mean, if algo grows to the point of expansion, that's an insane entry, no matter what.
Yeah, I was still like, whatever, I don't care. I'll buy it at 14 and 16 cents. Like, if it's a good level, like, even though it was higher than where, like, it was almost double where it was double where I had bought before. So I added to it there, like, but then when it went up higher, I saw it retrace back to like 23 cents. I was like, oh, should I buy some here? And I was really thinking about it. I was about to put it in order. And I guess I forgot because I never ended up buying more at 23 cents. And it fucking went higher. it went like doubled after that. Again, I was like, fuck, I should have honed in and fucking actually like bought that thing.
One thing this bull market has taught me that I'm definitely was not grasping before now is how to just not at all stress missed opportunities. Like missed entries mean absolutely nothing to me anymore, just because there's the idea that everything runs together is true to an extent, but you see in the bull market way more of the this pops here, this pops here, this pops here, whereas in the bear market, if Bitcoin was dumping, it was very rare that other things were just fucking ripping face.
Yeah, maybe like one or two things.
Yeah,
would be ripping, but for the most part, if Bitcoin was dumping, everything was fucking dumping.
Yep. Whereas in the bull market, you may have missed an opportunity for 6 weeks straight on one coin, and then the very next week, an opportunity is beginning on another one. And you're just to me, that makes it to where, or you miss the first week of an opportunity on something, and so you instead of dwelling on it for the next 5 weeks while you watch everybody else make money, in week 2 you start hunting for that other opportunity that's starting right now.
Yeah, I agree. That was my whole philosophy with Peanut. That was
Oh
like,
yeah.
oh, all these other fucking meme coins are kind of ripping. Peanut pulled back quite a bit. Like, I think it could hold here. So I'm like, I don't want to wait till it reverses to start to fucking try to get a position. I'd rather try to build a position, and then once it does reverse, I can add to it if it means, like, if it means that the structure has changed, but the trend has, like, the structure has changed and the trend has reversed, but I can still get an entry where I lower my average. Those are the best type of trades where, like, I like to add to. Like, I know they were saying, like, Static earlier was saying, like, don't add to a losing position, but it's like, if you have enough evidence to suggest that it's eventually going to turn into a winning position, why not add to it if it means get it, like, having an overall better average entry?
Yeah. One thing I like about FIMEX is they made sub accounts really fucking easy. So if you have that mental hang up of fucking with your average, you can just create another sub account and toss the amount over into that account and create a different trade.
Yeah, I haven't even actually tried that.
Yeah, it's super easy. Just click on the little icon that has the face. As your face, it opens up your profile and scroll down to sub accounts, and you just open it, and you can immediately transfer things into it. And it used to be like it had to have a separate password, and you'd have to like log out of one and into another. And now it's literally just click switch, and you switch to the other account.
Oh, that's fucking sweet.
And I think it lets you make as many as you want too. So you could literally have, like, you know, hundreds of trades going on Bitcoin.
Yeah, dude. And then, like, you could have one, like, big swing trade that you want to hold for a couple weeks, and then you have another one that's like you're only trying to hold for maybe a couple days or one day, and then you have another one that's like, oh, I'm just trying to scalp this on like the 15, 5-minute or 1 minute.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, for me, I always sucked at holding long term for profits, and so that's where having my futures trades on the short term and then holding my spot helps me, because I can ignore wanting to close those long-term trades. And so here lately I've been treating it the same way with the futures. Like, if I catch an entry that I think can have a long-term run and I want to give it a chance, I just basically turn where it's sitting into a sub account and then move all my money over into a different one and start trading with that, and just leave that sit and do.
Yeah, I'll have to give it a shot. It might end up confusing me, not gonna lie, but I'll give it a shot to go smoothly I can operate it.
I don't think it'd confuse you, especially because you can name them too, so you can categorize things.
Oh, all right, cool. Thanks, I'll check it out. I'm even starting to think, like, maybe you could have like your longer term swing trading account where you have a bigger longer term position, and then also, like, if you're scalping the same coin, you could see like an entry where, like, oh, I could enter a scalp here and hopefully find support here, everything turned up. And then if say that trade gets stopped out, like you could even put a stop loss for like a very small portion of your bigger position at that same spot on the chart, because you're still looking at the same chart. What the fuck is this? Bit of voice
I think you'll find a lot of ways to make it useful. Like, especially when you're doing like your cross hedge stuff. Like if you wanna isolate a certain portion of the account to being available for that particular cross hedge situation.
Oh yeah, dude, that does sound sweet actually. So I could have a smaller, like if I was gonna do a cross hedge position, I could just put it would be less risk by putting just a smaller amount of money, being like, okay, this is what I'm willing to like invest in this trade using this specific strategy.
Yeah, it's like turning it into a hybrid. It's an isolated cross hedge.
yeah, that sounds fucking sweet. Isolated cross hedge. I gotta come up with a better name for it. I mean, I guess first I should try to figure out if there is already a name for it. But if there's not, then I should think of like a cool name. I was trying to explain it to a friend of mine the other night. And like he trades like crypto on perpetuals, like but on like a DEX. So like he uses leverage, and I'm like, so what do you use though? Like, are you on cross or isolating? And he's like, because he actually knew more about it. Like I didn't realize that because the last time I talked to him was a couple of years ago. So I didn't realize that over the past couple of years he had actually like gained like a shit ton of knowledge about trading. And like he knew like about all the stuff I was talking about. But then when I asked him if he was using cross or isolated, he was like, I don't know what the hell that means, man. Like I don't even know what you're talking about. So I had to explain to him like isolated is, I'm like, you just put a certain amount of money in, a certain amount of money from your account in, whatever you put into that trade, that's what you're risking. And I'm like, so you can get liquidated, but it's only for the amount that you put into the trade. He's like, oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. Like whatever I put in that single trade, that's all I'm risking. I'm like, all right, well that's isolated. Then I go to explain to him what cross is, and he's like, I'm like, yeah, you kind of like use the whole rest of your account as collateral. And he's like, oh, fuck that. Like that. He's like that shit sounds scary. I'm like, yeah, I know it does. It was scary for me when I first started doing it because I didn't understand it. I'm like, but then once I actually realized like how it's supposed to be used, it's not scary. Like it makes you feel way better than having an isolated trade. Because I mean, with isolated, you can kind of go about it two ways. Like you can put a small amount of money into a high leverage trade and just see if it runs, and if it doesn't, and you get liquidated, like that's what you're willing to lose. Like if you put like $10 or $5 on like high leverage, you're like, all right, I'm willing to gamble. But then you could go with lower leverage and have an invalidation and put a stop loss and be taking like, if you put $100 in on lower leverage for like a 5% stop loss, you would lose $5, so you're still risking the same $5, but maybe your invalidation, maybe in that sense, like your invalidation is further away, so it gives you a little bit more wiggle room than if you were on a 100x with $5. Like, because that lower leverage, like it gives you the ability to be like, okay, And that's what I was talking about with like the 10x versus the 5x thing. If your invalidation is 1% away, then you can go on 10x as long as you're willing to risk 10%. You know, but like if your invalidation is 2% away, you go on 5x, you still risk the same amount of capital, or basically like the same percentage of the position, but you have more wiggle room because your invalidation a full extra percent away, you reduce it to 5x, so that way you're not risking more money in the stop loss, but you have more wiggle room for the trade to actually play out. Like it has more room to breathe. Or just like, because like if you're like, if your invalidation's closer, you can go higher leverage. If it's further away, you go lower leverage. But I mean, I know that's a concept you already understand, because I know you've talked to me about it before in the past, like, ages ago. There's like I think I remember you bringing up a leverage, like something that it's like a special calculator that calculates the appropriate leverage you're supposed to use based on what
I think
percentage.
Jules was the one that had that calculator.
All right.
And then didn't MEXC have it like built in or something?
They might have. I never experimented with it. If they did have something like that, I never used it.
Yeah.
Is DYDX a good coin or anything? No, anybody knows anything about that?
I think it's like a DEX. They're like a DEX swap or something.
What are they? A DEX or a swap or something?
Yeah, I think they're a DEX. DYDX. I think they're a decentralized exchange. A DEX and a swap are kind of almost like the same thing.
DYDX.exchange. That's their website. Trade without limits. Over 174 markets with low fees, deep liquidity, and up to 100x leverage. Start trading today on DeFi's pro trading platform.
I mean, looking at the charts, it's still at the bottom, man. It's moved up a bit today, but
I know it was definitely a fucking mover at one point. I haven't looked at it forever.
Yeah, I've heard people like that like that coin a lot. Like I think a beer, that was one of the coins that he was kind of into. It's like DYDX. I'm pretty sure, unless I'm thinking of something else. But I think a beer likes that one.
Their website looks legit as fuck, and it looks like they're partnered with a lot of big names.
hey, you look at it on the monthly, it's like fucking just starting out, man, versus the rest of them.
Hey, do you have Android or Apple hearing?
Both. I mean, my phone is Android, my laptop is MacBook Air.
See if DYDX beta is available in your Android Play Store, because it's not in the US.
What is that? How do I do that? In the Play Store, I look.
Yeah, the Play Store where you download apps, just search DYDX, because they have an app for their DEX. But I can't even check it out to see if it's decent or not, because it's not available in our country.
Yeah, it's there. Beta, DYDX beta, subDAO install.
It shows available for you to download?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. I wonder if it's any good. Looks like they're using TradingView powered charts like everybody else.
Yeah, maybe that's why a beer actually liked it, was because he was able to use it in his country.
Maybe.
I'm thinking of getting some on spot, man. It looks damn fucking juicy, yeah.
DYDX USDT.
Like on the monthly, it's made a nice rounding bottom kind of a thing.
Oh yeah, no, it's moving. Damn, I wish I'd have looked at this at fucking $1.
I mean,
That's
look at
where
Ocean,
the
look at
risk was.
that's why on the monthly, it's still at the bottom, man. While the rest of them have, almost kind of topped out or reaching the top. This is at the bottom.
Yeah. Man, I don't like pointing out bearish things when my friends are asking me to look at coins, but I see bearish things. I know it's ripping right now, but
Yeah, it can go down. It can go down to 175, 150. I'm pretty sure. But I mean, I'm looking at the long haul.
yeah, I get that, and that's like if this thing were to recover back to $20, obviously $2 would be a great entry. So that alone says a lot. I have no idea this thing's ability to actually get back to those prices. One thing you want to check out is its tokenomics. An easy way to do that is go on to CoinMarketCap and click the tab where it shows market cap and then click the tab where it shows price and look at them back and forth. If they look very similar, then the tokenomics probably aren't too bad. If they look drastically different, there's room to be concerned there that you might not be able to get back up to those old prices because maybe the circulating supply has been diluted.
Yeah, true. I mean, I don't play such coins for the tops. It's just for the 0.5, on the macro 0.5, even if like ICP and all these, I don't expect them to ever go beyond the 0.5. I mean, they might. I would exit by that time.
Which I think is reasonable for most of these projects. And if you find something that's highly diluted, then there's a good, you're going to take an insane amount of more money just to get back to your 0.5. So it's like that's the only thing you want to watch out for with that way of thinking. Is like just making sure you're not getting caught up in something that's just been crazy diluted.
If you guys want to take a peek in general, I posted my chart on DYDX again. I'm getting rid of 25% of each sell is going to be 25% rather at 269 and 366 and 433, and then I'm letting the rest ride up until maybe $7-8.
Nice. What's your entry?
Posted in general, 121.
Okay. Fucking sick.
You should have shouted it out. Buy 121. I'm buying. Everybody buy.
To be fair, I shouted out a lot of shit the past 500 days, and not many people bought when I said, but I just don't really talk about it.
So I'll be your exit liquidity then, if I buy now.
Yeah, you might be chasing a little bit. I would look for like an oversold on the 4-hour and then buy in. Otherwise, you're just kind of chasing.
Yeah, that's a perfect way of putting that. Thank you. Irain, you see how that was kind of a bear flag that it fell out of before doing this push up? I just put it in general.
I'll just check one second.
If I was in at, was that Meat Cubes?
Yep.
If I was in at Meat Cubes entry, I wouldn't be the slightest bit worried about that potential resistance there, because I think it will be temporary.
Yeah, I think if it does hit your resistance there, the higher low would be a lot higher than $1.12.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to be buying 227 looking at that potential overhead.
No, I would wait until it busts through and potentially even hits that heart line and then comes back and tests the bottom of the channel and then look for your entry.
Yes, sir. And if it goes without you, if it just blasts up through all of that, then you missed it and you got to accept that and find another.
Or the other way to do it is you just 200x your whole bag right now, market buy.
Yeah, and then disappear for the next 2 years.
You guys are such nice people, man.
Yeah, the way Crazy trades, you nailed the exact point that he would have bought if he was looking at that. I stopped doing long-term buys in any way other than just fucking ABC's recovery of a previous low.
Yep, the profits that I have taken, I've been sprinkling back in just a little bit at 618 and 786 retraces.
Nice.
I'm looking to compound a little bit, but in a
Yeah.
safe way.
May the odds be ever in your favor.
Right.
There's definitely a few of these that are like, I've taken small profits on a couple things because they hit some of my targets, and I don't know if they're going to give me a chance at 618 retracements. At least not on like the weekly, daily time frame.
Well, it'll happen. You just have to wait like 2-3 years. Yeah, just imagine. Don't worry, we'll probably be buying XRP at 50 cents again sometime in a few years. I mean, it was the same price for like, what, 6-7 years straight. It's bound to come back at some point and revisit.
Surely. I mean, what did it do last time? So 40 cents was pretty much its happy area. Like it just lived at 40 cents before it went and did its crazy run. And then it decided its new home was 60. So it's like, maybe we do this crazy run and then next time it's just chilling at like 80 cents or $1 for 4 years. Man, I can't imagine being around for XRP's last bull run though, like actually paying attention to it. I know I was in the space, but I was not paying attention to it at all. Like just looking at that, like it ripped, it just fucking went to the sky and then retraced all of it immediately, and then did it again, and then retraced most of that, and then went like insane amount beyond.
Yeah, imagine being locked in, like doing your trades during that time too, and that's where you hear of like those. It's like, oh, I got this yacht because of XRP. You know, oh, I bought this island because of XRP.
Yeah, dude. I just I sit and dream of the day that I'm well positioned on a move like that.
Me too, dude. Me too.
And looking at it compared, like if I'm just sitting here laughing my ass off, imagining like, what if we repeat that same thing? Like people are gonna be mind blown if we just did a run to $3 and it just goes back to fucking 50 cents and then right back to $3 and then comes back down to $1 and then fucking goes to like 8. Or higher. Dude, what a fucking roller coaster.
Wow, I just tuned in and I have no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds like